halfway point of the week once done, and there's one last chance left to make that comeback. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2024. We're inside of the day 3, of course, off the semifinals week 1. I'm going to be your host, Castaneck John, alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Fixes. Day 3's over here. And yesterday we witnessed some of the comebacks, of course, but also some of the known names started to dominate once again.
Again, it was a mixed bag of emotions.
Yeah.
Like you said, right? IQ Soul, even Global Esports, everybody had a chicken dinner in their bag. They were really happy about it, but there were still a couple of names, like you again said, are still yet to stage their comeback.
Ooh, but FS Esports, they had a fantastic day once again yesterday, considering they're still in that top 3, looking pretty good. Voltex Gaming, a new name, once again rising up and making waves in the top 8.
Of course, barring Voltex Gaming, we also saw Seven Shore. They also managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday. Magnet Esports also had a decent game in Miramar. But like you said, there are certainly few other teams like Godlike Esports. We're waiting for that chicken dinner. They've been quite consistent. Team Xbox still staying on that TBD top position. They are the king of the hills right now. And I feel today, if they do not have a good opening game, their first spot might be threatened.
All it takes is 5 to 6 elimination points per game, maybe, or just 5 to 6 points per game to keep your spot pinned down in the spot that you've got so far. Because you've still got 6 more games to go in the future. Today, 3 games will be played. Tomorrow, 3 more games will be played. And I think so if you just want to be inside of that top 8, that's all you need, man. Before teams like Godlike, they need a massive game in the hand just to place themselves in that top 8.
Yeah, right now they're not really in a bad position. Still at the 12th, it's not too shabby. It's all about finding that one good big game that we've been talking about. Now, Godlike, they have been given those opportunities. We saw yesterday also, even day before, that map of Vikendi, that could have pretty much been theirs. Miramar also looked like a very solid game for Godlike. It's all about trying to be clinical. But like we've already discussed, there have been so many of those undergods that have stepped up. But this points distribution this time that has been introduced has been causing such massive havoc in terms of how these teams are really playing things out.
And the best part is, on the latter half of the board, you get none. 0 points from 9th till 16. And a lot of these teams are focusing on the elimination points, that's for sure. On day 1, we saw quite a passive approach from all the teams, but on day 2, it was a complete opposite end of things.
Yeah, of course. When you talk about day number 2, we saw like, few of the teams that we were really expecting to play, the likes of Team Tamilas, they also bounced back. Even 8-Bit had a decent game yesterday. But again, a quick look at the teams that will be partaking. Again, when you take a look at Group A, you've got Global Esports, Insane, Hyderabad Hydras, IQ Soul, Lifecraft, RTG, IND, Seven Shore, followed by Group B. That is also pretty stacked.
I mean, even IQ Soul, they had a banger day right from the Group 1, and then you've also got Team Xpark, Team Limra, Carnival Gaming still struggling in the depths of hell. You've also got Entity, Godlike, Raven Esports doing decent for themselves. Prime Esports is right there. Inspiration Esports, slowly and steadily, they're trying to make that comeback, but that snail-pace approach isn't going to work now.
Yeah, it's all about that comeback, isn't it, Necro? Because now when you look at Group C, FC Sports, they have been synonymous with being consistent. Team Tamilas, they've also bounced back at the 3rd position. Team Aru, they did drop quite a couple of places. NIY, I mean, things haven't been looking really good for them. Magnet Esports, Team Venom, this is one of those teams that I'm really eyeing out for. LOC, they have been all guns blazing, but still in terms of finding those position points, they've been struggling a bit.
They indeed have been. The same thing can be said for the likes of Rivalry 2. Yesterday was a decent day, understandable, but still that decency is not going to cut the deal. THW, even they need to start finding that footing inside of the game. They like to step in the darkness, and that's how they like to play. But so far, that darkness hasn't been their ally. Moving forward, it's also 8-Bit. Last game was quite good, considering the circle was just shifting right on top of them. They could not really seal the deal, but still they got decent points.
Yeah, it was also a really good bounce back by the players of Voltex Gaming. If you talk about it, having gotten one of those chicken dinners. But when you look at the schedule today, it's going to be quite exciting because we have certain changes in terms of how the matches will be played, especially in terms of how the groups have been there. So Group A and B, they start off in Erangel. Then we've got Group A and C in Miramar. And heading on, this time Sanhok gets really exciting because we finally have teams from Group B also joining the fray.
I mean, even Vikendi gets quite exciting because now Group A is going to be the one to join inside. So a little bit of taste of that I see lands for that Group A. Global Esports, I'm not sure how the gameplay is going to look like, but one thing is for sure, that aggressive nature needs to be dialed down on the map of Vikendi.
Oh yeah, I think now that we've already seen Group A and D duke it out twice, they won't be playing Sanhok or Vikendi anymore. Maybe I think Group A and D might play Vikendi. That might happen even tomorrow. But going ahead, B and D, they'll be playing Miramar, and we move on to the overall standings. And this is where, at the end of day number 2, you've got Team X-Park right at the top, 62.5 points. On second position, FS, like we said, you know, the only team to have gotten 2 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches that they have played. But today, as our eyes will be fixated at teams like Raven Esports, even Vasista, Seven Shore, if they could maybe bounce back inside of the top 8.
I mean, Team Tamilas, though, still that bounce back they made in the overall standings, I'm not going to lie, it was definitely quite iconic. So many fans were looking out for this team, and now finally they're inside of the top 8. Not just there, they've also got that cushion to work with, but this cushion can instantly fade away in just the span of this one single game. Look at Raven Esports. They've got 43.5 points, and look at Team Tamilas, 49 points. It's not a lot separating them.
Just one game. One good game, or even a game where you get around 10 to 12 points, and that lead is pretty much done and dusted. The competition is so cutthroat. But as we move on ahead, this is where, you know, our attention will be at the comeback story that we've been talking about. Hyderabad Hydras, another team coming in directly into the semis from round number 4. They have been struggling quite a bit, but still they managed to recover quite a lot of points yesterday. Same goes with Magnet Esports. One good game in Miramar does not change anything. But when you look at the finish points, that is definitely there.
Even Galaxy Esports, they had a decent game for themselves right in the map of Miramar, but then later on the continuation just wasn't there. VG still looking to find that footing. CG, a team that we all had our eyes locked on, and CG still struggling all the way on the 30th spot.
Yeah, that has to be hurting quite a lot, even for the likes of Rivalry, when we had such huge expectations from them. Prime Esports also one big upset, considering how good they were in round number 4. The transition inside the semi-finals certainly have succumbed to the pressure. Even same goes for the likes of RTG, IND. They were the ones who made a comeback in the latter half, even during the wildcard. But after that, we could witness that they've been the victims of so many drop clashes. Yesterday, the first game of Erangel, the way they were just slammed down by Sarang, I think who can forget that?
I mean, now you also had a little bit of talk about Godlike, right? You mentioned that there's a high chance we might see that switcheroo coming through inside of the drop as well. What do you think this switcheroo can come through?
You know, that's the biggest question, because we will of course get to that point, because right now Godlike, they've got their eyes set at the grand finals already, and for that they need to secure that top 8 position. And for the ones watching us on the broadcast, it's a quick gentle reminder that the LAN is going to be happening in Hyderabad High-Tech Exhibition Center, hall number 4, and the tickets will be live pretty much soon. And the whisper in the woods is also that we have some premium tickets also up for grabs.
Exactly, and all the money accumulated from the premium tickets will be used for a good cause. Moving forward with the conversation, right? Yasna Poliana is taken by Team X-Park, so there's going to be a drop collision over there. IQ Seoul, they like to go towards School, so even School's not going to be in contention. And even Georgia Pool's going to be over there. But Godlike, considering they're looking forward to switch that drop location, what do you think it can actually come through?
Very interesting point brought up, because even Jelly was live streaming yesterday, and the fans were also worried about the entire drop fiasco. So Jelly did say that he's going to be changing a drop location. I really feel something may be happening around Rozhok, or maybe even the water areas. So that could be a possibility.
The Water City, right? Going back to the roots, all the way back towards the OR. But yeah, I mean, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to talk about. So many more interesting mysteries will be unraveled in front of you guys. But after the short promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार। टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली? अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I've moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
It's not just a game, it's the emotion. That's what everyone likes to say. And of course, it's been an emotion for me as well. That's why I love to play this game every single day. And I would recommend you guys as well to move on forward and download the game on your devices. Moving forward with the conversation, right? Now, of course, let's stop talking about the big hitters. Let's talk about the teams that are struggling.
Yeah.
And it's also supposed to be a big hitter. Carnival Gaming, struggling in their approach every single time.
Yeah, and they haven't really been blessed by the circle either. So the position points definitely not there. One of the strongest suits, the USP of Carnival Gaming, is completely lacking. And every single fight they take, they've been quite uncomfortable. Yesterday also we saw there was that moment where they had that fight against Aiku Soul, and suddenly Aiku Soul decided to back off, and eventually they were the victims of those third parties. And that sort of kept continuing in, and they've been spiraling down the rabbit hole. So today, if they have to stage a comeback, they need at least 2 big games.
I mean, during the opening, I mentioned this, right? Today is the last day to make the comeback at CG. Even if they do just get one single game, which is going to be that massive one, they instantly propel themselves really close to that top 8. That's all that CG needs. And then after that, the consistency can, of course, move on forward. We've seen CG being super consistent in the past stages, and we know they're capable of pulling that as well. But now the real concern, once again, rises when we speak of Team Insane. This team was doing so good on the day 1, but then the transition towards the day 2 was pretty bad.
Yeah, of course. Now, when you talk about Insane as a team, they also play quite similar to how Carnival Gaming have approached. But the first day, they were kind of quite blessed with the circle really helping them out. Kind of, is depicted in a much better way once you have the matchup in front of us. Seven Shop, a team that performed exceptionally well yesterday and were really good. Got a chicken also in the game of Miramar and almost barely just missed out in the first game. But when you look at Global Esports, this is also a team to be reckoned with. They had been guns blazing. Yesterday got that first chicken dinner. But Aiku Soul, they've been on a form of their own. But Team X-Pac, so many of those big names. And Raven Esports, I think they've got this little bit of a rivalry with Team X-Pac going. Every other map, they tend to lock horns against each other. So that is also an interesting prospect.
And last time, they actually wiped out the entirety of Team X-Pac when they saw them perform in the same map of Erangel. Right, let's move on forward and look at the performance from the side of Carnival Gaming so far, right? In the past stages, CG was doing so good, dominating the competition. They also got a hat-trick chicken dinner in the past. And now look at the dip in the performance. It speaks volumes.
It certainly does, because when you're looking at the points, they've just got one position point extra in comparison to all the games that they've played. And when you look at the wildcard, they had been quite devastating. 2 chicken dinners, 43 finishes, everything was pretty much working out for them. And they did majority of the heavy lifting in the first 3 matches itself. So here onwards, Carnival Gaming, their backs are against the wall. But this is also a team that has a lot of experience. Let's not forget, they've got those accolades, they've got those players backing it up. And all I seek is 2 big games from their side. And they could instantly get back into the race with 40+ points.
I mean, in the wild card, they played the 6 games, and now they've also completed the 6 games in the week 1 itself. And look at the difference in the stats. Just 10.5 points. This is something, it's not acceptable. So uncharacteristic of this team, right? They're supposed to be the epitome. They're supposed to be the burning torch of consistency that we always speak of. And now look at them. The defending playstyle just not working out.
This is again comes down to the fact that the stage has been changed because you've got new teams really coming in, and it is again they've not really gauged the lobby and also the zone really going away from them every single time. I haven't seen Carnival Gaming being blessed by a single circle all the time. They've had to move in, and that has a big role to play because they kind of rotate in pretty late, and as a result of which they get caught in unnecessary third parties. But what was really flabbergasting yesterday was that fight in Miramar. They inched in very close to THW, and suddenly a nade flies in and the entire team, poof, just vanishes in thin air.
Maybe CG's looking forward to follow the same script that Aiku Soul did inside of the wild card. Right in the week 1, just completely poof for the performance, and then inside of the week 2, you just come out with flying colors and surprise every single team that has already secured that slot in the grand finals.
They have to be the late bloomers. They've got no other option.
Yeah,
there is another option that they play the second semi-finals week. That is also up there for the grab. So nothing is really lost for Carnival Gaming. They can still bounce back. But you would obviously want to go in with flying colors because you still have 6 more matches to go. And anything is possible when we've been talking about the new point structure. So along with Carnival Gaming, another name that pops up has to be Prime Esports. Because in comparison to how well they played during the round number 4 into the semis, they have been struggling quite a lot.
Hands down. I mean, Prime Esports, the struggle is clearly noticeable, and the same thing can be said for Rivalry Esports too, right? Looking at the past performance, even from the side of Rivalry, even they were doing quite good. Firepower on the point, placement game on the point, positioning was so good. Stances in the fights as well. We had to talk about this. We knew exactly where the players going to be positioning themselves, and they had a proper stance inside every single fight. And now look at Rivalry in a big state of discomfort.
I think for teams like Rivalry, the new dogs into the scenario, you've got to understand the fact that it's the pressure that's really speaking. During the wildcard, yeah, they were off to a really good start. But when you look at Rivalry's performance in the past, they'd always been squeezing through those rounds.
Okay.
It was those wildcards where we saw them pass through flying colors. Barring that, I think Rivalry, they had been pretty much struggling. And now it is where they're also starting to crumple down to the pressure. So again, the first game that they come into play, that has to be a biggie. Once they find their tempo, their groove, then you can talk about them making a comeback.
Now, let's talk about Lifecraft a little bit here, right? Yeah. The last time that we saw Lifecraft on the screen, Lifecraft, they made that massive bounce back in the wild card with just that one single game. Yeah. And today is the last chance for you to make the comeback. On last day, to hope for a comeback with just a span of 3 games, in my opinion, it's next to impossible.
Yeah, the pressure must be just too high. And at that point, players tend to give up, or that sense of comfort also settles in. Yeah, we have got another week to qualify, so we might as well make it in that. So for Lifecraft, yes, today has to be their fighting day, and we know this team is capable of doing that. Yesterday also, you talk about them coming in the first game of Erangel. They took a fight against Prime, and they also managed to break through that. They had those nice number of finishes. But what is really bothering a team like Lifecraft is them not finding those good positions. So that is one area that they could really work upon.
I mean, at that point in time, they just need to assert the dominance.
Yeah.
You can't even do anything. Lifecraft, they just need to beat the alpha males, and they need to start making their presence known inside of the lobby, because so far, Lifecraft Esports, they've just not been there on the forefront of the action.
Of course, at this point, you know, for Lifecraft, they need to command that respect, like you've been saying, right? They cannot be desperate about it. They've got to go pick up their fights and replicate something like they did in the latter half in that map of Erangel. What was that, 18 or 19 finishes they got for themselves? So that is one of those performances. We've seen Lifecraft do it when everything was against them. They can still do it. It's all about somewhere igniting that spark inside of you. But X-Spark is still inside the lobby, one of the favorites to win this game.
I mean, in the week one in general, a lot of these known names, they have been choking up, right? Even Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh, yes.
Look at the past performance, and now look at it over here. Definitely, it's a bit of a dump in that performance graph, but you never know. Maybe today itself, Hyderabad Hydras can definitely buckle up and start to rack up that pace, because we know these 4 players, we have seen them perform in the past. They have been playing with each other for a long time. So one thing is for sure, synergy is not the main issue.
Yes, synergy is definitely not the issue. They've been playing here. They've been playing the officials under different banners, formerly known as Gen X FM. So they know how to handle the pressure. It's all about finding that good game, and that could be this one. As folks, we do charter into the first game of the evening. It is going to be played in the greener pastures of Erangel, and the flight path trajectory has been causing a lot of trouble to so many of those teams. And this time also would be a similar case, because you've got it going all the way from Novoripnoi towards Siverny, and all those teams dropping down on the western side. You talk about Carnival Gaming, oh, they're going to be in a whole world of trouble.
Oh, they will be. CG moving it all the way towards Gatka. It will be a tough stretch. Maybe drop in towards Bochinki, get their hands on a couple of vehicles, and then move in towards Gatka. That's going to be the ideal approach for them. Or maybe dropping in towards farm, get their hands on the vehicle, basic loot, and then move in towards Gatka. Even that can be the ideal approach. For Global Esports, Siverny's going to be in the way, so that's not going to be an issue. You've also got INS just moving in towards Novoripnoi, so even that's not going to be a concern. And even for TL, they like to move in towards the right side, and that's what they're going to be dropping. Raven Esports is going to be an interesting prospect. Super close to breach inside of that top 8.
For Raven Esports, I think they've pretty much surprised us, all of us, because the 2 days, they've been quite consistent on the block. And if you even talk about the overall standings, not too shabby either. Sitting at around 43 points, 9th position, one good game, they could instantly get themselves back into the top 8. But that's not the bigger issue right now. What really is in front of us is how the others are going to play. Our team Limra had a really good outing yesterday in the first game of Erangel. Need to replicate one of those performances, but Inspiration seems like there could be a drop clash down at Novoripnoi.
High chance. Even Prime Esports is right there. So yeah, this is definitely looking pretty interesting. But Group A and B have been playing this first match for a while. They have been playing on the same map for a while, so they know exactly how to tackle this circumstance. So I highly doubt we might just see this drop collision come through. Inspiration, though, on top of the players in the front, it's definitely going to be an interesting thing to see. Even Raven Esports is quite close to another team. And look at the zone. It forms on the opposite side.
This is exactly what Carnival Gaming needed. They really have to deliver in this game. And by the looks of it, they've dropped right beside the players of Team Raven. They've been searching for those vehicles, and seems like they found one. And we've seen even in the past that in flight path trajectories as such, Team Entity on certain occasions have chased the players of Carnival Gaming down. One of those days where I think it was Akshat who was hunted. It was a different tournament, howsoever, but there's still those possibilities. But Nova Ripnoy is one of those areas that I'm really eyeing out for, because Hyderabad Hydras, they tend to drop around the Milta city, but seems like today Milta is completely stacked. You've got the likes of Team Insane dropping over there. You've got the team Raven around the farm split. So for Team Hyderabad Hydras, they need to squeeze in some space, get some loot done, and need to really rotate ASAP.
Seven Shore Esports. Yesterday they had a chicken dinner in their hands. So yeah, you can't say they might be feeling a little bit better stepping inside of the first game. And Seven Shores, definitely, they do pack a lot of that punch. But once again, being the underdogs inside of the tournament, maybe that confidence is just not there on the Cloud9 yet. That's what they need. Boost the confidence. Get a couple of these elimination points off the rip to boost the confidence in general. And Hyderabad Hydras, you got to talk about them, right? Now moving outside of that city, trying to instantly make it out of that spot. They got their hands on some basic loot. They also got some basic vehicles with them. And now they're looking forward to find a great footing inside of the zone.
Yeah, for Hyderabad Hydras, like we said, feeling a little uncomfortable there. No, they don't like it, and even nobody does. Once you kind of get away from your drop location, you know there are certain other teams, and even the Southern Island isn't safe either. You've got Seven Shore, you've got Prime, you've got Inspiration. So Hyderabad Hydras really need to hit their timings right. For now, they've already started on their rotation, and they do understand the gravity of the situation. They do understand that the center is going to be occupied in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So whatever needs to be done has to be done right now, because in the next couple of minutes, you have that bridge. That also gets exposed. Teams might just go down there and maybe start camping over it, maybe try to get a couple of finishes here and there. So that is also one of the bigger issues. But you know, you were talking about Seven Shore. Yesterday, it was a really good day. I think out of the 3 games they played, one of the games, they Erangel, they had a top 3 position. The second game, getting a chicken dinner, are really in a fighting contestation. Sitting at around 37 points, Necro. I really feel like one good game, maybe 8 to 9 points, and they're also in the top 8.
Of course. But for teams like Hyderabad Hydras, things are going to be a little bit more dicey. Prime Esports as well, all the way on the last page of the overall standings. It will be quite tough to recover from that blow that they have received off the rip. But for teams like Raven Esports, Seven Shores, they're not that far away. Then you've also got teams like Lifecraft all the way towards the top, towards Zarki. And Lifecraft is another one of those prospects that we need to talk about. Considering moving inside of this entire semifinals week 1, I thought Lifecraft, yes, the struggles will be there, but maybe after the day 2, you can see them somewhere close to that top 8.
What is even more exciting, and that is something in with relation to Lifecraft Esports also, is that every single day we are witnessing all these teams experimenting with their drops. Yesterday we saw Lifecraft heading out towards that northwestern Georgia Paul City. They had a fight against Prime Esports. Now look at Prime Esports. They're right down around that Sosnovka Island. So that has been a change in the drops. Even the biggest drop change I really feel has to be the players of RTG IND. They've left Yesnaya. They've got no monkey business over there. They do not want the same things to repeat, to be repeating with them. But for Godlike, you know, we were making those speculations, Necro, that they might go towards the Water City or maybe even around Rozhok. They did not do that. They understood the circle has gone west, so it's better. It's an easier rotation from the southwest Georgie.
Yeah, let's see how easy that's going to look like. They have been struggling with the rotates, that's for sure. So I do not just want to commit anything yet. There's CG in the front lines too. And CG, they like to contest that Big Boy Mountain. They will be going on top of that soon enough. And Seven Shores making this push against the players of Prime Esports. Prime not looking too comfy in this spot, but look at Toxic. He's got no clue. Shanks is right there in the back lines. Inside of that shack, and already Brook opens things up. Seven Shores losing out on that one single man. As Prime Esports, they're just like the snakes inside of their own den. And looking forward, Seven Shores slowly and steadily just dropping down on the man number. It's not looking good as even Aru falls down. And Seven Shores, they're done for.
Yeah, that's a nightmare for Seven Shore, to be honest. With Toxic being the last player surviving up against the world in a 1v4 situation. Does have the DBS to work around with. And all he must be hoping for is to get at least one body. That does not happen either. and 7 shot. They were completely unprepared. And for Prime, they kind of maintained that anonymity, did not move a muscle. But let's not forget that Hyderabad Hydras, they've been hearing all that commotion on the southern side. And this is a really bold move if you ask me, because at this point we were speculating that Hyderabad Hydras will be making an early rotation. But now they want the blood of the players of Team Prime.
It's not a good fight to take.
I think it could be.
Nope. It's
4
going to be a
finishes.
stalemate. It's going to be a stalemate. You will be wasting a lot of that crucial time that you can utilize to place yourself in a better spot inside of the zone. And if you're Hyderabad Hydras, you do not want that. You're still searching for that one good game. And I know Prime Esports, they're not going to move out of that compound for a while because they know they've got some vultures around him.
I sort of partially agree with what you just said, because for Hyderabad Hydras, it's all about finding those good positions. And even yesterday we saw they've been playing from the edges, and it has been clearly not working out. The idea is pretty clear. You want to be the last ones to enter inside the circle, ensure that your backlines are clear. But the intent from Hyderabad Hydra is pretty much the fact that Prime Esports, maybe they would have been unaware, but now with the shots being fired, I think Hyderabad Hydras really need to start disengaging.
And that's what they're doing exactly. Moving away from this fight, considering they do see that wall of death move up. Hyderabad Hydras, no, you need to be the quicker bunch to be in that zone. You cannot keep on challenging this fight for too long. Look at CG, being proactive as usual now. Considering they've got the zone to play with as well for CG, this definitely can be the stars aligned. But we cannot say anything just yet. All it takes is that one single man to get knocked out, who is isolated, and that right there, things can just come crumbling down for you.
I'm really surprised with CG trying a different approach this time. Ideally, they take over Everest, but for now, they've been holding on. For Team Entity, a quick rotate around the southern Pachinki Hills. It managed to spot down the players of Team Limra. Softened a couple of players up, but nothing crucial, nothing really game-changing there. Entity just giving away their position because you've got a couple of other foes also closing in. Carnival Gaming, surely they've heard all that commotion. And Omega and his team, they're backing upon the fact that maybe the circle goes south, but look at this. Omega, he was in the middle of nowhere, and Team Limras, they decided to offer their lives away.
Yeah, free point for CG. Great way to kick things off, in my opinion. CG getting this point claimed. Yep, Omega just running the man over. Esperos, the man who's supposed to be the main playmaker for Team Limra's not been knocked out. And even Raven Esports, of course, from the top, they start to rain down death and destruction. As now Omega, he gets ran over. Instant karma.
That has to hurt. For Carnival Gaming, this time they were blessed with the circle. And Omega, I get it. He was desperate for that finish point. He understood the fact that if he does not take it, there are a lot of sharks waiting to pounce on that opportunity, and seems like it costed his life.
Greed is not good.
Yeah, and now this changes Carnival Gaming's approach completely. They were in the driver's seat inside of this game. Now what do they do?
The funny part is, I just had to talk about this, right? All it takes is that one single isolated player to get knocked out. And that's what exactly happened. Omega, the IGL himself, getting knocked out and finished. And now look at this, Carnival Gaming's confidence. It's instantly going to come down to 50%.
You know what? Just be honest. Have you been pulling those strings again? Because yesterday also in that game of Erangel, whatever you were speaking did come down to be true.
And for some reason,
do you really intend to watch Carnival Gaming perish like that?
For some reason, I feel like Raven Esports is going to be the one to take their lives.
No. Joe, don't change the topic. Have you been pulling the strings? Just give me an honest answer.
Of course not.
You did call for it though.
I mean, I did, yeah. I guess lucky me sometimes. Maybe I should be the one to
just a mean
IGL some of these teams, I guess.
No, that's not
so
gonna
considering
happen.
I can tell them the future. But yeah, for now, Raven Esports,
yeah,
they can spot out the players of CG. And Raven Esports, they're in quite the comfort shoes. So they do not really need to move out just yet. And as I mentioned, there's a high chance Raven Esports can be the one to put the full stop to CG's journey in this game. They're looking really confident in this fight.
You know what, Raven Esports? Now, this is an interesting conversation to be taking on. Because even you would agree, Necro, with every passing day inside the semis, it's starting to get a little comfortable. You know, they're opening up, they're being a little bit more proactive. Those early fights are quite there. Because otherwise, you talk about Raven Esports in the first day of the semis, it was all about trying to hold on to the center of the circle, try to play through it, do not take a fight unless it's absolutely necessary. Even for now, it wasn't really important for them to be just roaming around in the open fields. They saw an opportunity and grabbed it. This is what we love about them. And for Carnival Gaming, well, if you're not taking the Everest, Mavi says it's all going to be his.
Yeah, for free too. CG, they're supposed to move in towards that spot. That's their ideal playstyle.
Yeah.
But for some reason, CG not going there just makes me question. Once again, really speaks volumes about their confidence inside of the game. Because this hilltop also comes in with a lot of those consequences.
It definitely does, no denying that. But there are also instances where even for Omega, if you're speaking from his POV, he might have anticipated the circle to go a little down south. So that is one of the reasons why they wanted to be around those Gatka compounds, and the moment that hard shift happens, they wanted to have close proximity towards the smack center. So that could be the idea, because I don't see the circle going up north.
That's what it seems like.
It's not going north.
I think so. It will.
No,
It will.
It's not
It
happening.
will. There's a high chance it will.
All right.
Just
Your
look
word
at the
against
zone.
mine.
Look at the zone, how it's looking like so far. It's shaping up in quite a great fashion. The first shift was up north, so I think so the second one as well will follow up the same track. But for now, looking at the entire placements of the team, Lifecraft that you've got on the screen, they're all the way towards Georgiapol, barely making it inside of the zone too. I'm not sure what Lifecraft is doing, playing that edge-to-edge gameplay just like Mogo Esports. It's not been working out for these guys though. And Clowny's back in the fray.
What?
I told you, man. I love Clowny as a player. I mean, in 2023, this man was able to do really good.
He's such a great friend of mine, and I don't know if I can say the same. As a managerial role, he's been there, always gets things done, but I don't know if he's been really grinding it out with the team.
In 2023 was really good, though.
Yeah, but it's 2024 right now, and he's not been playing a lot of BGMI.
I mean, let him give it a shot.
I can attest for that. But yeah, he does have experience. He's been there in those big moments, and I think maybe that is something that Lifecraft could need at this point.
What do you know? Just comes out with flying colors, just gets a lot of those elimination points single-handedly, starts to dominate some of the bigger names.
I think for Clowny to be added to the roster is to get that extra bit of filter. For Lifecraft, the biggest issue has been those position points. Now, in terms of taking those fights, they've been there, they've gone against the big dogs, they have defeated them. So I think the idea to really have Clowny back into the fray is to notch things down a little bit.
Stage 2 and Stage 3 is about to commence soon. The next circle shift anticipated to go up north, and that's what happens. Global Esports, with this shift, they spring back to life. Do you have anything else to say?
No, not at all. I just assume you've been up to some dark evil magic, but for now, RTG, IND, a little bit of that pickle. Clowny comes out in the open, hit delivers. As now Viper will also get that finish up on Ralphie Lobster. Getting a quick trade, but the numbers really not helping RTG, IND. Even Arib, really far from his pack. Lobster sniffing out Rigger, but suddenly you could see him just go still. Did not even move. And this is where RTG IND reduced to the last man.
Oh my God.
God gets to have the last laugh.
The third party as well now comes into fray, and X-Park, they're here to claim the free points. Lifecraft, they're in the big world of trouble. They need to disengage from this entire fight, but what they can even do, they've got 2 players knocked out for now. And look at X-Park just stepping inside of the playing field like they own it.
Oh yeah, play it like you own it. And Lifecraft could not have enough laughter on their face, no smile. Nothing to be joyous about as Team X-Park just shredding them apart. So much damage done. And knowing Team X-Park and their DNA, they are ought to be setting up that push. Yes, there you go. Sarang already closing in.
Leading the charge this time in Lifecraft. They've got so much trouble approaching them once again. Sarang just looking forward to find that one single glimmer. He takes the shot. He's actually doing a lot of that damage. And the constant dinks to the head. It finds the knockout. One man goes down. Trigger still in the back line. He's still connecting the shots from that far away. Sarang, precision at the prime.
X-Park, the Hungry Hounds in action. And nothing really could be better than this as Lifecraft. The graves have been dug, and Team X-Park are the undertakers of it. At this point, what do you say? I think they've been just waiting been silent, waiting for that moment to take that stride, pounce upon their foes. X-Pac, nobody does that better. And for Spray God and Sarang, what a tournament they've been having, especially Sarang. Just recently crossed over 300 finishes in the BGMI official tournaments.
I mean, that's what happens when the Prowler finds the blood trail.
Yeah.
He's not going to let it go. He will pounce on top of the prey. X-Spark looking really confident. X-Spark with quite the homely nature approaching this game. Wherever they go, they take their home with them. They make it seem like it's their territory. And in my opinion, the good call for X-Spark can be to push up close and personal against Global Esports at the top. It is going to be the contention for that Big Boy Mountain. And imagine all the vital information right now Global Esports is accumulating. It's going to be so good. But Team Limera, unfortunately, losing out on 2 players. It's going to be Prime on the hunt this time. And Prime Esports, considering they already got a bunch of points to kick things off with, they're already looking comfy.
Wait a second. 7 finishes already? I mean, we saw them take down 7 Shaw. But they still have managed to get 3 more in the process. And yeah, Hyderabad Hydras could have been their victims as they've lost out on 2 of their players also. And this is the fear that I was talking about. The moment you're not the last entering inside the circle, it could be somebody on your backlines waiting to hunt you down. But when you talk about Team X-Pac, I think they will find some solidarity over there, a little far from the others. They're just waiting for that hard shift to happen. In the meanwhile, IQ Soul, a little bit of a pickle against Team Inspiration.
Inspiration for IQ Soul is really not going to be that big of a deal. IQ Soul doing too good in the overall standings. This fight matters a lot for Inspiration, though. And looking at IQ Soul's position, too, in the overall standings, as I mentioned, they're doing decent on the 4th spot. Even if they do lose out in this game, it's completely fine. They can easily make that bounce back in the upcoming game before Inspiration Esports. This is the final chance given to them to make the comeback.
Yeah, for Inspiration, surely. Can't deny. I think the first day was a little decent for Inspiration, but for IQ Soul, they really have to count their eggs right now. Because the moment you are oblivious of Global Esports, they might just race in upon you. And they've got that gunpowder backing along with them. And that is exactly what they're doing. The circle shifting is going to be on towards that southeastern side. But Team Inspiration, like you said, they've been hunkered down to that one little compound. It's just a matter of moments. The moment the smoke dissipates and that one grenade or that Molotov finds that opener, IQ Soul, they're also those hungry hounds and will instantly pounce in once the time arrives.
Understand this, though. With this circle shift, CG, they find themselves in a good spot once again. They are inside of the zone, but considering the front lines is quite the open lance, CG, the only thing they can do is cross their fingers and hope that the circle will be shifting either closer to them or on top of them. And looking at the tide of the circle, so far it seems like it will be shifting right on top of them in the future. But IQ Soul, unfortunately, losing out of Manya, it's not that good of a news considering Manya is caught out in the open. The survival chances are now taken down way too low. IQ Soul losing out on the leader.
Yeah, this was inevitable. Because the way IQ Soul were moving around here and there out in the open, this had to happen. Either Global Esports, but it was Team Insane that managed to open things up against them. But Team Limera, they're starting to fight back. Prime Esports, one of their players already done and dusted, and Ninja Boy from the backlines just trying to poke the players of IQ Soul. Just taking a couple of sprays on towards that smoke, hoping that one connects, maybe a dink on the head, and things could get really nasty. And Shadow, what was he doing? Did he just come to, gauge the situation, scar the land? Because he's starting to play with fire.
Seems like it. Global Esports, they're in quite the comfy shoes for now, but there's a high chance they can third-party Godlike as well in this fray. And Godlike, they seem like they're in a massive sandwich between X-Spark, Entity, and even Global Esports. So I'm not a big fan of this position, Fixes. And that too, this position's in a massive dip. As soon as Global Esports, they start to close on in a little bit more towards Godlike. Godlike will be decimated with the utilities, and even Team X-Spark will start to partake in that fight.
I don't like this either. Now, this one place, you always are kind of under threat from multiple avenues, and yes, this was much needed. Even Godlike do realize that, because Team X-Spark, having them as your neighbors, that's the last thing you would hope for. Especially the kind of form they're in. Already having gotten 5 finishes to their names, not even losing out on a single player. They're always on the prowl, always looking to take those fights. And Godlike, yeah, they've been getting those decent points, but there you go. The barrage begins, Sarang leading the fray, but this time Troy from the backlines will get that knock onto Witsard, and Shadow's still alive though, but not doing anything over there as Admino, he might be in a whole world of trouble as he also falls down.
Godlike getting that little bit of help, a little bit of that sigh of relief from the side of Entity, and they really do needed this as well. Godlike, unfortunately losing out on Admino though, that prime fragger, not inside of the game anymore. And the next circle shift as well comes on the Frez. A shift right on top of the players of Hyderabad Hydra. So now they are the one to swing back inside of the life. But Team Insane not looking too good. Alfui's still up and alive as Shadow, unfortunately, is being knocked out. There's that massive smoke wall. You can see it. But I'm not sure for how long that's going to keep them inside of the game. Look at the amount of utils being tossed in from the side of Inspiration. And Inspiration, they do decide to back away from this spot.
Inspiration, they're literally throwing the entire kitchen shelf out of the window. At this point, almost all of the utilities committed. But Insane somehow have managed to recuperate. But still, not out of the woods yet. It's all about Team Insane trying to get inside the circle. But now, Inspiration and Aiku Soul act as a hurdle for them. One small mistake because now they want to push it. But look at his power sneaking in from the back lines. Oh, this could go nasty.
Oh, Hyderabad Hydra's Insidious as well is able to open things up against Inspiration. I mean, there's too many fights happening at the same time. Even X-Park going on Rampage with 7 finishes. And now Team Insane making that push up close and personal against Aiku Soul. And the man opens up the fray with open arms, pulls out the shotgun as well. Ronnie single-handedly looking to pull forward to put that spanner in the works for Team Insane. Aiku Soul, they've got so many big names in the front, and Team Insane right now is being a big thorn in the way. That's Knuckle, he takes that fight, but unfortunately a third party from Global Esports as well hits them at the same time. Aiku Soul, they've got too many troubles to deal with, and Team Insane, there's a high chance they can come out on top. It's a 1v1 in the end, as Afu is way too low, he needs to patch himself up, but then Global Esports once again with the third party just claiming all the points away.
Ninja Boy just being Loki out there. All that evil thoughts in his mind coming into fruition, making the lives of the players of Inspiration hell insane. They've gone into the gutters, and for Aiku Soul, they are barely surviving on a sliver of HP over there. As Global Esports suffering no casualties, still have managed to get so much done. As now for Inspiration, right next to the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But look at this. Team X-Park really not far away. And this nade sailing through Madrek. Heavy damage could have been done, but barely. Just missed by certain inches.
X-Park lost out to Sarang, unfortunate casualty. And look at Global Esports, they push up close and personal against Godlike. And Godlike, they don't even stand a chance. They're just being toyed with. It's all down to Simp now. And I think the Simp's position is going to be compromised as well with this smoke that he just utilized. And yeah, just like that, Godlike, they take an exit from the lobby, all thanks to Global Esports. An easy sail.
Look at them already on a rampage. 7 finishes accumulated. And looking nigh unstoppable over here. They know they're not going to let Entity pass. No ID, no entry for the players of Team Entity. Only a miracle can save them right now. Global Esports have been such a force to be reckoned with. And at this point, look at them constantly trying to poke the players of Entity, just trying to get that one knock. And that is when they want to commit for the push. But Team X-Park, this time, they would love to pick that fight against Hyderabad Hydras, who are wounded apparently.
They want to push up close and personal now. Finally, they're done playing this game. And the Molotov's actually going to find the opener too, but this time it's from the side of Inspiration. So helping the players of X-Park claim that point for free. Insidious gets completely knocked down and out. And now it's all down to Madrek from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Expectations were there. So many from Hyderabad Hydras, but unfortunately not able to live up to those. And now Madrek single-handedly, I'm not sure what else he can do, considering he's just playing in from that one single corner. Team X-Park moving up as well. They do spot out the players of Entity, make that rotation, and Entity being really proactive in this approach.
At this point though, Team X-Park, they realize the circle has gone away from them. It is a lost fight, no point engaging in that. Carnival Gaming also out of the game, but Starboy really needs to end this. Madrek, the final surviving member of Hyderabad Hydras, and look at him, all lost. And Starboy sent him back to the lobby. At this point, Inspiration Esports still somehow have managed to have 3 of their players alive though, but Team X-Park in real close contention.
Oh my god!
And suddenly, in a jiffy, Team Entity, they are history.
Entity, they were moving in full force. What just happened to them? I guess a big sandwich situation between Global Esports and Team X-Park just wiped out the entirety of Entity. Entity now knocked outside of the lobby. We've got the final 3 teams up to life. We've got Prime Esports, Global Esports, and Team X-Park. X-Park with 12 finishes wrapped up. They're looking so confident in their approach. As Global Esports, they're once again back with all the 4 players. Spray got still knocked out from Team X-Park. Is the revival possible? That's my question. But a good game finally from the side of Prime.
Yeah, Prime again trying to redeem themselves. The last good game we saw from their side was yesterday's Vikendi. But this time, making a top 3 and having those 9 finishes under their belt will certainly have that little smile on their face. But look at Slug. This has to be illegal. How is it even allowed through the smoke? Just gets 2 out of nowhere. Some freebies coming in for Global Esports. 9 finishes accumulated. And yeah, Slug knows where Zoro is hiding.
Prime Esports completely ruled out now. And the last man from the side of Prime, at this point in time, just trying to secure that second spot inside of the game. Team X-Park, they still do get that revival somehow to Spray God. But the Utils, this is once again going to get that re-knock. But instead it's Zoro with that third party. And Zoro is actually playing that spoiler against Team X-Park. They're on the verge of losing out of this game. Zoro, he also gets that confirmation, but he's only got 6 bullets in the magazine. He can't do anything. He needs to close on up against Global Esports to try and do any sort of damage.
Doesn't matter. He's managed to still squeeze in that 1 point, and yeah, Prime Esports, they're going to take this any single day. With the final player of Team X-Park surviving, you've got Ninja Jord, and it is a 1v4 situation. Global Esports almost cruising their way to victory, and Ninja Jord really wants that second position in the bag. As Zoro, he finally gets hunted down. There you go. That's all she wrote. And Ninja, he's made peace with his fate. How much more can he salvage?
Global Esports, icing on top of the cake with this chicken dinner. What a smooth glide that was in this first game of Erangel. Did not even struggle. But for Entity, man, they were moving in full force inside of the zone, but then they just completely pickled down.
Yeah, for Entity, that was such a close call. What else they could have been doing possibly there, right? They were surrounded by the players of Global Esports, yet somehow had a narrow escape just to dig their own graves by the players of Team X-Park. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, Team X-Park getting around 13 finishes, getting a second position finish towards the end, I think they've crossed beyond 70 easily. And that means one thing, we might have our first grand finalists.
Yeah, of course. X-Park, I mean, at this point in time, they've got the cushion to play with. Even Global Esports, you can say the same thing, man. 2 grand finalists easily right there on the board. We had to talk about this, right? Even if they did not really get this chicken dinner, all they needed was 5 to 6 elimination points per game. And they could have easily made it to the grand finals.
And this is where even your words could have really turned right, because you were constantly talking about Carnival Gaming trying to take over that Mount Everest position, but it was Global Esports that got it for themselves, and we all know how it ended. Even for Aiku Soul, I think a little bit of that complacency again setting in, knowing that you're surrounded by your opponents, still moving out in the open, trying to poke that fight against Inspiration. That did turn out to be their kryptonite towards the end, because Insane came in out of nowhere. Inspiration was also firing down on them, but it was Global Esports, and especially Ninja Boy. He was a hungry guy there.
I mean, Ninja Boy just completely on the alpha angles, stealing those elimination points away. Aiku Soul as well being wiped out by that one single man. Then you also had quite an interesting fight brewing up between, I think it was Team Insane and Aiku Soul, where even Team Insane got completely third-partied and eliminated from the game by this one single man, Ninja Boy. So in general, man, Global Esports, I'm just loving the confidence. They're not really shy of taking the fights. Even one single individual player is down to challenge the entire team in the front.
And now they look really solid, quite confident. They know how to, at least conquer Erangel. This circle was really not easy to pass by, but still they did manage to go through by flying colors. But for Team X-Park, yeah, I mean, a really good game in the office. The kind of opening that they really needed. But because from here onwards, they're just going to break open their wings. They are going to go all out. They know that they've made it through the grand finals. Whatever points they will accumulate will be an added bonus. But kudos to the players of Prime Esports also, Necro, because you talk about them making a comeback. Yes, they're in the right direction.
I mean, Prime Esports, they had a lot of elimination points on the
Yes.
name, and that too, also
Around
securing
10, I
that
guess.
third spot in the game. Team X Spark on the second spot, and then you also had Global Esports, so I think so with 12 points inside of the game, getting that
More
chicken
than that,
dinner.
I
So you
guess.
can't say Prime Esports, this is definitely going to be that massive catapult that we're looking for. But let's speak about the teams that were not able to perform here, right? Raven Esports, they were so close to breaching inside of that top 8. Unfortunately, Raven Esports not being able to play their game that well. Hyderabad Hydras, expectations were there. Hyderabad Hydras once again letting us all lose.
I really can't, understand what Hyderabad Hydras are really up to.
Yeah.
Because all the time they've been just shying away from fights, and even during those fights, it feels like they really do not want to take it.
They're
Quite
lost.
unprepared. Yeah, looking quite lost is the right word to call about Hyderabad Hydras at this point. And how do they fix this? Because it's almost pretty much too late. They really need to find those big games. Because the same goes for Carnival Gaming also. Like for Raven Esports, I kind of agree with the fact that yeah, they had a good start. They got that finish on Omega, but that circle shifting away from them, I think that is what caused them to fall
Yeah,
down.
they cracked under that pressure, that's
Yeah.
for sure. And now the same thing can be said for Godlike too. What was that positioning that they were trying to come up with? I mean, Jelly, I don't even know what Jelly's thinking at this point, but some of the positions that this man's trying to come up with are really questionable, and that's really costing his team's life inside of the game.
Yeah, I think Godlike could do a little bit better with the scouting, because what
Yeah.
we've been witnessing is all 4 of their players moving together. It is like, you know what, we're going to play as a unit. If a fight comes in front of us, we're going to take that. But
Yeah.
do that in the early phases of the game, not in the latter halves where you've got teams pretty much everywhere. Because what happened to Godlike was there was stuck between a rock and a hard place. You had the players of X-Park in front of you. You also had the players of Team Entity trying to third party. But eventually, how did they go down? It was the players of Global Esports just running their vehicles, and one after the other, Godlike, they were history.
I mean, Godlike is playing this defensive playstyle that I don't like.
Yeah,
And
me
Godlike, they're supposed to be the aggressive bunch, right? They're supposed to be the alpha males inside of the lobby, but instead, Godlike, they're moving from a checkpoint to checkpoint. And those checkpoints are really keeping them congested, really keeping them compact. And that's also limiting the information that they can try and gather. As you mentioned, scouting needs to be done a little bit more better. And Godlike finding themselves in some of the tricky spots is really showcasing that you just do not really have a proper future proofing.
And not just that, to add on to whatever you just said, is the fact that I really feel like Godlike should be engaging in those third parties, because
They should
with
be.
the lineup they have, they could have really third partied the players of Insane, Aiku, Soul, something that Global Esports were up to, because they had an even better position. But then you could see those cracks opening up, because ideally Godlike, they were trying to play from the edges, but the moment there was that hard shift, they suddenly wanted the center. Just trying to be too greedy over there, wanting everything, really did not get them anything at all in this game. And these are those learning curves that Jelly needs to understand, because you've got the likes of Admino, you've got Jonathan, you've got Sim, and even Jelly lately has been also firing well. So I really felt like if he could have third partied, maybe got a couple of finishes here and there, could have really helped Godlike to kind of maintain that points flow that they've been accumulating.
I feel like the IGL just needs to trust the fraggers here.
Yeah.
Jelly needs to put on a little bit more trust on the firepower, considering he's got a powerhouse in his hands. And if he's not able to handle that well, then the problems are definitely going to be there. He's playing quite passive with this team, and I'm pretty sure this team is not supposed to play this way. They're supposed to be a little bit more of the alpha males inside of the lobby. Just like Global Esports, man. They definitely can pull off the same play style for themselves. Godlike, they can make it happen. But moving forward towards the MVP, you've got Zoro from the side of Prime Esports. Once again, just getting themselves 7 finishes wrapped up with a damage number of 1268, 1 headshots, and the survival time of 2713.
Some really big numbers, especially Prime. Having a kind of a slower start, they were the ones who were playing quite defensive until 7 Shaw. They knocked on their doors, and from there onwards, they never looked behind. Hyderabad Hydras, they also had to, give up to Prime Esports. That little bit of that standstill really hurted Hyderabad Hydras and the timing of the rotations. But when you look at the top 5 performers, you've got Ninja Boy, Spray, got the usual suspects. Really nothing, surprising me, just barring Zoro, that finally that Prime Esports, they've made their comeback. But are we a little too soon over this? Because Prime Esports, we need a couple of more games to gauge the situation. I think the idea from Prime Esports is to somehow enter into the top 8 by the end of the evening.
Well, you know what? Let's move on towards the match summary and find out exactly how many utils were used in that previous game. The longest finish was 361. Wow, I mean, that's the longest one so far that we've witnessed. 6 grenade finishes. You also had 53 finishes dealt out with just the bullets, which is going to be the normal ones. Then you also had 28 rescues, the revivals coming through, 5 vehicle finishes, 49 knockouts, 0 airdrop looted.
What really fascinates me is those 5 vehicle finishes, isn't it, Necro? The first one, we in fact saw it in front of our eyes. I think Omega got that done for his team, and the next moment he was also run over. So all of that going on, but the point standings, look at this. Global Esports easily sailing past 60, but Team X-Park, they've crossed that 72 to 73 point marker with that 19 points secured. But Prime Esports, these 15 points, so crucial. Carnival Gaming, something to hold on to, at least those 5 points. 6 points in comparison to how the first 2 days went. I think still work done in the right direction.
X-Park, they have 81.5 points
Wow.
in the overall table right now. Global Esports with 22 points, of course, doing way too good. You cannot really take that away from them. And then Prime Esports with 15 points. Imagine this massive catapult. Prime Esports started things off in quite a bad position, and now look at these 15 points. They're going to be helping them so much.
I think they might have just entered inside the top 16.
Yeah, they were on the 27th when they started the day.
And good thing for Team Prime there. But when you look at the others, RTG, IND, man, you've got a feel for them because took that fight against Lifecraft, and suddenly after they got wiped out, yeah, I'm getting there. After they got wiped out, yeah, it was Team X-Park. They were on the prowl. But this is what, Necro and I have been complaining about. Godlike Esports, barely, even getting anything at all. 0 point is where they finished at. And yeah, by godlike standards, this is not acceptable. They could have done so much more.
They just haven't gotten anything. 0 points in the first game of the day. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm trying to convey. They've only got 5 more games in the hand. Yes, they're quite close to breach inside of that top 8. They still need that one massive game. But how are they supposed to get that one massive game when they're struggling to find that footing inside of the zone?
And this is where you cannot really bring this argument that they did not have the circle. I really feel like this was a really good zone for Godlike. Could have really capitalized. Them really trying to engage in contest for the center, I think that is where they dug their own graves.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike just overthinking a lot of those thoughts. And as I mentioned, Jelly just needs to put the trust on the firepower of this team. He's got a firehouse. He's got an entire powerhouse in his hands. And if he uses this powerhouse in the right direction, things will definitely be better. But let's move on and look at this short promo for now.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स. है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
I mean, after witnessing such confidence and such gameplay inside of the entire esports community, even I have been quite eager to play the game myself. And I'm pretty sure all the viewers will be as well, so make sure to download the game on their devices right now. Let's move on forward with the conversation, right? Yeah. A lot of the known names struggling. Of course, Ikusol as well in that previous game was not able to do that great, but it's fine. At least they're there in the top 8.
Yeah, for Ikusol, it's all about, the moment the alarm bell, tolls, that is where they get alert. They do not make those mistakes anymore because this one was a comedy of errors. On multiple occasions, we could see them just constantly being on the prowl. They have been going out in the open. They feel like, yeah, they've dropped that smoke, but still bullets do pass through that smoke. And pushing that fight, engaging against Insane and Inspiration at the same time, too much on their plates. But what happened? Who eventually took them down? It was Global Esports, one man, Ninja Boy. So yeah, Ikusol, they've also understood that they really cannot get reckless like that. But at the same point, they have a little bit of that cushion to live with. So nothing really, it's kind of not the end of the world for Ikusol, to be honest.
And speaking of CG2, it's a wake-up call now.
Yeah.
2 more games to go, and if the comeback is not here right now, well then, good luck inside of the week 2. That's all we can say, right? CG, they've only got 2 more games to establish this comeback, and if CG fails, well then on the last day, their backs are going to be against the wall, and all 3 games need to be perfect.
Oh yeah, it has to be. I think no margin for errors, at least for CG over here. But a team that has been committing barely any error has to be Team X-Park. You look at their map performances in Erangel, and it has been nothing short of stellar, right? They've played 9 matches, and these are the stats till the wildcard that we get to see in front of us, that they qualify till round number 4, in fact, because 64 finishes, that's some beautiful numbers out there, 9 matches, I think getting 90 points, averaging around 10 per game, that's really good.
Really good in my opinion. Team X-Park, once again, they have been consistent when it comes to the firepower. Look at the finishes too. 64 finishes racked up in just the span of 9 matches. Now, that is super impressive. Team X-Park always frag heavy, always so confident.
Yeah, definitely. And you know how X-Park have been constantly evolving also, because there was a point we were only talking about Ninja, but suddenly, Spray God came into the fray,
Oh,
and
yeah.
even Sarang. And, once every pieces have aligned, they've, fit together, I think this is one of those teams that we have to go on to say has a nice chance also on clinching the trophy.
I mean, that's the funny part, right? When the tournament started, we were raising a lot of those question marks on X-Park,
Yeah.
especially on Spray God, him not being able to perform. And now the fact that Spray God's rising up and making waves when it matters the most, I'm pretty sure the fan base of Team X-Park is going to be super stoked, and they just can't wait for the players to hop inside of the grand finals.
Definitely. For X-Park, I think already a huge sigh of relief
Yep.
for the fans, especially, after the little bit of a fall in the BMPS and, BGIS, they pretty much came third. But that was a little bit of a different roster. I think Sarang still stands there, but the remainder of the players have been changed. But when you talk about X-Park and their journey, I think you can actually make a documentary on this. But moving on ahead, X-Park, they've qualified. But I'm really concerned about the teams that haven't. And this is where Hyderabad, Hydras, I really want to talk more about Carnival Gaming and
Yep.
how could they've done things better.
I mean, for CG, as I mentioned, they should have just stuck to the script.
Yeah.
As soon as you see those type of circles, CG, the first thing they like to do is move on towards that big boy mountain. But this time they did not really do so. And I think so it's all thanks to all that commotion that's going on in their head. They're just fighting a lot of those demons. They're overthinking a lot of these possible scenarios. And that's why they did not stuck to the proper script that they have already written.
Yeah, but for now, I think CG, they've got a little bit of a time to speculate on that because they won't be playing this game as, folks, as we have the matchup. Is going to be Group A taking on Group C. So we've got FS coming into the fray. Team Tamila has also been quite consistent. Aru, they really need to pick the pace up. NIY, they have been struggling as hell. Mogo Esports, yeah, not the best day in the office yesterday. LOC have been all guns blazing, but they need some points on the board. And Kemi next, Venom, one of those teams, really hoping that they make a comeback today. Magnet had a decent outing in that Miramar game yesterday. It's not going to be easy, but we do have a little bit of a switcheroo over here. We've got another neck bro, the other neck bro joining in. Necros on the desk, and you were watching the first game and were equally frustrated with what certain teams were really up to. And what's up? What's on your mind?
I really feel like fixes that. Yes, as you mentioned, there are certain teams, the performance is dipping down. Carnival Gaming is one of them, not gonna lie. Because the start that they had when Omega got the first finish, I really thought, this can be the start of their comeback. Because again, 2 days left for this week to get over. This is the second last day, as we mentioned. But somehow, I am still feeling that, Omega needs to stay alive in the end phase of the game and also support his teammates in the terms of communication, in terms of callouts, because I really believe this is not the Carnival Gaming, or this is not the kind of playstyle that we used to see come up from Omega's side.
And this was supposed to be one of their circuits. And I get the idea of what Omega was really trying to do, get a finish point, get back to his teammates. But so many teams were rotating at the same time, and he was just far away from his home. Now, this is where the conversation really arises that, have Carnival Gaming already given up? Because at this point, they also know that even if they fail to make it inside the top 8, there's still another chance.
Yeah, that kind of safety cushion is actually working out for a lot of teams. The teams who are still struggling in the bottom chart, the bottom 8 teams, I would say, they are still thinking that, yes, this week is gone. It's not possible for us to, again, climb up and get our spots done in the top 8. So we'll have this safety cushion kind of comfortable position for ourselves, and we'll try in the next week. But for the teams like Godlike, I want to bring up that topic because I was really kind of sad about the fact, because that kind of position that they were in was really not right. I mean, you just can't afford to do these kind of mistakes in a circle where you can be benefited.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of fingers are going to be questioned at that rotation that was, made by Jelly over there. But again, for Godlike, so far this has been one of those off games where they could barely manage to get a couple of points. Because other than that, they were still pretty much in the race. We were talking about them starting the day at the 12th position. Not really a bad position to start with. But yes, this has been a little bit of that setback. But this is where, the other conversation really pops up. If the teams are really thinking that they've got a safety net, they're going to be coming into play in the second semi-final. But don't you think then, if that is the case, then they should be going really aggressive?
Yeah, aggression is your best defense as of now, because the point table does give you that kind of intel that you need to be a little bit aggressive. You need to be a little more I would say, hungry for those finishes, then only you can climb up the ladder. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we have got the map of Golden Sand ready in front of our eyes as the big bird is going to take the flight high up in the sky, and we will be seeing the flight path coming up on our screens. And now it's starting from the bottom areas of El Pozo and will be ending in the areas down of Puerto Paracio.
Again, a very long stretch for so many of those teams heading towards the northeastern side, or maybe even towards those eastern areas, and even the northern side. That's going to be such a tough glide over there, and that really makes us vulnerable to witness a lot of those early vehicular collisions, but we love that. But what I'm really excited to see in this game of Miramar is Necros a good circle, and a little bit of those early fights won't really hurt also as well.
Yep. For a lot of teams, I would say, like, as we saw earlier, right, we saw Prime Esports coming up back in their prime form, I would say, because
Yeah.
it was much needed for those boys. Finally, if you get the momentum, if it's not this week, but in the next week for sure, if you carry forward that kind of momentum in the next week to qualify and make your spot in the top, in the next 8 teams for the grand finals, it is quite needed. But now, I have my eyes on Magnet Esports as well. One of the teams those who have made a good comeback for themselves. Yesterday we saw their game in the map of Miramar. It was really decent.
Yeah, for Magnet Esports, definitely. But again, looking at this team, the way they played in round number 4, Sarwar, one of those players, did have a lot of limbs to his name. And just barring that first game of Miramar that they came into play, the other games really did not go their way. Yes, we have seen those clutchy moments. Yes, we've seen those individual brilliance, but nothing really that we can talk a lot about for Magnet Esports, especially them being such a nice prospect. But oh, this has to be painful. Global Esports, they've got their eyes set at the players of Chem and Venom, and for Chem and Venom, nothing has been really going right.
Just utilizing the opportunities. Mavi has always been that man to hold the command of his team. He is the IGL for sure, but you can look at it. Hyderabad Hydras, they might have an early start for sure. And the first pick of this particular map comes up from a vehicle. We were kind of talking about those vehicles in the previous match as well, fixes when Necro was on the desk.
Yeah.
And right now it seems like it is going to continue for such some more maps.
Yeah, it always will, because if you have a really bad flight path trajectory, that is going to set off a lot of those teams to fall, and that has been the case. And yes, couple of losses here and there, but Team Tamila, such an interesting team to now talk about, because the first day I felt like was a little bit of a disaster, but yesterday was a really good recovery.
They are still looking forward to kind of complete or settle down in the top 8, I would say, by
They're
the
in
end
third
of...
position.
Yeah. They're in 3rd position, and they will be looking forward to like kind of seal the deal today only. They don't want to push it to the final 3 games, and I guess they will be able to do it because of the gameplay that they have already had. This is the first match, as we are seeing, Team Tamilas coming into the picture in today's day, and all the teams of Group C as well. FS Esports, another team in my mind, because they had another chicken dinner yesterday. 2 chicken dinners in their name, and they are the only team to have 2 chicken dinners as of now in this entire semi-finals.
Yeah, just till the moment, Global Esports got the previous one. But yes, like you said, completely agree with you. And we are to be blamed for that, because, being commentators, FS has been one of those teams that has been always on the block. The first day also top 3, second day also managed to keep that top 3 position. And we haven't talked enough about them. And this team has been quite consistent on the block, even if they're not getting those chicken dinners, they're winning those fights. Trey Scott, Wizard, 2 players really to be talked about, and even their IGLing has been down to the T. Perfect.
You can't even forget Clutch, right? That man has got some serious need connections previously in the map of Vikendi. And every time, so precise nades. It was really like a blessing to our eyes that we were seeing those connections happening. But another team in the question, LOC Esports, they are also trying to make their spot or trying to make a good comeback. For now, I would say it's a little late, but they are still keeping the hopes alive in the 19th spot for now. They don't have a lot more points, 29 on the board, but I really believe if one chicken dinner comes in their way, that can be that one golden opportunity that they are seeking for.
I think for all those teams, especially the teams in the mid-pack, The idea is to cross 50 somehow. Now, being at 29 points, all you need is to just play like Prime Esports did, like Global Esports or X-Park did. And LOC, I think they've got the players who are capable of pulling that off. This is a team, suddenly one moment they get really angry and they get a 15 to 16 points chicken dinner. So that is what is needed of LOC at this point. And if they can, somehow get it, then maybe you're looking at them also making it to the grand finals right from the week 1 of the semis. But for Kevin X Venom, man, nothing. I mean to say, nothing has been going right. The only one good game was that game of Vikendi. That is pretty much it.
I guess they are having a very bad time, specifically in this week 1. It might be possible they will try to do something better in the week 2 because I don't see them qualifying in the top 8, at least from this week. But as you mentioned, there are a lot of teams I really want to see, Fixes in the grand finals. LOC is one of them. Magnet Esports will be one of them. But I really believe that even if they have got 1 or 2 good matches for themselves, Magnet Esports still need to do a lot more work on their entire game as a team. They need to evolve much more in a better way so that they can kind of have that impression over all the audience that, we are also an underdog team and we have made it this far by our own hard work.
Yeah, of course, Magnet Esports are one of those teams that nobody really knew of before we got to see them in the round number 4. That is where, I started feeling like, yeah, they're the real deal and could do a lot more. But sometimes, when you are the newbies on the block, it's your first major official and you've made it so far, that's the pressure also really surmounting on you. And this is where even the best of the minds start falling down. So for Magnet, I think a little bit of that reliance on the IGL is needed because I feel like this as a team has that firepower. It's just not Sarwar. Yeah, round 4 was all about Sarwar, but now we've seen the others also stepping up. Chandan, Bijoy, all of them doing their job. So I think I really want to see more out of the players of Magnet, but for now, 7, sure. Now this is one of those teams that, Necros, I wanted to talk about because yesterday was really a good day in the office, but today the start has been quite miserable.
We'll be looking forward to get the momentum back. Once again, everything for now, for the teams at least till the 16th spot, is just about one good match. You get 1 chicken dinner, you get almost like 20 bomber a game, you are good to go for the top 8. But again, Fixes, it all comes down to the consistency. You get one match, it can just push you to the top 8, it can get you in the top 8 in the safe zone, but to be in there, it's the biggest task for all the teams.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's so easy, right? Yeah, top 8. So yeah, easily done. They need these many points. One good game, and sometimes it's that one good game. And who knows that more better than I think Gujarat Tigers. Who knows that better than another one? What was the team? I think Medal Esports. I mean, Mogo Esports still qualified.
Yeah.
But imagine, I'm talking about the wildcards, right? They were sitting at around 34 points, and they still had 3 more games to go. And despite that, they flustered. How much could they get? Around 3 to 4 points. And hey, they're out of the tournament. But yes, this is something that we got to witness right in those early phases of the game. RTG, IND, and Global Esports, both the teams individually suffering a loss. But for Global Esports, I think things are looking quite sunny. Let's be honest, Necros, because this is one of those teams that I feel like has done majority of that heavy hitting. It's all about getting 10 more points, and then we can say that, yes, they're also one of those teams that has already qualified.
You know what? By the end of this day, we can kind of have a gist about at least the top 5 teams are confirmed to qualify for the grand finals. And
yes.
Everybody wants to be there. Already in the top 5 spot, you can see so many big names. X-Park, Iku Soul, FS are one of them as well. I'm really looking forward. You know what? FS, they're doing good. I mean, they're doing amazing, to be honest. But still having the kind of feeling that, you can go a little bit aggressive, get some like a 15, 20 finish, like 15, 18 finishes a game, make it a big one for yourself. The cravings are there inside me for now.
This reminds me of a saying, fake it till you make it. Kind of hiding their true colors once they feel like they've also crossed that 70 marker. Just wait for FS Esports. They'll also be all over the place. So I think for FS Esports, considering, looking at this roster, it's relatively new. And for them, yeah, we've seen this org even in the past, but the players yeah, there have been those changes, there have been those tweaker rounds, and this has to be one of their best stages so far, considering still in the top two when you've got so many of the biggest stalwarts. I mean, looking by all means, these are the top 32 teams in the country, and these are the official events that really matter. And for FS to stay tall in that second position before the day began, I think that is quite a tall feat that they've already managed to achieve. Now, if they cross that 70 marker, I think that is where maybe tomorrow, where we get to see some high fragging games from them.
It can be, and I mean, we have seen this kind of things happen in the wildcard phase as well, when the teams, they knew that they are going to qualify for the semi-finals, they were looking forward to go a little bit aggressive. Aiku Soul is a prime example of it. But for now, again, Team Tamil Nadu, if we just bring up their discussion, this team, this organization has been so old. I mean, for a longer period of time, we have been seeing these players only playing all together. There has been a little bit of tweaks and changes, but the constant performance, it's permanent.
Yeah, have pretty much been there right from the inception of this game. And, you know, they had this crown on their head. They were the kings of Miramar. Surely, but times have changed. But still, you've got a couple of those older players here. You've got Manti. Definitely want to see more out of him. IGL has been really leading the team pretty well, considering how rough their journey has been, especially from grind into the stages they came in next. I think, yeah, for Team Tamilas, it has also been that redemption storyline, because whenever it comes onto the mainstream media, that we all talk about Owace making that comeback, Mavi making the comeback, but it is also the players of Team Tamilas. I mean, quite a lot of those older names there. Maxi's there, you've got Manti there. They've all a lot to prove. So, yeah, that is there. And let's not forget, even they're playing against their older org. You've got Hyderabad Hydras right in front of us.
These kind of in-game rivalries always brings up the sparks inside the game. Outside the game, like, every player are like brothers, and that's the beauty of this game, right? You get to play against your close friends, but in game you're like, we need those points, guys. We need those finishes for ourselves to qualify, and there is that arch rivalry that begins. But for now, RTGXI and once again not having a great time inside the radius of LOC, it seems, and just my opinion, Fixes, I really don't like that compound just getting, like, try to hold off or try to just stay calm in that way.
No, for RTG IND, what I feel, like you said, I completely agree with you. That is one of those worst compounds to be at this point. Not only you have to get inside the circle, but also deal with the players that are raining hell upon you from above. And if LOC take it upon themselves that they're not going to let them pass, there's no way RTG IND get out of here alive without suffering casualties. So for RTG IND, I also feel like, you know, now they know they've hit the rock bottom. They could not go worse than this. And this is where they also might have to make peace with the fact that they will be playing week number 2. So might as well go a little bit aggressive, but not like this. Not in front of Destro Lobster, but still a beautiful player though. But Destro has some assistance. And RTG IND, another huge loss. And now they're just down to 2 men.
In the entire semi-finals, we have seen RTGXIND, the players, they're not getting taken down in a proper 4v4 fight, I would say. Like, yeah, sometimes it is, but majority of the times, it's all those solo players getting picked off one after another, and that is causing their demise. I really believe that RTGXIND, they need to focus more in their games, otherwise, I don't even see them qualifying from the week 2.
Yeah, for RTG IND, definitely. You know, even I have no doubts whatsoever, because if they had to stage a comeback, that had to be today. And the first game did not go their way. The second game has almost gone out of their hands. And with just one more game remaining, I think, you know, we would be asking for too much. But yeah, like you said, right, RTG IND, we'll get to see more of them next week. Maybe they wanted some extra game time, just like Carnival Gaming, regardless. If we move on ahead and talk about the teams that are in the circle, right? Global Esports, right at the smack center. You know, this is one of the circles where Aiku Soul really seems to prevail. And one of those games where I think Aiku Soul, they might have heard a mouthful from Manya, the way they played in the previous game. And this is one of those games where they can instantly redeem themselves.
You know what? I have some mixed opinions on that fight where Aiku Soul got taken down. I mean, I really thought, you know, that was not the ideal position, and there was nothing that they could do. I mean, they tried to take a fight, but the way Ninja Boy stepped in, the way Global Esports made the third party happen, it's not easy to kind of survive between all those teams. Insane coming from behind. In front of you, have one team to deal with. It always runs in your mind at what to do next. But for now, the Boogiemans again, they have opened the lobby for themselves. But Elcraft, they're also engaging themselves with Keminex Venom.
Yeah, I'm really getting excited with watching Clowney come to play his first game. He did
Yeah.
manage to get a finish. And yeah, for Lifecraft to have made such decisions, that is a big call to make. But also even Lifecraft do understand that they're still in the race. But they did manage to take down RTGIND previously. But Team X-Park on the hunt. And this time, they're going after the players of Keminex Venom. Now, this is not a good news for Keminex Venom because they have been suffering. I think the confidence, their morale has been pretty low. But, coming back to that discussion about Aiku Soul and then that point, them being helpless, I really felt like they should have been the ones letting the teams go ahead of them. And then maybe they could have taken a couple of the players down. But them being the proactive bunch, always in an edge to take a fight, things went awry for them.
Talking about the circle as well, Fixes. As we see so many teams trying to gather themselves in the urban areas of Monte Nuevo. This has always been one of my favorite drop spots in the map of Miramar. And if you have that high rich control for yourself, if you have that, what I call the factory area in your control, that upper ground will grant you the opportunity to take a lot more finishes for your name. And it seems like Global Esports, a team who was holding this position for a longer period of time, now will be causing a lot more trouble once again to the boys of Aiku Soul.
Yeah, the bad boys strike again. Global Esports. Yeah, they've always been mischievous. And again, Aiku Soul under heavy threat. Because at this point, I think Aiku Soul, they decided to go to maybe another drop area. But whilst they were rotating, that's where they got picked off. But for Slug, alright, some hefty amount of damage done. But I think Aiku Soul really need to wait this one out.
Hey, we had the kind of rivalry before with Aiku Soul versus Godlike, but now it seems it's Global Esports versus Aiku Soul. So many matches, but these two teams, the clashes started from the map of Sanhok as well. The drop clash, yes, we knew that. But right now coming down to the map of Erangel, the Miramar, it is just turning the heat up so much. And it seems like these two teams, they have a lot more to kind of settle down within themselves. Beast has also been taken down. So Global Esports, they're also down to like 3 players. Has to see what are we going to get. But for Global Esports, they have the eyes on 7 Shore.
Yeah, but another lifeline for a lot of those teams, especially the ones that have taken a loss. Yeah, Aiku Soul, I think the fans will have a sigh of relief. Yeah, one player done and dusted. For Global Esports also, another chance in trying to keep all 4 of their players alive and get a chicken dinner. Yeah, rehosts are something that we really do not want, but still at the same time, we want to ensure that we have proper fair play, that everybody's inside the lobby, nobody's facing any sorts of issues. So that is there. And good enough because we get to talk more about that first game, because there was that discussion about Aiku Soul that we really wanted to have, and yeah, the game was going on, so I had to kind of change the subject there. But yeah, like you said, for Aiku Soul, you had this opinion that they should have, they were helpless, right? Can you elaborate or can you talk more about it?
I really felt like, that compound, it's like divided into 2 small compounds, right? Aiku Soul decided to take the fight. They wanted to clear the team, those who were in the bottom compound, because that was really crucial for them to get their grounds in a stronger way. So for now, I really believe that even when they had the grounds, they were completely focused on that one team. Global Esports were rotating. So from the upper hills, they had the upper ground advantage, and Insane was there in the backyards just having a good compound. So a lot of visuals were there, and it was also an open area. For them to survive through the smokes, it's not easy because those are like temporary covers.
Of course, I agree with you. Now, everything that was an ideal situation that you did say. But, my argument comes in this way is that the fact that you need to understand that these are those circles where teams will be right beside you. And how did it initiate? I think Aiku Soul, they were itching to take a fight against Inspiration, and suddenly somebody from the backlines, I think it was Insane who managed to get a knock. And then they realized, oh, it is Insane also. But in the next passing moments when the screen comes on the players of Aiku Soul, you could see Insane had already closed. in. And that time Global Esports were right up above. And even Global Esports, they were taking quite a lot. They were also firing a lot of shots at the others also. So I'm pretty sure that IQ Soul had an idea that Global Esports likes to take over the hills, because the hills are one of those areas that are always contested. Either it's Carnival Gaming or else it's Global Esports. So they had all that picture in their mind, and despite that, they decided to still go out in the open. And this is where discussion comes around, because for inspiration, they were also in those nearby compounds. But let's not forget, they managed to escape while IQ Soul and Insane fought it out.
Yeah, that I would say that was a big or golden opportunity for Inspiration Esports. Otherwise, the story could have been different.
Yeah.
Insane had the entire focus on IQ Soul. They did not even know. I don't know whether they were aware that there was a team Inspiration Esports just holding that compound that was below them. So if they had, it was fine. But again, they had a kind of fighting against IQ Soul. Global Esports coming up from the back line. So a lot of things there. But we'll have a look on the overall standings as well as after the match number 1,
Yes.
how it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Team X-Pac will definitely stand tall there. 81.5 points for them. Global Esports, like discussed, 68. I think just a couple of more points, 3 or 4 points, and they're also through. And this is, again, the imaginary cutoff, which could go way high or could go much lower. We don't know. We do not know until tomorrow ends, right? But for FS, for Seoul, yeah, they're still in the race. All the teams, in fact, are in the race till even the number 16 position, Prime, 36.5 points. Now, imagine if the next game they come into play, they get around 12 to 13 points, would easily be inside the top 8.
Yep. The top 8 is still like the 6, 7, 8. That's 3 spots, or I would even count the 5th spot as well. It seems like, yes, there can be a lot of changes. Not a big difference, as you mentioned earlier. But even for like Prime Esports, they've jumped up to top 16, 36.5 points for themselves. Even 7 Show, they're in the race. It is a kind of, I would say, vulnerable spot for THW, Insane Esports, Godlike Team Aru to just hold on like that. They need those good matches in their favor, otherwise they might also be replaced.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that this is so volatile. Anything can happen any given moment. And this is where, we really wanted to talk about Magnet also. Because Magnet being such an amazing team, 31 points, not too shabby. But the position points, that is one of those areas that they could really work upon.
They have to look forward. A lot of teams, you can see, thanks to this kind of point system, a lot of teams that are orienting themselves around those finishes. That's why you can see like 20, 25 points almost closing up to the finishes. But when it comes down to the placement points, yes, Magnet Esports, LOC, as you mentioned earlier, followed by that, even Team Limra is there. You can talk about a rivalry, Carnival Gaming, the main topic that we were discussing earlier in this day as well when we started. They are not getting the placement points at all.
Yeah, this time also. But this time somehow they had around 5 finishes to their name. So I think a silver lining for them. But like discussed, right? Keminx, Venom, look at them right at the very bottom. RTGIND, even for Lifecraft. And heck, look at this, 18 finishes in 7 matches. And in that wildcard, the final day, Erangel, they come to play and they get 19 in just 1. So I don't know what has really gone wrong. They've kind of removed Pasha from the playing for, added in Clowny, a big question mark. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Clowny has been one of the oldest players. I think he and I pretty much started playing together. And yeah, he's got a lot of that resilience. He's been a part of those bigger rosters. He's had a time. He has had a spell in Reckoning as well with the likes of Punk, Immortal. He's got a lot of experience backing him up. But lately, the big question mark, he's not been very active in the competitive circuit. Is that going to affect him? That's the big question.
Yep. Experience always gives you a key that you can be that breakthrough point in which your team might get the good performance, but always it comes down to the practice that we were always talking about. Yes, Clowny can also be the X factor. So far, he has tried his best to get a lot more value, but also we've got some promo coming up, a short promo for sure, and let's have a look on it.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा। अरे मिल गया। Let's get spinning.
Alright, the Mercury Soldier set and the first spin just cost 10 UC. And you can try that. Who knows, you get that beautiful, dazzling, gleaming set, or maybe that QBZ, which is also up for grabs. And let's not forget, that could be upgradable as well. So let us know if you unbox anything, DM us on our socials. But heading on ahead, back to business, right? Game number 1, it is done and dusted. We were talking about Lifecraft, the addition of Clowney, and how it is going to impact. The first game, yes, I think he did manage to get a finish. They were trying to make those changes. It was working out till X-Pac happened.
Oh man, X-Pac, they literally hunted them down like anything. I was like, wait, why are they chasing them outside of the circle? But Elcraft were running for their lives, but X-Pac, they had no mercy on them. But talking about, again, the map performance of Miramar, Mogo Esports, they already have 54 finishes in their name and they've played 8 matches. So this is the stats that depends on the 8 matches that they have played.
Have been quite consistent in Miramar if you look at it. 8 games played, averaging at around, I think, 9 points, some 5 points or something. I think they've been playing quite decent. For Mogo Esports, in the first day of the semis, the first game, they get a chicken dinner. Yesterday also, if not a chicken dinner, they were getting those finishes on the board. So they've been quite consistent, Mogo Esports, especially, you know, after them being tagged as the defending champions of the BGIS. So much of a storyline going behind Destro, because, you know, if he lifts the trophy once again, this trophy especially, I think his name will be etched in history. He is going to be immortal forever, because no other player has even gotten close to what Destro is about to achieve if he wins the BGIS this time. But again, you know, Lifecraft, Clowney, you know, we talked about it. I really want to see in the next matches to come, and it's understandable at a one point of time, instead of us being too critical and raising so many questions. I think this is something we wanted, because when you correlate with Carnival Gaming, you and I both wanted Hector.
Exactly. I am still on that point, Fixes. I still want Hector to come in. If you ask me why, I really think they need a support player. Yes, they've got the Assaulters. Akshat, Neo, Goblin, 3 of them, they have got the entire powerhouse within themselves. They can go all in whenever they are required. But right now, to kind of get the stability inside this team, there has to be one support player, and Hector is the ideal choice for now. And this, if not now, you can't experiment, because Carnival Gaming, they're not in a position. I don't think they're going to make it in the first week. I have my different opinions about it, but if they want to try something, this is the right time.
Yeah, I also completely agree with you, because like you said, a very important point being brought up, because if Carnival Gaming wants to experiment, I think this is the perfect time to really get Hector into play. And yeah, the things haven't really been going their way, but the previous circle could have easily been theirs. That could have been one of those games where Carnival Gaming could have ended up with a chicken dinner. And the way their journey has been, round number 4, it wasn't that well, it wasn't that great, they could not make it. In the wildcard, it was a whole different story. And it's all been about that roller coaster ride going on for Carnival Gaming. So ideally, according to the script, they should be performing well in the second week of the semi-finals. Head on inside the grand finals. We will all be having our fingers crossed over that. But one thing for sure, that the second match is ready. It is going to be right on your screens. As fasten your seatbelts, folks, we will be heading into the map of Miramar.
This is again going to be the map of Golden Sand as we take off for the second time in this day for sure. This is the second match, but this time the flight path, it's quite different from what we saw earlier. Starting from the bottom areas of El Azhar, ending in Mar, this is the ideal flight path that every team desires, that they get in the particular map of Miramar itself, so that they can reach their drop locations safe and sound.
Yeah, I think this is much better. Much better, especially if you're global esports, even if you are RTG IND, you're not going to be losing out on the numbers. And for RTG IND, when things were literally looking so rough for them, because they already were down 2 men, this has to be another lifeline. And at this point, yeah, a couple of the players might not be happy about it also, especially Mogo, considering they had a finish to their name. Even Global Esports getting 1 player of IQ Soul. But still, I think for them, it's a mixed bag, because they also had lost out on one of their players. So it's going to be a-okay.
RTGX IND will be the happy boys.
Yeah.
No doubt about it, because the kind of start they had, they were like, oh man, not again, not another match going down. But now, finally, this is a chance, I really believe. See, when you know you're not qualifying from the week 1, you have a room to experiment. You have a room to try out some new things before the week 2 starts, because in the week 2, I really don't want to see any mistakes from any other team, because if you do a mistake, you have to know, you have to be assured that you're not qualifying for the grand finals.
Oh yeah, I think no room for error, like you said, in week number 2, and now teams. I think it makes things much better even for the teams that will be participating in week 2. Is that they know how the other team, how the opposition team plays, and what rotations could they change, because now they've completely will be gauging the situation. Now this is where the analysts really come into play. How much homework have they done? How much extra hours the IGL are going to be putting inside of researching of what could they do better, because the competition again, it's not going to be easy, right? It's going to be so much tougher, because then you actually have survival on the line. For now we've given them a little bit of that cushion, and yeah, the safety net is being really really I think misused, to be honest, at this point. But looking at the circle, I think Kemin X Venom should have a smile on their faces. Where do you think the circle is going to end though?
I still feel like it can end in the areas of around the areas of crater fields. I mean, down crater fields, southern side, having those ridges for themselves inside the circle. But Igosol, as the flight path was not favoring the kind of drop location that they go into the areas of La Cobreria, they couldn't reach there, so they decided to go towards the area of Monte Nuevo. They would have been very happy if they could have gone to the La Cobreria area, but Global Esports exploring the drop locations of Hacienda, as there is no godlike. But having that M24, that's a different choice in my opinion.
Hey, they're just making do with whatever they got at this point. But like you said, I'm also surprised, because even in the previous match of Miramar, before the game was rehosted, they tried to experiment. They tried to go towards power grid. Now dropping down on Hacienda, when they ideally or usually in majority of the tournaments head towards as far as Torre Amuda or Campo Militar. So Global Esports are also in a position where they can actually experiment, maybe trying something out for the grand finals, because I for know one thing for sure, this team is heading there.
They even have got that kind of confidence, right? They know if any team comes up in front of them, if they are trying to engage themselves in any fight, they are in such a form, the players are in such a kind of in a geared up mode that they can take any fight, they can get the finishes done. So it doesn't matter in which drop they're going. If it's empty, it's fine. They don't want to have them involved in any early clashes. But when it comes down to fight, Global Esports never backs off.
Never. That's not in their DNA, at least.
G fighting.
Always fighting. Either they're winning or they're losing, but they always end up fighting. That is one of the constants in life. But for Aiku Soul, or maybe it could be devastating for Lifecraft. Viper already taking some massive amount of damage. At this point, could do nothing but try and patch himself up. And this has to be a narrow escape, or maybe the players of Aiku Soul might be out on a hunt.
Always being nasty. Always being the bad boys in the lobby. Aiku Soul will be looking forward to get some values out of it. Though it's still the early phase, they've got the loots done. And as far as I know, Manya, he will be looking forward to get his own comfortable spots inside the circle. He is aware that not a lot of teams will be rotating towards the northern side, so the areas around like crater fields should be vacant, and he will be definitely looking forward to grab a spot around that corner.
Right, so Aiku Soul, they're also experimenting perhaps. Not go to West La Cobreria, we're quite happy docked at Monte Nuevo. It get decent loot done, and yeah, really close to the center. I don't see any reason why would they again want to go up north and then play it out. Maybe just try a different strat, try to play around the center, get a chicken dinner, and be happy about it. But, more than Aiku Soul or Global Esports winning this one, this is where I really want to see Kemin X Venom or Hyderabad Hydras make a comeback, because that has to be there.
Talking about the circle fixes, even I'm looking forward to see Team Aru coming up. They are in the 14th spot. They have started the day being on the 14th spot in the total overall standings. So this is a team who has been performing pretty good in the map of Miramar. We have talked about it earlier as well. We saw them in the wildcards. But when it comes down to the semi-finals, yes, so far they're still in the race. They're still in the top 16. Good for them. But if they want to be in the top 8, if they want to be the first 8 teams to qualify for the grand finals, they have to give a little extra push to their entire strategy that they're making.
Yeah, for Team Aru, like I kind of agree with you. It's also been a little bit of that roller coaster. The first day was phenomenal. Yesterday was a little bit of a slump. I think still really not in a bad position, not as bad as something like where RTG, IND or even Carnival Gaming are. They're still in the race, and all they need is those good games. And Miramar, I think, has been one of the stronger grounds for Team Aru, and definitely can deliver. And this time also placed right at the southernmost area of the circle. Should be the last ones entering inside the zone, and have a little bit of that Mogo Esports' approach, where they go out for the hunt, try to maybe take down teams in front of them.
Talking about the circle, we were just saying this few moments back that Aiku Soul might not go towards the northern side and then rotate accordingly. But it seems like Manya, he knows the circle. Every time when you see Aiku Soul taking drop in the La Cobrera area, they have their own kind of rotation. But it seems like finally this is the moment where VG, that is Kemenex Venom, might be looking up for some more opportunities to capitalize on it, as one of the players of Insane has been taken down, and even Afu, he's barely breathing. He might have got the first aids up for himself, but he has to escape. He needs his teammate to back him up.
He really needs to run. The sad part is that he did not have a vehicle previously, but now he's got some assistance. But Kemenex Venom, they realize just getting those mere 2 finishes isn't really going to be a deal breaker. They need to start wiping out squads right now. And for Insane, I get it what the tension is about, because if they're out in the open, if they're visible, yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, any means of escape, they might be under fire, and that is exactly what she wrote, because this time Afu falls down. Spy, I think this is a point where he has literally given up, and look at this. Spy
Oh
gets
my.
knocked elsewhere by the players of Global Esports. The notorious boys, they strike once more.
They are the boogeymans, right?
Yeah.
They can just pop out anywhere they want, and so many times, like, so many third parties Global Esports have done. I really want to have the count of it. In the entire semi-finals, how many third parties did Global Esports they have done already? If the audience, if you know about it, make sure to drop in the chat.
I mean, it's going to be such a tough calculation to be made, because when you're talking about Global Esports, the only thing I think we could conclude is with a lot. I think that's how you can quantify that, because numbers can't do justice. Because Global Esports, they've been a part of a lot of those third parties if you talk about the journey inside this tournament. But getting over that, so Global Esports, of course, 2 finishes already secured under their belt. Kemenex Venom trying to be a little feisty, trying to, you know, get as many finishes as possible. And hold on, what happened to Atanki? Oh, I think he must be under heavy fire. I think Team Tamilas were the ones who held back. And there was that false sense of belief for Team Aru that maybe Team Tamilas have already gone ahead. And whilst they were engaging in their rotation, took a lot of damage, and eventually Atanki fell.
Talking about the circle shift, the eastern corridor kind of looks so clustered. You see Global Esports, you see Kemenex Venom, you see Elcraft, HH, NIY, even FS on top. So many teams around the corner, and the position in which Aiku Soul is right now. You can see one of the players just being in the top spot of the areas of creative fields. Believe me, that is the ideal position you want to be in this circle. Getting so much intel for your team, getting so many finishes if you want to.
At this point, I think majority of the teams would be still trying to inject themselves through that northern side. Something like what 7 Shore are trying to intend to do. Maybe through El Pozo, maybe just below El Pozo. We've got a little bit of a hill to play around with. I think that has to be that sweet spot that could be up for grabs. For sure, the teams on the eastern side, they've got no other options. They have to stick towards their position inside the zone. And they're comfortable at that. And this is where I really want to see how Team Aru plays, how Mogo Esports, they tend to rotate. Because these are those teams that tend to take those longer rotations. And Team Tamilas, Mogo and Team Aru moving at the same time, I sense trouble.
Oh yeah. That southeastern corridor will be very, very much troubling for a lot of teams. But if Elcraft, if when we were seeing them, they were almost not that close to the center, but an ideal spot from where if they actually get a lot more noises from the back, they might involve themselves in some third parties if it happens around the edges. So Elcraft can be in a beneficial spot, but it's still a prediction. It's an assumption that we're having for now. Talking about Team Aru, They have entered the circle, but they need to get inside in some better spot. Still around the corners, you get to see Team Tamilas rotating in a similar direction in which Team Aru is heading.
Yeah, this is where, you know, my spider senses are starting to tingle. Because Team Tamilas, they know that Team Aru is right beside them. Because they were the ones who, you know, unleashed all that lead on them. And I think he dropped down. So they might be anticipating this. But for Mogo Esports, I think they also realized. Because at a point, we could see on the map feed that, you know, Mogo and Team Tamilas were also moving quite parallel to each other. So they were like, you know what, you guys can pass away. We will be on your tails, and that is the intention. So Mogo instantly decided to just slow down the pace. But when you talk about the center, it's a whole different storyline going on. You've got the players of Magnet again getting that center, Global Esports also nearby, but IQ Soul, they've taken over the crater fields. So they've got a little bit of a high ground, and seems like it could be hunting season for them.
The way Mania tries to use his teammates as those turrets for getting those finishes has always worked out for him, right? And even now, on our screens, we can see NIY rotating in front of 7 Shore. Devil just trying to be very patient and calm. For waiting, like, if there are any other players from the backyards, we'll wait for it. And when the last player just tries to rotate in front of us, we might catch him off guard. So this is a very ideal strategy that I would like to see from 7 Shore. And as of now, this is the final player heading towards directly in front of 7 Shore. It is like a prey walking in front of the hunter.
Oh my god, he's a sacrificial lamb. NIY pretty much being the punching bags. Ravan somehow managed to survive. But you can sense that fear on his mind. This Devil unleashing, unloading all that mag onto him. But Ravan still lives to fight another day. Does that vehicle burst? But no. Still taken on for a spin though, and Aru.
Oh, he's down.
He finally delivers that final blow. And yeah, the moment he came up close and personal to the players of 7 Shore, he knew his fate was sealed.
Nobody expected him to be like the players of 7 Shore to be in that spot. And the way they were literally silent, that actually kind of helped them get this first finish in their name. But the next circle shift will be concerning. As we mentioned earlier, Aiku Soul, the position that they have, it's like an eagle on the top of hill waiting and trying to find out his prey to have a good feast on. But Aiku Soul still haven't opened their accounts as of now in this map of Miramar. But hey, the circles are yet to come, but no way. 7 Shore coming up from the backlines. Manya, even he didn't predict them to be in that spot. That's a big scouting decision that he took on himself, and there is no backup for him. And it's Manya going down, and he will be even getting capitalized.
I don't know. I can't contemplate. I can't comprehend what's going on. Because the last we saw of Aiku Soul, they were all settled at Crater Fields. Was it Manya just trying to scout over this region? Or was he here to maybe steal a couple of finishes away because he heard all that commotion? Because whatever the case was, he is pretty much a dead man walking. At this point, I do not know. I have no idea. Maybe, you know, when Necro comes in next, he could give a much vivid picture of what really was the intent of the IGL of Aiku Soul. But as things are, the circle has taken an eastern shift, a hard shift. And this is the moment that a lot of teams were waiting for. LOC, now they've got such a fighting chance. Hyderabad Hydra is really in a good position. But look at so many teams coming in from that northern side and from the southwestern side.
In this entire circle, LOC should be in a very good spot, right? The eastern corridor, it is not like very much clustered. You don't get to see a lot of teams coming up from the backyards. LOC will be trying to get a lot more finishes, but the same intention is falling up for Global Esports. Mavi is down and out. So this can be a little bit of an X factor which might slow the players of Global Esports down, but FS Esports in front of them trying to take a lot more shots, but Slug comes up with a retaliation, instantly takes down Clutch. He might just get the revival done for sure, thanks to the Ridge, but he like FS Esports, they have to back out from the situation.
Oh yes, they certainly have to, because Global Esports, they have nothing to worry about. No remorse in their hearts, no panic at all. All they want is blood. It could be Team FS, a team that has been quite consistent so far. And look at how the sprays are connecting. Hefty amount of damage done, but still FS somehow managing to keep their numbers tight. Somehow will have no issue getting that revive onto its clutch. Surely Global Esports don't chase them down over here. But they're still, not having that sense of comfort, because right beside them, you've got the players of Haiku Soul also deciding to close in.
For Global Esports, there are a lot of concerns as well, because Magnet Esports were there also in the corners. So they have to be very kind of cautious. But look at that. Chandan opens up. He gets Beast down. And there's another plank going down for Global Esports, as they have been completely restricted to 2-man in this particular map of Miramar. Global Esports, they have to think something different, because they're in a kind of sandwich position. FS Esports from behind. In front, if you get Magnet Esports. On your left, you get to see couple of teams. RTGX IND, Cheminix Venom maybe. They have the compounds for themselves, but out of all those fights and the commotion that is happening in the map of Miramar, Hyderabad Hydras, they have got the best place to play in.
Yeah, this has to be one of the games where they go big. No questions asked, because if Hyderabad Hydras need to make it inside of the grand finals by just playing the first week of semi-finals, by making it inside the top 8, this is where they have to hit the jackpot. And the gods of BGMI have blessed them with such a beautiful circle. I mean, the heart shift, you're on the smack center. What else would you want at this position? All they need to do is not bottle it up. But for Cheminix Venom, also another one of those teams, a very important game for them as well. Even for Team Aru, if they want to have some sense of security inside of the top 8, in this game, they also need to go big.
Look at Lifecraft as well. Clowny. Again, every time. Today's hot topic is Clowny for sure.
Yeah.
Every time you see any substitute coming up, they become the hot topic. But Clowny is more because, again, he is that experienced guy that we haven't seen for a longer period of time in the esports circuit. And as he has made a comeback, you have a lot more expectations from this guy. He has been performing good in his past teams that he has played. But right now, in front of him, there is more esports down the hill.
Yeah, I think, when you talk about Clowny and how his journey has been, another thought really came into my mind. Right recently, he had taken up some managerial position, also at X-Park, then went on to a different team, but back to his roots. In fact, he was the founder of Lifecraft, and this was one of those undergod teams that this time he's tried to put on the block. Has given the community so many of those amazing names who are now in such big organizations. But when you talk about the circle shifting, now coming back to the zone, now Global Esports, look at them take the center with finesse, without any fear. But hold on, Team Aru, they might be in trouble.
Fuzzy has to stay alive if he wants to trouble the players of Team Aru. This height advantage can be that X factor where LOC can clinch a couple of finishes for themselves. But always, it's not easy. It's Team Aru, the experienced ones. They have the capability to kind of escape from the mouths of death. They've done it a lot of times. Now this is another task for them. And it seems like they just don't want to get any casualties in their favor. But for now, Team Aru, they're just trying to stay close to the mountain so that they are not being spotted by Fuzzy over the top. But as we just talked about, even Magnet Esports, having those hard covers for themselves, will be looking forward to get a lot more finishes around the corner.
Quite an interesting rotation coming in from Haiku Soul as well. From that northern side, entering through the northeastern side. But Global Esports catch the players of FS, and this time they're not going to escape. Already clutched and down and out, and he's pretty much done for. But the big question over here is, do FS want to fight back? And seems like with Wizard hooking that grenade up, they want to go up against the big boys. Ninja Boy, he's right in front of Wizard, and now Slug decides to step out. Wizard, yes, he gets a knock. Ninja Boy still struggling with the follow through. The trade hasn't been there. Beast and Mavi already done and dusted, and suddenly FS Esports are right back into this.
Ninja Boy, he was just waiting, but it seems like the dragons are roaring around the corners. Hyderabad Hydras, they are just trying to sneak into this fight. Got one finish in their name, and that's Global Esports going out of this equation. The circle has shifted towards the eastern side, keeping the areas where LOC were holding inside the circle, but for sure, Hyderabad Hydras, they need to take a fight, a lot more fights to be precise. But Elcraft, they didn't had a great start to this day, but now it's Seven Shore once again, landing the tides on them. Lifecraft still trying to find some room for themselves to survive as they have been completely surrounded by the players of Seven Shore.
Yeah, on one side it is Seven Shore, the other it is going to be Hyderabad Hydras. And Lifecraft caught between a rock and a hard place. Look at Insidious trying to get over that hill, will have more vision on towards the players. As now bullets is just coming in from left, right and center. Seven Shore, in fact, also going in for the push. Trigger, the last player alive for Elcraft, along with Viper. What can they conjure as Aru? This one grenade being tossed, maybe into perfection, could do the deed. But no, a little bit of that overshoot, but still gets majority of the damage done.
Not everybody is Shikari jawed, right? Viper barely breathing, he will be getting taken down. 2 finishes coming in the name of Seven Shore. Already 4 in their name, down to 2 players. They've got a big responsibility to carry forward. But right now, Trigger, last hope for his entire team. Lifecraft, they have to pull up some big stuffs. This 1v1 will be important. But oh, Trigger, he drops down to pixel HP. This is the right time for Aru to push in and get the finish done. But Elcraft, yes, it's done and dusted. Toxic gets the final frag, but even RDX IND, they're in some real trouble.
They indeed are. Ralphie and Radion being barraged with all those grenades from multiple direction. Mogo Esports from one side, Keminex Venom, they did not want to be a part of this. That was a hasty escape, but Arib, he does not walk out of this alive as he gets taken down. Radion, he is the final member surviving out in the open. He knows that death is knocking at his doors. But the big question is, how much long can he delay it? The inevitable over here. As for now, Team FS, they're still fighting strong. They're still beating hard. Wizard finds yet another knock. But the big question is, how many finishes can they get on the board?
Keminex Venom already got 5 in their name fixes. Slowly and gradually, they're backing up their form. This is good for them. A good momentum that they're building up for themselves. But Radion, he has got no cover. I don't even think that Mogo Esports have a read about where the position is. Radion is completely playing like a chameleon. Nobody's noticing him for sure, but a good knock coming up from Nakul. Mogo Esports, they will be restricted around the corner. They need to get inside the circle, but FS Esports, they are in the dead center and they might prevent them to enter the circle as well.
Oh, look at this. Fury is trying to jiggle and wiggle, but nothing happening. It's all about that one tire being flattened out of his buggy, and he might just be pushed for a halt. But for Radiant, look at him. Such a bold move. He's got that little ridge to also work around with, as a result of which Aiku Soul do not have eyes on him. But that's the best deception, right? Out in the open. Even Mogo Esports aren't really expecting them to be there.
Oh, he can be that one party spoiler for the side of Mogo Esports. They still have all the 4 players alive, but Justin, what a beautiful knock coming up from his end. Still, there is one last player of Aiku Soul surviving, but for how long? The circle is over their heads. It's not there. It has shifted towards a different direction. Even Seven Shore, they've taken an exit.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are falling down like flies. But for Aiku Soul, just 2 players surviving as Mogo unleashes their wrath. So much damage done. Just trying to assert their dominance as the circle shifts away from them. And FS right at the smack center, but they do not have the numbers to play around with. Hyderabad Hydras could be a really big one. 5 finishes in the bag. Same goes for Team Magnet. They've also got all 4 of their players alive. Could also be the players of Team Mogo. But look at this. Team Aru Gaming. In fact, Aru himself, last man surviving, barely has any points in his bag. And now fighting against 2 squads.
LOC has to just stay strong, get the revival done of Sketch. But you can see the nade being tossed up. It can deal a lot of damage. Aru, he is the clutch expert. He has done it so many times for his team. He has to do it once again. LOC, they also have to move up to get inside the circle. And there is Team Tamilas just keeping them waiting as the Knights of the Gate. But to breach through that, it's going to be a very tough deal. Delta PG goes down and out. FS Esports, look at the contention that they're bringing up on the table. But Wizard getting taken down. That can be the backfire on FS.
It certainly can be, because now look at Mogo. They've spotted out the final player, and there you have it. It's just a matter of moments, and that's all she wrote. Destro annihilates Stray Squad. They've got a very good position inside the circle. They've got some nice cover to play around with. But now Aiku Soul just survived by Nakul. He has to deal with 3 of the players. In fact, the entire pack of Magnet Esports. He decides it is not his fight to take. Wants to get the hell out of here. But now even Radeon still surviving right beside Nakul. It is getting oh so exciting. And now Magnet Esports know that Nakul is somewhere hiding beneath those rocks and now finally steps out. But really low HP is what he's latching onto as Magnet Esports, they're still on the hunt.
And look at the nades flying from the side of Mogo Esports. They are on a rush on Magnet Esports for now. A lot of nade exchanges for sure. 5 finishes in the name and 4 of the players remaining for Magnet Esports. This can be the ideal match. If Mogo Esports wipes them out, the majority control of the circle will be in their hands. But the numbers advantage stays by the side of Magnet Esports, and around the corners you can even see the players of Hyderabad Hydras still surviving.
Oh my god. Hyderabad Hydras, this is exactly the kind of a game they needed with 3 players. Nakul still surviving for Aiku Soul. Magnet, they've got 4 on the board. And now even Mogo, they've just lost out 1. But Mogo are in a really bad spot. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they have to pick their fight. And the moment they go after Hyderabad Hydras, it could be Magnet capitalizing on the situation. All Mogo can do at this point is just manage to throw as many smoke grenades they can and let Hyderabad Hydras and Magnet Gaming fight it out against each other.
That's really, I don't think that's going to happen that easily, because Hyderabad Hydras, they don't want to commit. They are those teams who have a lot more patience within themselves. The nade still going on to that direction. Magnet Esports, they don't want to risk it. They have made a mistake once in the previous match of Miramar, which could have been their game, but not now. Finally getting that first knock. Destro is out. Mogo Esports down to 2 players. Now this is really concerning, as even Erangel has been taken down and out and instantly capitalizing on it. Every point matters for Mogo Esports right now.
Yeah, indeed. And for now, look at this. They still have managed to secure that revive. The top 3 teams, Mogo Esports versus Magnet versus Hyderabad Hydras. Magnet having that higher ground again. Magnet, yesterday they missed on the chicken dinner by a margin, but this time they do not want to do that. But Hyderabad Hydras surely aren't going out without a fight. Have decent amount of finishes, but as long as Magnet, the numbers keep on falling, things get really better for the players of Mogo Esports, because now they've been reduced to just Sarwar and Bijoy. Magnet, they just had 2 more extra players, and now Mogo Esports slowly but surely starting to have that smile.
Destro knows it pretty well. Magnet, they're doomed. They cannot come up front and take the fight, as this can cost them the game. But every time is the final circle, the final storyline in which Magnet Esports, they manage to come in the top 3, but not reach the finish line. Hyderabad Hydras having a beautiful split. Look at the position of Insidious. He can actually get at least 1 opening against Magnet Esports. If Sarwar has been spotted down, this can be a little bit troubling. But thanks to those ridges, he's still surviving.
And even at this point, you know, Hyderabad Hydras would be hoping if they had a couple of more grenades to work around with.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
even the players of Mogo Esports, they're also out of smokes. All the utility, they have been depleted. As now Hyderabad Hydras slowly but surely inching in a little closer. It all comes down to somebody just throwing that ball, and the others really capitalizing on it. Magnet Esports have resorted to a healing battle as Sarwar. That is going to be that last push. That is the tickle that all these players needed, as suddenly hell has broken loose. Mogo Esports losing out on Destro, but now it is a 2-on-3 situation from the back lines. Bijoy could be causing heavy damage as Justin. Yes, the numbers are definitely dwindling down, and an unwanted help. And there you have it, Hyderabad Hydras. They staged this comeback, and in such beautiful fashion. Wow.
Oh, I feel so bad for Mogo Esports. What a game. Hyderabad Hydras, they have finally done it. The match that they needed the most is in their pockets for now, and they will be thanking the players of Magnet Esports so much because of the last kind of distraction that they made against Mogo Esports. Though it was a win-win situation for Hyderabad Esports, because already the damage was done by the players, by Sarwar for sure. As Destro got down, the completely momentum shifted towards the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and they have been that one team who has a lot more patience in their mind.
it was all about somebody just dropping the ball there. And I think
Yeah.
Sarwar, he had enough. Because he had to anyways get inside the circle. And he decided, if I'm falling down, might as well take one along with me. And Destro was the victim there. Instantly knocked and finished in the blink of an eye. In the same spray itself. But it was B-Joy. He was that one man who was healing himself. He had no funny business. He just wanted to patch his way, try to get a second position finish. And the moment he was out of first hits, I mean, that was again a desperate effort. He saw the players of Mogo right in front of him. He's like, I'm not winning the game. Might as well throw a spanner to their works. And that is what happened because, when you look at the other two players, you've got Justin over there, you've got Delta over there, and these two players are capable of wiping out three different squads if, they get into the groove. And Mogo Esports, they really fought their way inside the circle because if you look at where they dropped at and where the circle ended, I mean, that was such a beautiful rotation they executed.
Yeah, they rotated late in the early stages, and when it mattered the most, they try to get in the center and grab a good spot for themselves. And as Mogo Esports, they're in form, right? They are performing, they're getting the finishes whenever it's required. So it's quite obvious that they will be looking forward to get some lot more fights and trying to grab the central spot for themselves inside the circle. They did so nicely. I mean, there was not much of mistakes that we can just kind of highlight it, but for sure in the final fight, it was a kind of an unlucky situation that I would want to say about it, because you don't expect two teams to be on two different sides and you are in a sandwich position. You don't want to be there. But again, it's the circumstances.
Looking at the silver lining, Mogo Esports made the best out of that situation.
Exactly.
Considering they were the ones who were like that patty in that sandwich, still making that, top two spot. But a quick look at how the game really ended, right? Because for Mogo Esports, they just were still getting so much done because they did not have the best of numbers. They just had 3 of their players alive. And look at this, Sarwar just decides to go after Destro. Destro pays no attention. I felt like somebody should have spotted the player on the back. But yeah, the moment Shogun responded back, this is where everything went downhill for them. When B-Joy managed to dish hefty amount of damage, Hyderabad Hydras had a beautiful spread to work around with, and yes, finally a chicken dinner. I think this is what they've been waiting for, and this chicken dinner might earn them quite a lot of points, in fact, and hopefully around that top, I think maybe around that 12 to 13 position. That is where they should be bouncing back to.
Again, we have discussed it earlier as well. You need one good match to be closer to the top 8 spot, because there is not much of difference that we can talk about, because at least till the 16th spot, the 30, 34 points, 35 points just we saw before the day started. So I really believe, again, one good match, you reach the top 16. Another good match, you reach closer to the top 8 or maybe closing up to the top 10. So today's day, it's going to be crucial for a lot of teams, those who were in the third chart. Yeah. They had a comeback chance, and Hyderabad Hydras is one of them. So they have kind of delivered their performance, and I really expect if they kind of continue this, they should be good enough to qualify for the top 8.
Yeah, actually, I was just checking out on the numbers, and before the day began, they were sitting at the 17th spot.
Yeah.
And they just had 34 points. And I think in this game, getting the chicken dinner and had around 8 to 9 or even more finishes. So we're looking at 20 points secured. I think they might have dug more than what they asked for. I think they might have easily entered inside of the top 8, and this is what you expect of out of a team like Hyderabad Hydras, and kind of takes you back also to them playing in round number 4. And out of the 6 games, the first 3 games were a disaster, but they also somehow managed to recover in the final 3. And it was also one good game of Miramar. They did not get the chicken dinner though, but they were consistent. So finally, the comebacks that we were hoping for, even Kemin X Venom, they also survived for quite a long time and had a lot of finishes to their name.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about it. I was about to bring that point as well, but that finally Kemin X Venom, they're getting the form back. It's good for them, but again, they need to continue it for a very longer period of time. But you know what? We had so many beautiful performances, solo plays coming in this particular match, but who is going to be the MVP? That is a question, but you know what? We will have it on our screen. So let's have a look on it, and who is the MVP? I guess, yeah, it's Insidious with total of 5 in his name.
Yeah, one of the primary assaulters for this team, Insidious. Those 5 finishes is really going to help in his endeavors. But when you take a look at the top 5 players, we're going to see so many players and so many high damage numbers. But look at this. Magnet Esports back-to-back. I think every single day, the first game of Miramar goes really well. And this time also, we've got Sarwar into the mix. Chandan, Sarwar stepping up. LOC, they've been quite aggressive. That's fine. 3 finishes for him also. But Fury finally finding a good spell. 3 finishes, not the best, but yeah, work in the right direction.
Exactly. Just trying to give his best for the betterment of his team. That's what is important. And again, Kemin Venom as a team, they have been very good in the past. That's why we have the expectations from these young boys. So yes, again, we will be looking forward how they make a comeback. But talking about it, the match summary is in front of our eyes as we see 10 grenade finishes and 3 vehicle finishes.
I'm not impressed. I really thought that we had at least more than 70 knocks in this game.
Oh.
So many knocks, so many fights were happening all over the place, and feels like these stats don't do justice for the action that broke out towards the end. But it is what it is, folks. But yeah, 3 vehicle finishes also, and it is a game of Miramar. So you're gonna expect those long range finishes. There, 389 meters. I think that's quite far. And considering that nobody is really using the bolt action, getting that with an M4 or maybe an assault rifle, I mean, it's a remarkable feat.
Yeah, even not the DMRs coming into the question, right? So, point standings right now in front of our screens. 21 points for Hyderabad Hydras. Quite a decent, I would say, magnificent game for themselves, which will help them again to climb closer to the top 8 or maybe inside the top 8 as well. But Mogo Esports, consistent performance, 13 points in their name. Magnet Esports also coming with 12 points for themselves, still keeping themselves alive in the race for the first top 8 grand finalists. So they are still looking forward to get some more points for themselves. But FS, only 5.
I think Magnet Esports could have also entered inside the top 8. Because I was just checking their, overall standings before the day began. They were sitting at around 31 points, and these 12 points they've crossed that 40 pointer marker.
Yeah.
And for Mogo Esports, I think a little bit more of that consolidation there up top. For FS Esports, 5 points, nothing to be scoffing at, because now they've also entered that 60 marker range, so still quite comfortable. But this is where Livecraft, things are looking nasty. Team Insane, I do not know. This dip has been hurting them. For Team Aru also, I mean, those 3 points, I think Team Aru also needs to start to buckle up.
Yeah, like 3-4 points is like quite negligible, to be honest. If you want to qualify for the first 8, at least on an average, you need like 8 to 9 points per game on a consistent basis. And when you have just left like 5 matches max to max, so you need at least like 2 games with like 10 or 15 points in each. So it's going to be important. But we'll have a look on the overall standings, right? We are coming up with our own calculations, but this is where the main topic lies. As Hyderabad Hydras, they have moved up to the 5th spot in the overall standings with a total of 57 points on the board.
Just before this game had started, Hyderabad Hydras were on the 17th spot. And just by performing so well in this game, directly taking a jump to the 5th position, that is quite impressive. For Mogo Esports, yes, they found some ground. Like we said, FS getting that 60 point. Aiku Soul, they're starting to slip a little bit, but still they're kind of feeling that sense of comfort. But look at what's happening around 9th, 10th and 11th. I think teams are now starting to close in. And the game's volatility is such that even Magnet, with the next game, whenever they come into play, and if they get a couple of more points, they will easily break through the doors of qualification into the top 8.
Another good match, as what I call about it. But talking about the next charts, Godlike, Prime Esports dropping down to the 17 and 18. They have dropped down to the 3rd spot, or the 3rd chart to be precise. Again, we can kind of get a gist about it that the cutoff might be like closing up to 60 to 70 as we mentioned earlier. But now, for the teams those are still relying on the matches that are yet to be done, they have to buckle up. Godlike, Prime, they had a good, for Prime they had a good start, but Godlike, they need to gear up.
At this point, we can say it out loud. The competition is still there around till, the 24th, 25th position. All they need is, especially when you look at Inferno Squad and Visister, who haven't really played their first game for the evening. Imagine them getting a good one, or maybe averaging around to 10 to 12 points. This is where things might get really exciting, because Group A, they've played extra games in comparison to the others inside of the lobby. So Prime Esports, I'm really looking out for them, because now they've made a beautiful comeback. The first game was quite impressive. impressive. And now even Moco Esports, they are also feeling quite solid. They've started off the day with a nice bang. And Hyderabad Hydras getting that 5th position to themselves, I think that has to be the major storyline.
Yep, I mean, for Hyderabad Hydras, they have already been that one of the consistent teams in the entire lobby of semi-finals. It was just that they were not getting the chicken dinner. That was the final cherry on the cake that was missing, and they have finally got it. I really believe they will continue this kind of consistent performance for a longer period of time.
I really hope so. I think Hyderabad Hydras, high time. It's finally time to wake up and just go burning everybody down. But that being said, yes, this was the game of Miramar. So much to talk about what is ahead of us next. But before that, let's take a look at this promo.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Always finding ways to play BGMI, aren't we? I mean, even before we came for the broadcast, while I was in my taxi, I did manage to squeeze in that one deathmatch, and I'm pretty sure you guys have also been doing. And if you haven't, what are you waiting for? Just download this game, and maybe we see you in the next officials. But getting back to business, Necros, 2 matches done and dusted. Now it is going to be a map of Sanhok, and we will be having some new groups partaking. So that definitely is the headline. So what are your speculations as we head in?
Again, Sanhok has always been that one map where we see a lot of aggression from the teams coming up. But recently, again, there has been few teams who are opting for those heel battles in those final moments when they know that they can't get any more points just being inside the circle. So it has been the case in previously when the point system was different, but again coming into this point system, trying to opt for those situations, it's not that kind of easy. But I still have the hopes that FS Esports or the teams those who are still in the top 8 will be looking forward to get some more points for themselves.
Oh, I really hope the same, because a lot of these teams are in contention, but Sanhok this time is going to be quite different because it is going to be Group B going up against Group C.
Yes, Group C teams coming in the question, even X-Park, Team Limra, Carnival Gaming again coming back, Godlike Esports, Entity, Raven Esports, Prime Esports, Inspiration Esports coming into the equation. It would be really, really helpful for them to grab a lot more points, as already, if we talk about Prime Esports, Godlike, they're in that kind of 17th and 18th spot, and for them to qualify it's really important. But also we have a change on the desk. I've got my big bro back on the desk. How are you doing, Necro?
I'm doing good, of course. Started things off in quite a great fashion too, witnessing some of the great examples as well. Godlike failing that first game was definitely quite a big upset. Another chance now given to them on the map of Sanhok. Things can definitely be brought under control.
Yeah, Godlike, again, one thing is missing, as you mentioned earlier, that they are playing way too much passive. The defensive approach has to change. Otherwise, playing like that and surviving to the final circle without a single finish is not going to give you the qualification points.
Even Team Aru, man, the same thing can be said for them. Team Aru is struggling so far. Even they do need to find that footing inside of the game. Hyderabad Hydra is finally slipping out of the death grip. Finally doing really good in that previous game of Miramar, so you can't say now they finally have got that wind in the sails. All they need to do is just keep on forward, moving with that momentum. And now still looking forward to, on those more teams like Cheminix, Venom, not able to find that footing. You've also got Godlike struggling on the phase. So these teams, they need to wake up as soon as possible.
Yep. If it's not now, then it's way too late. It would be way too late, right? Like already teams have played like 1 or 2 matches already for Group A. Now when it comes down to after this match also, the other 2 groups will be also completing the 2 matches in today's day. So that will leave around like total of 4 matches, kind of including 3 matches of tomorrow. So a lot of teams, they are quite aware that our work in the week 1 is done. We cannot do anything more. For the teams like X-Park, Global Esports, FS, they know they're going to qualify for the first 8 to be the first 8 grand finalists. But for the teams those are still sitting in the 4th chart, they know it's the week 2 where they have to perform. But now it's the time. If they want to experiment something, they have to do it.
For example, Carnival Gaming, right? A known name still struggling all the way on the last page of the overall standings. And for CG, there's not a lot of time left. They've only got 2 more games to go in the future. And if CG is not able to perform, well, then one thing is for sure, it's done for. They're going to move on forward towards the week 2, towards that cushioning, but then their backs are going to be against the wall. No room for error will be there.
Yep. You need to be very consistent. Again, I've mentioned it earlier. Carnival Gaming, this is the time to experiment. This is the time that if you want to go aggressive, you have to go right now, because there is no room for mistakes in the next week. So if you want to do something, extra to bring that charm in your lineup, this is right now. And this Sanhok would be very important, because as we move down to the rainforest, the map is ready, the players are ready, and this time I really anticipate this Sanhok to be a blockbuster.
The plane flat path is going to be in front of our screen soon as Sanhok boots up in front of us. The plane flat path is going to be starting all the way from Sami towards Hot 10. Now this plane flat path is extremely tilted towards the left side. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities like Kampong, Lakawi, even Camp Bravo, it's going to be out of reach. But considering it is the map of Sanhok, we're not really going to be expecting those drop collisions on the pit stop, so you can't say it's all good in the hood for now. Carnival Gaming, this game is desperately needed. Entity as well, this game is definitely needed. For teams like Godlike, it's not even a question.
Yep. You need the points. You need to be there in the top 8 to qualify for the first 8 grand finalists. But again, the question comes in. For the teams, those who are still looking forward, like, there is a big cutoff, we might not make it. What do you have to say about it?
I mean, there's a lot of those teams, man. They just need one solid game to bring themselves back in the race. That's it. One chicken dinner. With at least double digits on the board, with 19 elimination points, something like what Lifecraft pulled off in their wildcard stage, and they can instantly be back in the race. Look at the Zone 2, favoring the players of X-Spark. For them, it's once again a great start. What else can you take away from that? And NIY Esports off to a bad start as Sam drops down.
Troy got the weapon. Yuzi helped him get the first knockout, and Gumla Boy, I don't think he has any weapons out there, so it was the first frag going in the favor of Entity Gaming for sure. But I always anticipate these kind of clustered drop location or maybe drop fights, the early collisions, those early casualties coming into the picture. NIY, definitely not a great week to remember after what they have done in the past rounds.
Oh my god. NIY, what is exactly going on? Dogger Devil 2 knocked out. It is another one of those teams that is all the way on the last page of the overall standings for Entity. They're just feeding on these free elimination points. Off the rip, they're off to a great start. 2 points to kick things off with. What else you can ask for? Entity just trying to feel really good about themselves. And now moving forward towards another team, right? A potential drop collision that might just occur. It's FS Esports up against the foes in the front. And FS Esports, they haven't really initiated the fight just yet.
Sami has always been a kind of urban area. But right now, even Kevin X Venom, we were appreciating them for making a comeback in their form, but it seems like Prime Esports, they have some different intentions. They've got the knockout, instantly completing him. That brings the first casualty in for the side of Kevin X Venom in this particular map of Sanhok. There goes another one! Oh my god, you just cannot walk in the open, especially in the map of Sanhok.
With just an iron sight that far away, still managed to squeeze that knockout. Impressive stuff. Prime Esports, man, really knocking on the doors of Kevin X Venom hard. And unfortunately for Venom Gaming, slowly and steadily the players are dropping down dead. Even Venom's knocked out and confirmed. Kevin Esports, off to a bad start. You've also got FS Esports now up against the foes in the front, Inspiration. And even for Inspiration, there's a high chance they can't pull off a comeback. Unless FS Esports, they throw a spanner in the works.
Look at the positioning of Inspiration Esports. Firstly, all the 4 players were in the same compound. Now 3 of them are in the same compound, which makes it easier for FS Esports to use the utilities and get the knockouts done. I don't know what is going on in the minds of Inspiration Esports, the players, but they have to get this fight done because FS Esports, they're in a way too comfortable spot for themselves in the overall standings, but they are not.
Delicate state. For Inspiration, still looking to find that one single big game. And for FS Esports, they just need the constant cushioning. That's it. 5 to 6 points per game. That's going to seal the deal. And what is Visser doing? Spots out the man finally. Strikes him down. Chico's knocked out for now. Shotgun him close and personal. Of course, it's going to prevail in these type of moments. And I'm not even sure what the man's trying to do there. He went inside of the closet room, instantly fell back to Inspiration Esports. Some questionable decisions being made from them. Chico's going to be incinerated to death. Hitman is just pre-firing around the corner as slowly and steadily they're trying to be proactive inside of the compound. Another man strike down. Hitman's going to find the second knockout. Another man's in the front lines, but unfortunately for FS Esports, they straight up just walk in that nade. And FS Esports, now they're starting to face that brunt as the entire team just collapses. That one single nade was the game changer.
What? No way it happened. Inspiration Esports, they might have lost 2 of their players, but that was a brilliant 1v4 by Starboy. That one nade has caused so much damage that they cannot even imagine. But right now, it's Team Aru as well. Look at Aru, the IGL, just trying to survive through the smokes. But up front him, it's got the entire team of Godlike Esports trying to just confining him and getting the finish for themselves.
Godlike, they just need to be confident. They need this elimination point to kickstart things. And there we go, knockouts found. Where's Team Aru? Where's the backup? That's my question. You don't see the rest of the players around that area. So for Godlike Esports, a free elimination point to be grabbed. And they instantly do grab it. Team Aru, the backup, not arriving in time while the players are just trying to back away from that kerfuffle. And even Carnival Gaming kickstarting things against Raven Esports as Akshat single-handedly strikes down 2 players. And he also gets the confirmation on one of the band. Raven Esports in a whole world of trouble. Omega closes on up as well towards that fight. Got his hands on the shotgun, but it's taken too much damage. Raven Esports trying their best to hold on to that ground, but they've already taken too much damage as another man gets strike down. And yeah, there we go. Within a blink, the last man as well falls down.
This is the Carnival Gaming we wanted to see for a very longer period of time. And finally, Akshat being the clutch shot for now for his team. He's clustered out with a brilliant 1v3. Definitely going to help the team to grab a lot more points. This Sanhok has to be the turning point. It has to be the map of comeback for the side of Carnival Gaming. I know it might be too late for them, but still, getting back the momentum is what they need the most.
Magnet attracting a lot of that attention upon themselves. LOC at the top. That one single man from the side of Magnet so close towards that death's grip. And looking forward towards that cluster that's forming in the middle. You've also got 2 teams once again down south. Team Timila's an inspiration, but Team Timila's, they do not really want to engage in that fight.
LOC on the other hand as well. A team we were always talking about because the way they have performed in the previous stages, the way they have made it this far, it's really inspiring for a lot of teams. But having a recap of the fight, what happened, it was like just running in front of the crosshair of Akshat, and you don't mess with him in these kind of situations. Raven Esports never expected them to be there, but the backup came in the right time. Or I would say that Akshat would have been compromised if they didn't arrive at the right moment. They got the 4 finishes, good for Carnival Gaming, a good start. But right now, this circle shift will force the players to go towards the island of Camp Alpha.
Team Timila's right now in a comfortable spot, but it's better to just close on in towards Hotin as quick as possible. I'm not sure what Team Timila's is doing, just posted on that spot, but yeah, it's time to be a little bit more proactive. Team Limra down south, trying to close on in towards that bridge line. Inspiration still trying to recover from that fight, considering they took some big blows from FS Esports off the rip. Team Aru losing out on Aru Gaming himself. The IGL not inside of the game. Even that's quite a massive blow. Entity Gaming still opting out for that late game rotation. I'm not sure how well that's going to pan out for them too. The same thing can be said for the likes of Godlike. Rotating this late inside of a Camp Alpha circle. I'm not a big fan of that, my friend.
Daring decisions. Only one word in my mind. You know you need points, and it will not be coming if you just go with the flow and try to play for the placement points. Yes, for the teams, those who have lost the early players, it can be a different strategy. Like what we see for Inspiration Esports, they might have caught 4 finishes, but
they're just overthinking. And look at the replay too, right? This is how the action kick started. Chico was smacked down, and then later on, a nade was tossed in by the man in the front. And this one single nade was just the game changer. It found a two-piece in return. Both the players getting knocked out. Actually, 3 of the players taking some heavy amount of damage. Then Wizard as well was quite low. And yeah, that's how Inspiration Esports, they just sprung back to life.
They would be so happy. And I would say fortunate for them as well. FS Esports never expected to have an elimination like this when they knew everything was under their control. But hey, what is Magnet Esports doing here? Because one of the players, I see him swimming. Is he feeling hot?
Nope. Still trying to figure out some stuff, considering they know the CG's in the front. And Magnet Esports, they were already halfway committed towards that crossover. But then CG was spotted on the opposite side of this ridge, so now the players cannot even keep on moving up. At the same time, they cannot even showcase themselves moving outside of the water lines. So that's why they're still in the water.
A lot of finishes can be taken up if that happens, or otherwise, if the circle shifts towards the entirety of Camp Alpha, Xpark will be benefiting from it, but even Carnival Gaming will have their hands on a lot of finishes as they are holding the compounds around the shorelines.
Limbra still around the edges. I'm not even sure what Limbra is doing. Move in, you've got the opportunity. Limbra still towards Tambang. Really questionable decision. Godlike still towards that Camp Bravo. Outside of the zone completely. At least Entity Gaming, they've started moves, so you can't say they've got a chance to make it inside of the zone, but teams like Godlike all the way towards the opposite side of the zone. What is the game plan? Mogo Esports, slowly and steadily, now the bosses, they enter inside of the ring.
My mind is literally not working, seeing so many teams just being outside of the circle, taking the damage of the blue zone. I mean, there has to be some strategy for sure, but I still really don't have any read about it.
Prime, if played properly, they can latch on to so many points, it's crazy. All they need to do is just be the Guardian Angels off the southern side, and they can catch in so many teams on that crossover. Prime Esports, recently they have been looking at the top of the form as well. Their firepower is hitting hard. They can't rely on that.
Circle.
And the next circle shift is going to be right on top of the players of Xbox, so they're looking really good. As I mentioned, Prime, a high chance. All they need to do is just camp the bridge lines, and they can rack up so many elimination points that they do not even need to continue their journey in the front.
Oh, yes. They have to be that one team, the Knights, to guard the gates, because that is that only bridge that all the teams will be looking forward to cross.
Or they can also go for a 2-2 split. 2 players on the opposite side of the river, providing that cover fire. 2 players staying on this side. So you can say there's also going to be that future-proofing for Prime Esports. But right now, all the players are looking for to rotate from that bridge line. Understandable, fine, but Team Xbox from the top can definitely be a major suspect. And right now, Carnival Gaming taking some big leaps inside of the entire game. Akshat in a massive world of trouble as the vehicle is now blown up. And he cannot even get out of this spot. He's in a massive death trap. And Akshat, he actually strikes down Sarang. What a big blunder this can be, but the cover fired. The cover is on point from Team Xpark.
You don't mess with the Sparks right now. Not at all. You have to have that idea that there should be one team above the hill. I don't know what was the call from Omega. I don't know what was that decision to go up the hill without taking any information around the corner. They just gave 2 free finishes to the side of Xpark. But right now, if you see the circle, we are talking so much about Prime Esports, Necro, but look at them. They don't even have the intention of just staying behind and get those finishes.
Prime Esports prioritizing for that chicken. And respectable. Do not want to be the spoiler inside of the game, but look at how this entire fight broke out. CG lost out in 2 players. What is CG doing? So indecisive, right? CG should have known the fact that the hilltop's already going to be contested.
Exactly.
Why is CG playing like this? That's my question. It just feels like CG, they've lost their game sense for some reason, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case. CG, I guess it's just the pressure surmounting on top of them, or CG knowing the fact that they can't afford to go for risk like this, considering they've got the cushion of the week 2 with them.
I really, kind of anticipated that they've got a good start for finishes. They will be looking for some good opportunities, but not. Again, the same story continues. But for Entity Gaming, in a world of trouble against two teams, Inspiration Esports, LOC on a different end. LOC are doing the job that we anticipated from Prime Esports. They're just holding back, trying to get a lot more finishes. But still now, they've got one of the players completely compromised. But Entity in their radars, this is a big opportunity for Sketch. He can get a lot more finishes, at least 2 in his name for sure.
Entity screwed. Oh, Troy sits in that vehicle, somehow pulls it back. Sketch should have actually took out the tires. But now Entity Gaming, they've got some more foes in the backlines in the name of Inspiration Esports. And Starboy has got the man pinned down in the sights. Even the Wall of Death now is chipping away at that constant damage. Mets is going to be off the essence. And Starboy goes for the fresh magazine. Even Magnet Esports now making things even tougher for LOC from the top. And LOC, they seem quite screwed as well. But Magnet Esports, they do find the knockout onto Sketch.
Everything is about the positioning inside the circle, and this hill has always costed the lives of the one who are still downhill. Magnet Esports having a good position for themselves will be looking forward to capitalize more and more, but Somraj, he's determined. We can't get inside the zone. Doesn't matter. We will be capitalizing on every finish that we see in front of us. Pukar, Gamla Boy, Somraj, 3 of the players still surviving as Troy has been taken down. And I'm not quite sure whether he's going to get the revival or not. But Entity, they have to move up. They have to get inside the circle because the blue zone will be giving a hefty amount of damage on them.
Entity Gaming just being held off by so many teams. That's why I'm not a big fan of the late game rotation, especially in these type of zones. And we've also got Godlike still trying to move in from that same spot where things are looking way too dicey. And Godlike, it's way too much of a late of a rotation. They're playing it too safe. Once again, the same concerns repeat. And now they're probably not going to find the breaching point inside of the zone, considering all the prime spots are taken away. If they do somehow find the breaching point, then it will be impressive. But I don't think so they're going to find that.
Just imagine Godlike just entering the circle and getting taken down by an instant.
That's what I feel like is going to happen.
They had such a big rotation going all down hills of Painan.
It was not needed.
Yeah, exactly. You could have rotated over the northern side, but Jerry did not want to take any risk, it seems. But that has costed a lot of, I would say, meds and the first aids and the bandages. Wasted, I would say. But Team X-Park, a head-on battle against Team Tamilas right now.
I mean, Godlike, they want to be the surprises, right? But looking at this fight, Team X-Park being challenged on by the entirety of Team Tamilas. And Team Tamilas Manti, the man's quite lost. He could have been caught, though. Sarang is just waiting for that opportunity. Nate being tossed to perfection. It might just find the opener, but no. Manti repositions in return. Good improvement on the fly. Sarang constantly tossing those utilities in the front, hoping to find the opener. Godlike, there we go. Simp knocked out as expected. Rotating inside of the zone is definitely not going to work out. LOC, being the Guardian Angels off the edge lines, is of course now trying to steal away a couple of more of these elimination points. And what is Godlike doing? Just letting Simp die? Man, a questionable decision once again. Godlike, the late game rotation was not going to work out. It was anticipated. We all knew this. But Jelly somehow is still in quite a questionable stance, considering he's now taken down way too low, and even he's going to get knocked out within a matter of seconds. And that's what happens as Troy finds the opener. Now Jelly's taken down as well, and within a blink of an eye, you've got Godlike with just a 2-man squad, or not even a 2, just one single man, Admino. So many questionable decisions being made. What are these rotations that we're seeing?
This is really devastating for the side of Godlike. There is nothing that they can do right now. Magnet Esports, they're just literally having their own feast on these free finishes. There is nothing more that you can ask for. Even Sprayo, there is above the head trying to get some more finishes in the name of X-Park. But look at the kind of positioning. My God. All those rotation going down the drain.
We were speaking of Team Entity, and look at them. They're in a really decent spot. I guess Entity really having those big brains in these type of moments, but as we speak, Salmraj gets caught. Rough luck, Pokar gets confirmed too. Team Entity now starting to face that brunt. Rough luck. Team X-Park from the top, they have been raining down hellfire on the lobby. And it doesn't feel like there's any repercussions for that, because X-Park, their map sense is looking perfect. The surrounding awareness is on point.
A formidable team, no questions asked. They know to handle every tough situation all by themselves. It's really good to see though. Even Team Limra trying to back out, trying to get some frags for themselves. But there is literally no mercy. Veron getting completely spotted out. Phantom being the solo survivor, still haven't got a single point out from this match. And if he gets eliminated at right here and now, he would have got 0 placement points, but that 0 placement points goes in the hands of Team Aru. Nothing earned, to be precise, to be honest. But Phantom at least getting 1 finish in his name. Even LOC gets taken down, but Ninja job from the back lines surprises Venom.
Yeah, this should be a free elimination point considering Venom's quite low, or Phantom's quite low. Split is being tossed. Phantom is going for that head-on-head challenge. He comes out on top. Nicely done, finding himself that lifeline that was needed. As Team X-Park, they've still got a couple of more players in that zone. Phantom's position's capitalized. And Phantom, as he's going to try to move inside of the zone, things will keep on getting dicey. Spray God's knocked out from Team X-Park, so you can't say for the lobby, this is a massive sigh of relief. Team X-Park is starting to struggle, but they've still got 2 more players up and alive that are probably going to be causing some more mayhem.
While there are so many commotions happening on the top of the hill, we see these 2 teams colliding against each other. Prime Esports versus Entity. Somraj finds the first opener. Nate coming in their way. It should not be a bit of a troubling factor, but it leaves Zoro all alone as Prime Esports. I don't think they're going to survive for a longer period of time. The splash damage should be there. And Zoro drops down. Gamla Boy is out, but no, it's not! Prime Esports, this survives. Zoro has 6 on his name. Entity, they're down and out.
The day saver, Zoro. And look at the amount of elimination points Zoro's got. 6 so far. Manhandling the teams in the front. This man is single-handedly carrying that banner on his back. Zoro doing some heavy lifting. Team Limra there too on the left lines. You've got Magnet Esports on the right towards the edges. You've also got Team Tamilas now slowly and steadily trying to close on up towards that prime spot. The Temple's going to be the ending of the zone. And look at Admino. So far, this man has managed to stay alive. But I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like in the front. He's still on the 9th spot. If he gets eliminated right here, right now, he's going to get no placement points. With only 4 points moving forward, Godlike, it will be a rough ending.
Look at Shogun's spot as well, Necro. He can be the surprise factor. He's still waiting patiently. The nades are being exchanged. The nades, Shadow, he's barely surviving, but Shogun gets taken down, and that's Mogo Esports out.
X-Park getting a piece cut out for themselves. Shadow 7, the last remaining man, and yeah, that's going to seal the deal. Team Limra finally looking much more confident in this approach that they're taking inside of the game. Phantom is still alive from the side of EG. Just waiting for a Amino strike inside of this fight.
Oh.
And now Magnet Esports getting pounced on. The Prowler, they found the blood trail, and they keep on chasing down the Froze in the front. The Prey not finished just yet, but then a man in the backline strike. And just like that, the entire team's come crashing down.
For 1 second, I really thought Team Tamilas might just not survive. But this gave a lot of noise, a lot of intel to the players of Team Tamilas, as far as Team Limra as well. But having a chance. Just 3 teams inside the circle, Necro. Zoro, Admino going for the healer battle. There's nothing more that we can expect. And there goes Prime Esports down. But Team Tamilas, Maxi OP, has been put down.
What a great shot that was from Phantom, right? Handing out the reality check to that man in that battle. Now Phantom just looking forward to do something. The man's got 2 frag grenades. He can still be the table turner. He can be the spanner in the works everyone's waiting for. Wall of Death closing on too. Phantom needs to reposition, be inside of that zone. He's taking too much damage considering he's got no first aid with him. And now he needs to do something. The man's way too low. He's got no meds to play with. Phantom, position not compromised just yet. As Dragon, does he spot him? He does. There we go. Nail in the coffin. Kemen Esports out.
All comes down to the final 2 teams. Team Tamilas versus Team Limra. The nades are being exchanged and Maxi is completed. Team Tamilas down to 3-man. So many utils being done. It's a 4v3 situation as we speak. Team Limra trying to engage themselves. So many utils being dumped. But Dragon, he has to get at least 1 nade in the right precise spot.
Wow, the Molotov. The man throws it outside of the zone. Team Limra. This is a needed chicken dinner for them. Limbra, they have been deactivated throughout this entire course of matches. Throughout the entire semifinals week 1, Limbra just wasn't there. And now Team Tamila's, the players are on the HP deficit. All the 4 players on the side of Limbra, of course, starting to gain that slow and steady confidence. And Limbra, they've also got the man advantage to play with, so you can't say everything's right now stacked with them. And look at Dragon. Oh, this could have been way worse. He did push on up, did go for the shots. Nothing found just yet. And Manti's still around the corner, just waiting for the wall of death to move up as it's going to force out the players.
No nades, no utils there for any of the team, it seems. Hesperos waiting. You can see the kind of positioning that they have for themselves. There is somebody to take the trades off, but has to wait. 13 more seconds on the clock. Has to look forward for getting that one open. And Manti, he's desperate. He has to move up.
Those seconds now taken down to 5. The wall of death is now going to start to close on up. Team Tamila's back's against the wall. And the zone's now going to start to move once again. It's going to start to shrink. They need to force a fight, and they do so. But look at the man in the front. Dragon does too much damage, and Team Tamila's, they come crashing down. Beautiful stuff from Team Limbra. A desperately needed chicken dinner, and they do finally claim it.
With this match being completed, definitely Team Limbra will be bouncing up the ladder of the overall standings. But what a game it has turned out to be. So many late rotations that we witnessed. My god, Entity, it's fine. They are the late rotators in the particular map of Sanhok, but for what we saw from Godlike, not quite satisfied at all.
Yeah, disappointed in my opinion, right? Before Entity, speaking of them, they had a lot of elimination points actually, so it's complete fine, right? Even if they did get eliminated before, I think they still had 8 or 9 elimination points, somewhere around that. So Entity, in my opinion, still doing decent, consistent approach inside of the game, and they're way too close to breach inside of that top 8. So Entity Gaming, okay. For Godlike, once again, a bad game. For CG, a bad game as well. CG made quite a tough decision to move up.
I still can't figure out, when you don't have an intel about whether any team is holding on the top of the hill, why would you just take 2 players with you? It should be, at least if you are going for scouting, it should be 1 player with the buggy or something like that so that he can get some intel out of it. That was like just leading your team to a death trap.
Team Aru as well not able to perform. Kemenix, Venom, at least that one last man was over there till the end, right?
Yeah.
Phantom, who sort of just carried on forward that torch. You can't say for Prime Esports as well, another consistent finish considering Zoro is getting that constant point flow in that team's account.
Even for Revan Esports, they would just like to kind of delete this memory that they even played this match. Just dropping in, Carnival Gaming, kind of Akshat welcoming them in such a manner, like everybody just ran into the crosshair of him. That was not expected at all, but for sure, Carnival Gaming, even after having such a good start, I really thought, 4 finishes in the back. Finally, all the 4 players are also alive. No early casualties in the fight. This can be the map of Carnival Gaming where they might come up with a lot more points, at least in double digits. But hey, I do think the fortunes are not favoring them.
The fight between FS Esports and Inspiration 2. One
Yeah.
single nade, finding that 2-piece. Later on, Wizard as well getting taken down like that. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of the blunders did happen in that previous game. But once again, questionable rotations from Godlike, right? I'm not even sure what the game plan is at this point.
Exactly. I don't know what Jelly's up for. Like, is he up for those finishes? Is he up for the placement points? Because for placement points, you're not winning or you're not even qualifying. But again, coming and having a look on the winning moments, it was a good fight done by Team Limbra. Again, they had the man advantage, so it favored them a lot.
Entity still looking forward to find that one solid game so that they can find the cushioning inside of the top 8. Moving forward towards teams like NIY, not able to find that footing. Now, NIY, they're doing way too bad in the overall standings, let's be honest, right? They're probably somewhere around that bottom spot. LOC Esports as well, the previous game was way too dicey. Mogo Esports, we did see them in the limelight for a while. They did try to breach inside of the zone. But I think so it's all thanks to the circle itself, shifting right on top of that temple. Team X Park, they were supposed to be in the power position, but it's completely fine. They do drop on this game, but they also do get a lot of those points from the eliminations.
Yep. A lot of eliminations being done by a lot of teams. X-Park, no doubt. I mean, they are in a comfortable spot, right? They don't have to kind of push their limits in order to get a lot more points in their bag. They have done enough, so now they can just clearly go for the finishes and enjoy their game. Try some new strategies as well. But one team I really want to point out is Magnet Esports. I mean, the way Magnet Esports have stepped up, it's really good. Being consistent, coming in top 5, getting a lot more finishes as well. It's like they are balancing out the game for themselves and grabbing so many points. And even after this match, I'm quite sure they will be closing up to the top 10 spot.
Team Tamila's, the same thing can be said. once again, I mean, remember yesterday, Team Timberlands was playing superly well. And now look at them, once again, being in there in that top 2. I mean, yeah, not being able to seal the deal, not being able to get the chicken dinner, fine. But still, man, Team Timberlands, all it takes is the consistency. They've got the double digits on the board once again from that game. So you know they're going to be in that comfort zone. Moving forward towards the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Dragon LP from Team Limbra. 7 eliminations racked up all by himself with the damage number of 676. So yeah, I mean, Dragon, this man definitely was a dragon breathing fire.
He helped his team gain a lot more points for his side. Same was for Zora as well. The way he clutched out the entire team of Entity just being in such a disadvantageous position was really impressive. I'm really glad that Prime Esports are again trying to back themselves up and get a lot more points in their favor. I really hope they make a lot more matches like this. But for Entity, they, from a position where we thought that they might not enter the circle, they got the finishes, they got inside the circle, and yes, it did not end on a good note, but it's fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Moving towards the match summary. 56 finishes, 3 grenade finishes only. Probably there were a lot of those knockouts for sure. 61 knockouts, and the longest finish, considering it is the map of Sanhok, is just going to be 172.
Total of a lot of healing, right? 12,872, my god. So far, I guess, in today's day, again, it has been the highest healing that I would say. 34 revivals as well, as we see. Total of a lot of revivals being done outside of the circle, trying to protect their teammates. But we'll have a look on the point standings as well, because, you know, there is the kind of summary of this entire match of Sanhok. As we witness, Team Tamilas will be grabbing 10 points for themselves, while Team Limbra will be walking off with a total of 21 points, a 21 bomber for their side.
I mean, the point standings right now, once again, they're quite shaky, I'm not going to lie. Now, the fact that Team Limbra as well, they spring back to life, they're definitely going to be in that top 16 in the overall standings. So now, looking at the overall standings, things will definitely be quite spicy, because Team Limbra back in the fray. Whose slot are they going to eat? That's my question. Godlike being able to squeeze 8 points from that previous game. A decent game, but we really wanted to see them squeeze those double digits, right? Godlike, they're slowly and steadily there in the pace. They are taking that snail pace approach. But are you really looking forward to bake that bounce back on the last day when you're going to be having so much pressure to perform?
They had so much of comfort zone after the first 2 days. Again, starting off in the 12th or 13th spot in this day very self. It was not the kind of ideal position that they are in right now. But talking about the second chart, again, Carnival Gaming, even after having a good start, only 5 points from this match. For FS Esports, for Mogo Esports, it was a disaster for sure, even for Team Aru. But have to see how they can make a comeback.
I mean, looking at the latter half of the board, NIY Esports, bad game. Raven Esports, bad game. Team Aru, same page. Mogo Esports, as you mentioned, the consistency dip right then and there. The performance graph now looking really shaky. LOC Esports, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen them play that great. And unfortunately, LOC once again a bad game.
Yeah, like in the previous match of Miramar, we really thought, you know, LOC can just back them up to get a lot more points. But it was not that ideal case. They did get some points, but not a lot. But I really think like they need to gear themselves up, not to push themselves in the final day or the final 3 matches. Otherwise, it can be very harsh.
Now for CG, this is a reality check. Even teams like Limbra are stepping up to the occasion. What is CG doing? Still sleeping in their cave. CG, they need to wake up as soon as possible, because the competition's now moving away. The benchmark you talk about is getting way too higher. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to talk about. Let's move on towards this promo for now.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स. है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
I mean, BGMI, of course, it's not just a game, it's an emotion. I play it every single day, and I'm pretty sure you as well play it every day, right?
We have the stadium battles, right?
Yeah, we did in the past. But ladies and gentlemen, even you can have those stadium battles if you do download that game. Moving forward with the conversation, upcoming game is now going to be the map of Vikendi, and I think Group A is going to be playing Vikendi for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be really interesting, because I kind of guess like teams of Group A, they have been like waiting, when are we going to play the map of Vikendi? So
I'm
now
not sure about that, okay? I'm not sure
No.
if Group A has been waiting to play on Vikendi, because Vikendi's always been that X factor, and a lot of the teams would love to avoid that map.
Well, mixed opinions, but right now we'll have a look at the overall standings, right? There is the main story which we are talking about. Yes, there are a lot more teams coming up, a lot of teams dropping down as well. As Team Tamilas, they've risen up to the 4th spot with a total of 62 points on the board. But on the other side, Godlike, they've made a comeback with a total of 8 points that they've earned in this match. They're up in the 11th spot, but look at Team Limra, 48.5 in the 9th spot.
Limbra, what a massive catapult that is. Now, Reckoning Esports, they've got a challenge. Godlike, even they've got a challenge, considering Limra is now back in the fray. And Limra, they've always been those heroes that just automatically spring back to life when it matters the most. They do tend to perform in that pressure scenarios.
Giving the climaxes, right?
Yeah.
It always works like that. But talking about even Prime Esports, they've also stepped up, having the 14th spot. Still looking forward for the contention of the top 8 spot. Even I would still say, you know, Aiku Soul, they're not yet safe. They have to get good games in their favor in order to just maintain themselves in the top 8.
I mean, they're on the brink of being kicked out of that top 8.
Exactly.
So Aiku Soul, this upcoming game of Vikendi should be theirs. So even for them, there's going to be that pressure. Team Tamilas constantly performing pretty well, so that's why they're still in that top 5. As we move on towards the latter half of the board, THW, Team Aru, and considering Team Aru, we just saw them in the previous game, it was quite a bad performance. They're still not able to wake up. For THW, even they need to wake up, because now the wake-up call is being given to them. And if they don't right here, right now, well, then things are going to be pretty bad. Considering now Group C, or Group D actually, is going to be back in the fray. And for Group D, they're going to be playing the constant leftover 3 games.
Yep. That's why we say, like, for THW, you see Versista Esports, Inferno Squad, they will have the 2 consecutive games for themselves. It's a good opportunity. When you play 2 matches consecutively, you have your hands completely warmed up. So, for the teams like THW, I mean, they have been doing good. It's not like their performance have dipped down in a very drastic way. They have been a little consistent. Yes, 1 or 2 matches can go bad, but one thing is for sure, for Versista Esports, for Inferno Squad, even for THW, one good game again. One good game and you're back on the track.
And speak of 8-bit too, yesterday they had that good game.
Yeah.
At the end, having the circle right on top of them over and over again. 8-bit almost getting that chicken dinner, but in the end, it was stolen away by someone else. For Versista Esports, still waiting for that Activision key, man. I'm not even sure what's going to be the thing that activates these players.
Agreed.
Even for Hyderabad Hydras, yes, the previous game, or the game of Miramar, was really good. But moving in forward towards the map of Vikendi, it's really tough to know what exactly can you expect.
Yeah, just playing for the first time, it's like a lot of thoughts in your mind. For the teams who have already played, yeah, they are quite aware. But as you mentioned, like for me as a player, I would love to play on Vikendi, but there are certain players as well, those who don't like it. Do you like it?
I would say it's on the mid ground for me.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I mean, even you who's watching the broadcast at the home, do let us know what you guys think about Vikendi in the chat. But yeah, moving forward with the conversation, RTGX Scientists still looking for that kickstart themselves, considering the performance so far has been pretty dicey.
Oh man, I'm not quite sure what is going on in the team, but it is a different team. The approach is different. The kind of aggression that was there in the wildcard phase has completely perished. It seems like RTGX IND, they are in that defensive mode. The pressure is on. Like, the pressure has completely, taken over their heads. It seems like they don't know what to do next.
Even Team Insane's on the same fray.
Yep.
Team Insane, we just saw them perform decent on the day 1, but then later on, the consistency is just not there. They won the first chicken dinner itself off the entire semifinals week 1, but then later on, Team Insane is just not able to once again get back in that groove.
I don't know what is happening, man, but this is not the stage that you can just zone out. This is the moment, this is the time where you need to gear the best form of yourself and get the best output for yourself so that you can qualify for the grand finals.
Well, one thing is for sure, Global Esports, they're going to be looking at that prime form considering the game 1 just went in their court. Global Esports, the players had those evil smirks on the faces before teams like Team Insane, Aiku Soul, Hyderabad Hydras, the slot's still on the line. A comeback is possible. For Likecraft Esports, they have been going through those tweaks and changes, and I'm not sure if those tweaks and changes are working out for them so far. Definitely the firepower has been struggling a lot from Likecraft, and something needs to be done ASAP right now, considering it is also going to be the last game for the Group A. And now it's going to be Fixes on the panel. Fixes, Group A last game.
Yep. And this is where you have to talk about the fact that they finally play Vikendi. But more than that, because now Group D gets to play their first game of the evening. I think that is what I'm more excited about, because 3 games they have to play on a stretch. And when you look at Group A, right, you've got the likes of Global Esports that you were mentioning about with Necro. Now, they have that sense of belief that they've made it inside of the grand finals. This is where they have all the avenues to go all out. Now, they might be causing all of that ruckus inside of that lobby. The big question is, are the other teams prepared for their wrath? Because now you've got even the big hitters like Reckoning coming back into the fray. So this is where I would love to see some wrestling happening over there. But who knows, it could be completely a different team, because today we've been witnessing a lot of comebacks.
I mean, you're seeing 2 big hitters inside one single lobby. Reckoning Esports too, they were hunting down some of the big names yesterday. And now you've also got Global Esports who's looking in that comfort zone. So one thing is for sure, Global Esports, they're going to be out on that prowl. They are definitely searching for a lot of those enemies inside of the battlegrounds. Before Vasista Esports, they cannot afford to take any sort of risk just yet.
Yeah, they cannot. At this point, for Vasista, every single game matters a lot. And finally, there have been some substitutes being made. Lifecraft, of course. Clown is sitting this one out. I mean, he's had enough. I just wanted to play a couple of games. Now let's get back to business. Pasha comes into play. Because when you look at the bigger picture, the overall standings, Lifecraft have been pretty much struggling. And this is something good that actually Lifecraft did, was, try to have Clowny play a couple of games. Maybe, a little bit of a change in taste, a flavor, see what he can put on the board, which Carnival Gaming have been pretty much quite stubborn with, still having Hector on the sidelines. I don't know, man.
Maybe it was like Clowney was sitting in the back lines and he was trying to drive the team inside of the game, being like, hey, what are you doing, man? Maybe you should have done this. And the players were like, you know what? Have a taste of the lobby for yourself. And see what's going on.
Come see for yourself. You know what I've been struggling with. Clown is like, all right, we've had enough. Too much third parties, too much to handle. You guys do the gameplay. Let me handle things on the background. I mean, that could have been the case, but we'll get to know more about that later. But you've been talking about teams making that comeback, right? 8-bit yesterday, they played quite stellar in that game of Erangel. Could have been their chicken dinner, but still, a right bounce back. Still, they have 3 more games to play. Nothing lost for them. But the big question is, are they going to pick up from where they left from yesterday?
I don't think so. 8-bit, they really do thrive on that zone, and if the zone's not going to be on top of them, we have seen 8-bit struggle quite a lot. And once again, especially on the map of Vikendi, the zone's going to be on top of every single team, especially for the first 4 stages.
But on the brighter side of things, we have actually seen 8-bit getting a chicken dinner in Vikendi in round number 4. So if you remember, that was the game where they really bounced back, because they were struggling in the first 3 games. Then in that Vikendi game, they got a chicken dinner, and by the virtue of which they're here. So let's not rule 8-bit out. I think they're going to be playing their first Vikendi of the semi-finals. So really hopeful that they at least have a good game. By good game, I think I'm talking about somewhere in the lines of 10 to 12 points.
It's fine though, but still the real question comes in with Rivalry Esports, all the way at the last page of the overall standings. And this Vikendi can also be their lifesaver too. Vikendi's supposed to be that X factor that brings in, and now that Rivalry Esports looking forward to this map of Vikendi, they can definitely bring in those spanners to the other teams. Global Esports, as we know, they're going to be in quite the comfort shoes. If you do cross their pathway, they will definitely go for the fight. All Rivalry needs to do is make sure that they're not going to be in the pathway of Global Esports and Reckoning. Simple.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the other way around. Do not mess up with Global Esports. I really feel like Global Esports will be the ones on the hunt. Constantly just get your loot done and then just be all over the place. So, every single time we come into Vikendi, Necro's got a very gloomy face. He's like, what, Fix is going to be boring. The first phase is...
I never said that.
Yeah, he has. I can attest for that. Even Necros would agree. But eventually, towards the end, it gets exciting. But when you talk about this Vikendi, I really feel like we've got a different story to tell. As folks, we take it up to the skies. Cosmodrome 2, Vihar is where we are headed at, and I'm really keen to see where the circle forms. So, since Necro, you've been really on point with your predictions. Let us know. What do you have on your mind?
Castle Zone.
Castle Zone is
I'm finally saying it. We're going to see a castle ending. I've got that gut feeling. I've got that itch in my hands. As soon as I said castle, I just felt something in my heart. So, yeah. This might be the spark that I need. But for now, Global Esports, as you mentioned, on the comfort zone. But speaking of teams like Galaxy Esports, Rivalry, Inferno Squad, Vasista Esports, especially Vasista Esports, directly making that leap from the round 4 towards the semifinals week 1. And now look at them struggle. Maybe Vasista Esports, they're supposed to thrive in the pressure point situations.
For Vasista Esports, yeah, I completely agree with you because even their past says that they've always been the late bloomers, and this time I think your offerings haven't reached the gods. This
You
time
never
you've
know.
been
A hard
betrayed.
shift.
Yeah, that is on the cards, and yes, I've been proven wrong. I don't want to bite my teeth again. But again, moving ahead, I think the team that used to drop at Castle, we all dearly miss them. Poor Revenant, no more with us, at least in this tournament. I don't know what awaits them in the future. But yeah,
I know what awaits them. A roster shuffle.
yeah, you've seen. Yeah, I think, yeah, there have been those whispers. We've all heard that. A lot of masala going on over there. But we'll talk about it on maybe another day. But look at this. I think this is what maybe Team 8-Bit were waiting for. They've got a circle where they can easily rotate. And Mac and Aditya, I think, in fact, Mac found some good form yesterday.
He did. And in general, the entirety of 8-Bit, man, as I mentioned, they do thrive on that zone. So, once again, the zone is sort of on top of them. But in general, it is the map of Vikendi. And the zone is really everyone's.
Look at Global Esports.
The zone's got the two-face, just like the sign of Gemini in the astrology, right? It showcases that it's your good friend, but at the last moment, it just turns your back on you. And that's pretty much the zones of Vikendi.
Yeah, quite relatable. In fact, stay away from Geminis is what the Scorpios believe in. And for an Aquarius like me, I try to make amends, but if it does not work out, we move ahead. I think really we do believe in the stars and how everything is aligned. The superstitions, we talk about the caster's curse.
Yeah.
And sometimes even when teams fall, we're the ones to be blamed at.
Hey, once again, to the audience, letting you guys know, we're just messing around, okay? All the Geminis, relax. It's just a joke. We're not serious.
That's so uncanny of you being a Scorpio, actually. I really thought that Scorpios are quite vocal about their thoughts. And now you thinking twice. I mean, the deed has been done. All the Geminis must have taken that offense. And but really, sometimes, you get those traits. But we'll talk about that again in a different podcast. But coming back, Necro, to this particular game. Now, Reckoning, we've been talking about them. They've been making a lot of those headlines. And yesterday, if there wasn't a rehost in that final game of Erangel, I'm pretty sure they would have been sitting quite comfortably inside of top 8.
I mean, for Reckoning Esports, I just feel like there's this sense of comfort from my side towards them that I can put my faith on them and they can easily cross on forward towards the top 8 because they've just got the firepower. They've got the confidence. I don't think so they will be struggling to move in that top 8. And this game itself should be a great Kickstarter for Reckoning Esports. And moving forward with Reckoning, right? Especially knowing the fact that now the remaining 2 games as well will be played by this entire group. So Reckoning, they're easily going to be in that groove.
For Reckoning, yeah, anything short from them making it inside the grand finals from week 1, I think would be a disappointment for me. Because at this point, yeah, like you said, I would really want to put my faith in the boys. But you know what, Necro, I've been betrayed a lot of times. Especially in the wild card, when we were all hoping that, yeah, medal, they're going to sail through easily, no problem, all good in the hood. Even we thought the same for Gujarat Tigers. And look what happened. They choked, they bottled. And there's no other way to sugarcoat that. And with so many teams making a comeback today, we do not know what will happen tomorrow. So for Reckoning, they still have to be on their toes. They still have to do all the things right. Look at Lifecraft and 8-Bit closing in on them. If 8-Bit aren't aware, I think this could end up really bad. Look at the setup. They're not moving. Oh my god, such a bad camp.
And if you remember, Lifecraft have done this in the past as well. Just waiting for the praise to walk in their crosshair. And 8-Bit, I think so they found themselves that comfort zone that's needed. I don't think so they're going to be moving out of this spot anymore. They're looking pretty comfy. Quite good. 7 Shores as well is quite around them, so 8-Bit, they need to watch out. The surroundings are not cleared up at all. They've got too many foes around them.
Too many to count. You've got Lifecraft on one side, you've got 7 Shaw on the other. And 7 Shaw, definitely one of those teams. I think what happened to them in the first game of Erangel was nothing short of a debacle. They did not expect the players of Prime Esports to be just hunkered down on the southern side and were just smacked in the face. But the recovery had been pretty nice. especially in the next game. Yeah, did get a couple of finishes, but moving ahead, when you talk about their position right now, they're also quite comfortable in the southern sides of the circle. You've got Vasista, you've got Voltex, but there's that kind of a silent treaty that goes on between all these players. Once you've got the spot, I don't think they tend to be itchy to be taking those fights. Yeah, they're not IQ Soul.
IQ Soul recently, if you talk about them,
Yeah.
it feels like they've been avoiding the fights. Uncharacteristic about them, right? I mean, that's what it feels like. I'm pretty sure that's not what they're doing,
Not
but
today.
that's what it felt like. And IQ Soul, especially in the map of Erangel too, with the way they found themselves in that pickle between some of the teams, it was, I think, so Kevin X Venom too, which was up against them. And IQ Soul getting completely in that pickle against Inspiration Esports too. So, yeah, it was quite an interesting fight where Global Esports took that third party.
I mean, I could partially agree with you if you talk about their overall performances. Yes, there's been a dip in that, a little bit of that aggression. But today they have been itching for those fights, man. I mean, the first game you saw them, right? They wanted to take that fight against Inspiration. Insane came out of nowhere. They still wanted to engage, despite even knowing the fact that Global Esports were right on top of them. And that was not just the storyline in the game of Erangel. Even in Miramar, if you've noticed, right? Seven Show, they just won a fight, and Manya decides to go out in the open and maybe look out for him.
Now, once again, that's where I would like to stop you.
Why?
Manya did not go with the intention of actually taking the fight.
All right.
Manya got taken out the same way in the game of Erangel 2, and IQ Soul was taken down with a 3-man squad. Manya was caught isolated.
But
So,
what was he doing there inside of El Pozo? Give me one good reason.
honestly, I do not know.
How
Because
could he
his
stop me
teammates,
over there?
his teammates were way too far away, and if they do want to take the fight, this is not what IQ Soul likes to do. They like to move in with at least a couple of more players. Manya will be there in the front lines to try and clear the way, but he was way too far away from the remaining pack.
There was no good reason for them to really leave that spot and
It was
go
just
around
him.
the edges.
It was just him.
Yeah, it was just him. He might be like, you know what, guys, we have that sense of comfort. We've got some good position. Let me try and sneak in a couple of more finishes.
I genuinely think so. It's just IQ Soul knowing the fact that they are easily going to be qualifying, and now at this point, they're just trying something new.
But again, it comes down to the fact that they've done this in the past. Nothing taken away. We've seen them take such ridiculous drops, in splits where, every player drops somewhere else and they in take two tend to take their individual fights. But again, when you talk about momentum, that really carries on forward. I don't want them to lose that groove. I don't want them to lose that tempo. Because even at this point, the point standings, they're quite volatile, right? Just a couple of moments ago, we saw IQ Soul at around 7th or 8th position, if I'm not wrong. And let's not forget also the fact that Group D were yet to start playing their games. Who knows? By the end of this matchup or by the end of the evening, they might be pushed off from the top 8. And tomorrow, I mean, anything could go wrong.
I think so. THW is going to find their footing inside of the top 8.
You've
finally.
got Reckoning also.
Yeah, you've also got Reckoning. You've also got Team 8-Bit on that prowl. So many teams on that
Voltex
chase,
Gaming.
right? Voltex Gaming being kicked out. Yes, they're quite close. But for Voltex Gaming, it's really unreliable in my opinion.
I mean, still had a chicken dinner yesterday. Decent day in the office. I mean, it was a recovery.
Yeah, but then the consistency just faded away, right? That one single game is not going to cut it. You need the consistency.
But, we've seen those comebacks, right? Team Limra, they've made those comebacks. Now they're in the 9th spot. We've seen the other teams also stepping back in. Hyderabad, Hydras, for God's sake. They were at around the 17th or the 18th position. Now they're easily inside of top 5. So, that is what I'm trying to put. You believe that you made it through, but you need those minimum points. I think somewhere you cross around 70 to 75. That is where you feel, yeah, now we've made it through. Do whatever you are. I mean, if you're Team X-Park and Global Esports, you've got all the avenues to do whatever you intend to do on planet Earth or inside of BGMI. But anybody apart from them, even for now, I can't say, right, FS is also safe.
Of course not. FS on that 4th spot in the overall standings, if I'm not
Still
wrong.
cross 60 though.
FS Esports, they're chilling because of all the hard work they showcased in the early phase, right? And I think so that group still has 2 more matches to go in the future, so they are still in that comfort zone, or maybe just 1 more match to go in the future, so they are in that comfort zone. But moving forward towards this group right now, Team Insane desperately needs a good game, and right now Team Insane, they're at the northern side towards Goroka. They're moving down south, trying to get as close as possible to the centric point of the zone. So they are going to find themselves that good spot. THW as well towards the left. And THW, they've always been the quiet bunch, right? They do not really like to make a lot of that noise in the early phase. The only way they do like to make noise is all the way till that final zone, and that's when they start striking. But until then, THW, they just like to keep their heads tucked down unless the situation calls for it.
Oh, look at this. This is nasty. Reckoning almost on the verge of losing Hunters. And even Viper is gone down.
Oh my god, Reckoning Esports. Just because they wanted to save that one single player, they're taking too much damage upon themselves. And Vasista Esports, they can actually push up close and personal if they want. They've dealt too much damage, 2 players knocked out. Reckoning Esports in a really fragile state.
But look at this. Hunters is being brought back to life. And now they're going to go for an easy reset. Even Viper will have no trouble to get that res back on him. Because for now, Reckoning, this was such a narrow escape. But they also need to understand this is a bitter truth. You cannot be roaming around like sharks anymore. Because Vasista Esports, they've managed to take down 2. They've got what it takes to take down the entirety. And every single time we have disregarded this team, they've always managed to surprise us. But for Inferno Squad, things are looking quite bleak. Omega already done and dusted as the cavalry arrives. And there you have it, Inferno Squad just surrounding the players of Galaxy, and in a blink of an eye, Galaxy Esports, they're deleted from the server.
Not surprised. Galaxy Esports, that rotation that they're trying to make, all the 4 players in that one single vehicle, what do you expect? We've seen that happen a lot of the times in the past. It's not the first time we're seeing the same thing happen. So yeah, Galaxy Esports, not even knowing where exactly they're moving towards, moving inside of those uncharted territories, and a surprise awaits.
And I would love to see that in slow motion, because the way they kind of just took their vehicle, suddenly 3 players of Inferno Squad had them surrounded. And, you know, again, you recollect that meme. In that moment, they knew they were done. So, moving on ahead, I think Inferno Squad will be quite happy with how they've recovered, you know, managed to get Omega back up also. Now they're going to be marching their merry ways inside of the circle in a comfortable spot around Villa. But like you said, THW, this is one of those teams, you know, start things pretty slow, does not pick up those unnecessary fights. But when push comes to shove, they've got a lot of power in their bag.
I'm just waiting for the stage 3. That's what I'm doing, Fixes. You've only got a minute left on the clock until the zone starts moving. All the teams towards that centric spot. I'm just waiting for the next circle to move in towards that castle area. Everyone's going to be caught off guard. THW all the way towards this spot. Hyderabad Hydra spotted in the front. And this is how the initial knockout was found. Some precise taps from Rage God, actually. And you wanted to see a replay in the slow motion. There you go. This is how the replay really looks like. I'm not even sure. I mean, the driver got ejected outside of the vehicle, and as soon as the driver got ejected, yeah, it's done and dusted. You can't even do anything. The players inside of the vehicles, they knew they're done for. And this is what happens, man. Please take some tips. All the 4 players, never in one vehicle.
Yeah, even if you have to take the, you know, maybe take that snowmobile or do whatever you want. Just do not move around in a vehicle. But I think Galaxy Sports have learned their lesson the hard way. And, well, Necro, things aren't really going the way you projected.
Yeah, it is Vikendi, man. You know, one of the off maps.
Yeah, I think your voice does speak for itself, how disappointed you are. But I'm pretty sure, I think RTGIND, they're going to start closing in around the eastern side. Their final game of the evening. And this is where they need some good points. If they want to even have the slightest of a chance of staging a comeback tomorrow. Anything less than maybe 18 to 19 points, I think we can pretty much rule them out.
Vasista Esports, a team that's supposed to thrive under that pressure. IQ Soul in the front. Vasista Esports, IQ Soul is not a foe you would want to mess around with. 8-bit. Once again, finding themselves in those decent spot. 8-bit right in the smack center. But if the zone moves away from 8-bit, their entire plan just comes crashing down. 8-bit, they're really shaky when it comes to rotating inside of that zone. They're never able to find that good breaching point. They always get caught in that rotation.
But this time, you know, they've been blessed.
I mean, it is Vikendi. The first 3 stages, it blesses everyone.
Still, I mean, at the point they are, even if you have a hard shift, I'm pretty sure they're going to sustain that one. Somewhere around the radius of the circle, they might have them positioned in a good spot. But for RTG IND, like, this one of those teams really want to talk about, have been having such a rough patch inside of the semis. And when you talk about this team in entirety, this is one of those teams that loves taking those fights. And it's in their DNA. And I really feel like overthinking and maybe a little bit of a discord between the players during those fights have been leading to their downfall. And such an important game this one has to be for them, because we haven't seen a lot of them in this map. And staying from the edges, maybe around the hard shift, if they kind of manage to rotate it, maybe things could go down well.
Could. I mean, so far, not a lot happening on the map, right? That's why the podcast hours, they do tend to click in on this map. And right now, RTGX IND, a desperate team, looking to pull off a desperate rotation. We are inside of the stage 3, and maybe in the stage 4, the real action will start to hit its peak. Before now, 7 Shores. I mean, the start of the day off in a decent note. The transition towards over here, not too great. 7 Shores, they need to do something. And you can see all what the players are doing too, man. They're just chilling, emoting across, relaxing.
They've got pearls on the hand, which just poofed, vanished. 7 Sean can't really say if they've really had a good day in the office. The first game.
I mean, the consistency as well just poofs just like that pearl.
Yeah, just like that pearl. And even in Miramar, all they could get was a couple of fights here and there. In the bigger picture, so far, 7 Shaw, this is the match where they have to hit the ball out of the park. Because yesterday was, I really feel like, was a much better day in the office. And finally, we get to see some movements in terms of the circle. And it's gone quite west. Now, this is where Hyderabad, Hydras, THW, even for the likes of Rivalry, they might be feeling quite happy about it. And look at Rivalry's spread, right? Instantly deciding to rendezvous. And they know they've got the circle. And if they want to stage a comeback, this game has to be it.
Don't feel too happy. Global Esports is there on the other side. It's going to be catching every single team trying to rotate in.
Inferno Squad, look at them.
Yeah, Inferno Squad's going to be the first team to fall prey, especially Zin, probably. Zin is now trying to move inside of the zone. Slug is there in the front. And if Zin keeps moving with that same trail, Slug's going to give the call-outs to its teammates. And Global Esports, they're always the opportunistic bunch. They just need a fight there. They just need to initiate it.
For sure. But, we've been talking about IQ Soul. We talked about they've gone a little defensive. Yeah, Global Esports, one of the players also knocked out. But I think now this is where IQ Soul have also understood that they're starting to slip points. And this time it's going to be a rather slower approach. And quite contrary to popular belief when we thought that, yeah, Global Esports, they're going to be on the hunt. They're starting to be rattled down with bullets. Zane, yeah, he just escapes with daylight robbery. And Ninja Boy, he's not happy about it.
Yeah, 1 point given away to the foes. Slug down and out. Rough luck for Global Esports, I guess. Man, I don't even know how Global Esports is going to be feeling like that. But yeah, I mean, moving forward with just a 3-man squad, Global Esports, they've got no issues. Just need 5 to 6 points inside of this game as well. And they can probably easily squeeze those through the eliminations itself single-handedly. Mavi on the screen, scouting out the lies in the front. Does spot a couple of more players around him. Beast is right there in the front too. Ninja Boy now trying to back away. Or actually he's the one to make some waves.
Oh, no.
To try and close on up. Mavi gets knocked out. It's fine. The foes are way too far away. Mavi is recoverable.
Are they? Because I'm pretty sure they must have read the finish fade. And insane. Hey, they've done this in Erangel. Got one knock and instantly decided to push in. And they are closing in. They are definitely closing in. Now is where they might change their mind. Because with this circle shift, they have to get inside. But so many teams are waiting for them. So many gatekeepers of the zone. You've got HH, you've got Rivalry, you've got Inferno Squad also trying to squeeze in. And let's not forget THW. But Rivalry, Vasista Esports, they've struck gold. And this is what I was talking about when I, mentioned 8-bit. Because even if there are going to be those hardships, considering they're on the center, they will still have a piece of the pie.
For some reason, I don't have a good feeling for Vasista Esports. They're going to be that center of attraction. You can see the surrounding lines, way too clear. And Vasista Esports with that only lonely compound right in the smack center. So yeah, it's just giving me that state of discomfort for now. Team 8-bit spawning out the players in the front of Voltex Gaming. Voltex Gaming losing out on the man number as well. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? For some reason, he's just never able to put that trust on a team like Voltex, considering the inconsistency has always hit them.
Voltex, this looks pretty rough. At this point, you kind of go on to pondering if they've got cold feet already. It's their first day. In fact, it's the first game of the evening. And already losing out on 2. I think they really need to bounce back in the next couple of games. But for Vasista, it looks all good in the hood and takes you back to those good old days, the trench warfare and rivalry spots. Really feeling comfortable over here, but in the next few moments, I'm pretty sure these icy lands will turn red. 8-bit really having a good position, and seems like they have a fight in front of them. And Ninja Boy, this time, the Hunter gets it sprig. It is going to be one of the players. In fact, the leader of IQ Soul, Manya, down and out. But look at them, IQ Soul decide to get out from that situation and land straight in the front of the players of Lifecraft.
IQ Soul up against Lifecraft, and for Lifecraft, with these 2 remaining players, I'm not even sure what they can do. You've got Trigger and Viper OP at the top. IQ Soul with the advantage, of course, considering Pasha's knocked out. But IQ Soul, they're giving that enough time to the foes to try and recover. Pasha back upon his feet. This will be a sigh of relief for the players. But look at Lifecraft utility count. Just got 1 single nade in the hand of Viper, and now a nade's going to be tossed in towards that bathroom area. He repositions in quite a great fashion, but then look at the amount of finds that are happening around them. Knuckle knocked out, instant confirmation flushed out, IQ Soul down to a 2-man squad, while the elimination feed is now starting to rattle.
Indeed, and a beautiful crossfire set by the players of Lifecraft. Viper, he knows what's happening. That grenade just chipping him down a little bit, but nothing enough to cause mayhem. As Lifecraft, they know they love taking those fights, but this time S-Power, he finds gold. But this is what we've been talking about. The moment S-Power gets a little overwhelming, instant retaliation comes in from the players of Lifecraft. The revival cells certainly come in through, but Ronnie, he's 1 man against the wall, and that's a good Molotov for him.
Really good. Squeezes in that revive, but this is when the players can move outside of the window. Eject out, and then maybe try and do something, but you can't when you've got Reckoning Esports on the prowl. They're just looking forward to pounce the top of the praise, but Reckoning Esports themselves, they're on the HP deficit. Not looking too good. Reckoning Esports, they've taken some hefty amount of damage upon themselves. Shikari Jawed, Gravity Jawed up and alive, while one of the man's knocked out in the left. Even for Reckoning Esports, this is not a fight to be taken. 3 teams in the same compound. And for Lifecraft, I'm not even sure what they can do. I guess just stay quiet.
All hell has broken loose. For Lifecraft, absolutely. Need not move a muscle, but again, that enables the players of IQ Soul. The hammer was hot at that point. They needed to strike. But in them failing to do so, this is where IQ Soul, they've got another reset for them. In fact, IQ Soul, they've already set their own crossfire. Look at Ronnie and S-Power. Both working in tandem. Inferno Squad still keeping the numbers tight. Still having that northern area to themselves. And these nades flying over. Oh my goodness. Too close for comfort. Look at Gravity Jawed. He's being pushed at. Gets the first knock, but 2 more come in at the same time. Viper this time trying to provide some unwanted assistance. As Gravity, he's still surviving, still breathing.
3 points on the doorstep. Gravity, does he step out and try to claim that? But with this fecal explosion, he's going to claim it for himself. And he does so. Elimination point claimed. Inferno Squad as well in quite a pickly spot themselves. Vasista Esports 2 losing out on MJ. Way too many fights. As you mentioned, it's hell breaking loose right now. Even Rivalry Esports, they chime inside of the action. Hyderabad Hydras as well, they decide to take a fight against 8-bit. And right now, 8-bit, they're in that power spot.
Oh,
they've got the prime positioning. And Hyderabad Hydras, within a blink of an eye, they get eliminated too.
Absolutely obliterated is the right word. Because 8-bit, They have been looking oh so strong. 7 finishes already, all their teammates alive. And now this is where I think they finally heated up. They're going to go in for that overdrive. Mighty getting a little excited. Trying to get a couple of more knocks because the zone, look at that, shifted right inside of those trenches. And Rivalry, they find that sense of comfort. But for 8-bit to be making it inside the circle, they have to deal with all those foes. As 7 show, they come out of nowhere. And for Voltex, it is just going to be Cyrix who tries to survive, who lives to fight another day. Still goes swinging though, but eventually Voltex, they fall.
The man disadvantage really stinging them hard in this fight. As 7 Shores, they overwhelmed them with their appearance. And now 7 Shores looking forward to move up forward even more. Looking forward to overwhelm a couple more of these foes. But Rivalry Esports will be a tough one. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but this time Rivalry Esports looking a little bit more vocal. The utility is definitely making a mark, but not a dent.
I really feel like they should be counting their chickens at this point. Need not waste all those utilities unless and until you are well aware of where your opposition is. But look at this, Lifecraft, finally they were done, deciding to push in onto that lone wolf, Gravity Jot. He's managed to dish out some hefty amount of damage. I do not know how is he still alive with so many players pushing on his doors. This Molotov does save him, but for how long? Because Lifecraft, look at them. At least at this point, Gravity Jot could easily go in for the push.
He needs a reload on his DBS. He's got a decent amount of HP. Just needs to reload that DBS. Viper's sticking to his death slowly and steadily. He needs that help as well. The revival's not going to be there. Lifecraft Esports just overthinking a lot of these scenarios.
A 1v1.
They've managed to get 4 elimination points so far. And look at Lifecraft. Pasha's completely unaware of the fact that there's a man in the bathroom. How is this even possible? Pasha should have known this, but then the initial shot is missed by Gravity Jot, and he misses the opportunity to continue his journey inside of the game. But then the play zone eats Pasha as well. So many confusing moments erupting at the same time as now Aiku's Soul looking forward to spring back to life. And as 8-bit, as the zone leaves them, even they start to crumble down. Exactly my point. If the zone's not on top of the players of 8-bit, they do tend to choke in those rotations.
They did not. Aiko Soul did not have a single finish before this, and now they devoured the entirety of Team 8-bit. Everybody just getting burnt into ashes over here. As now, as the final 4 teams remain, Aiko Soul staging a comeback out of nowhere. Discipline on display, quite stellar though, but still a lot needs to be done. Rivalry, this is the comeback game that they were waiting for. They've held on to their horses, but Vasista Esports again ruled out, but they're here, still fighting.
Not yet. All it takes is one initial knock for that spoiler. And Aiku's Soul constantly tossing in those utils in search for that first knock. Aiku's Soul, this 2-man squad, it's been quite devastating for the foes in the front. Manya Knuckle out. Now you've only got S-Power and Ronnie in contention, and both the players are supposed to pack a lot of that punch. They're supposed to bite through. Rivalry Esports unfortunately losing out on Arto, and Aiku's Soul, they found the opener too, considering they can't close on in as well with the third party and try and pressure the players of Rivalry from the back, and even Vasista Esports can do the same thing from the front. And that's what they're looking for to do! What a great return that was from Bijaloo, but still he gets strike down. Vasista Esports, knowing the fact that Rivalry now is in quite a critical condition, considering they're taken down to a 2-man squad. Aiku's Soul, they can make this push happen, but then 7 Shorts, they're trying to back up as well. What is going on? They're trifecta of death in this entire ditch, as you've got Aiku's Soul fighting off the foes in the front. Rivalry put down 6 feet under, but then Aiku's Soul, they get third party too. And now 7 Shorts, there's a high chance they can't secure this chicken dinner.
It is a 3v3. Vasista Esports, they got that chance to breathe the moment Aiko Soul decided to push upon the players of Rivalry, but 7 Shaw know exactly where the players of Vasista Esports are. Austin, he's got everything under his gloves. All he needs to do is wait. The 8th circle starting to close in. 7 Shaw, they're starting to make those moves. They're starting to run out of patience. But Aru, he decides to slow things down, but look at MJ's position. This one flank could be quite instrumental if Vasista Esports get that chicken dinner. Aru breaking open that silence. But right now, there's a lot needs to be done.
A desperately needed game. Seven Shores, 3 men. Even the opposition having 3 players up. Vasista Esports, they do thrive in these type of situations. The pressure now can be felt by them, and that's why they're somehow starting to make waves. Seven Shores at the same time. This game is desperately needed for them as well. And for Seven Shores, they just need to get a little bit more of that spacing inside of the zone.
This is where both of them would be wondering if they had that extra grenade, if they had that extra Molotov to work with. Things could have been a whole lot different. Still might search the crates though. I don't think they're going to find anything. It's all about letting the zone simmer in. But Austin, his position uncompromised as Seven Shaw. They decide to push in tandem with each other. Rage God just preparing himself for the war that awaits. And this is a perfect crossfire that Vasista Esports set in for themselves. And now Seven Shaw just survived with 1 player.
Rage God devours that player. It's now going to be a 1-on-2. Look at Toxic. Taking that damage from the Blues, going for the med strat. Vasista Esports, if they don't find Toxic right now, the game's going to be done for. MJ's on the hunt. He does spot Toxic. He finally does so, but unfortunately the play zone's going to eat him alive. Can Toxic clutch it? That's my question. Both the players just going for the med strat. It's all going to come down to the timing. Final 2 meds left over in the hands of Rage God, and I think so he's going to be the one to crumble down. Toxic as well is taking too much damage, but Toxic was well prepared for this. Vasista Esports, they might just lose out in this game. The call's conveyed. Rage God knows where the man is, but Vasista Esports, they lose out, or they win out in this game. At Seven Shores, they barely lose out.
It finally came down to that, didn't it? After a long time, getting to see that healing battle back in Vikendi. Yeah, it's disheartening at the same time. It is quite satisfying also if you talk about the storyline that Vasista Esports bring over here. And this man, he had them disregarded. He had written them off. And this is what Vasista Esports are quite famous for.
Hey, hold on. I mentioned this as well. They do perform in the pressure scenarios.
All right. You're not just rubbing off your wounds. No.
No.
We were talking about this. 8-bit and Vasista Esports. You had written them off. You did say, you know what, they're not going to make it. You're not going to turn your words back because that's on live broadcast. And this is exactly what I said, right? Every single time, we think that Vasista Esports might not be able to make it. They surprise us.
I mean, fine. A good game. Yes, nothing taken away from that. Yes, a good game. Nothing taken away from that. They will have the double digits on the board, but it's still not enough to get them back in that top 8. The consistency is needed from Vasista Esports now, Fixes.
You know what? I mean, considering it's their first game, it's a very good start. And I think this could be the momentum builder they wanted.
I mean, the same thing could be said for 8-bit too, right?
Stop being so sinister, Necro. I mean, come on. It's
the
first game.
I'm just being realistic. But yeah, let's move on with the conversation, right? Let's move on with the conversation, right? Aiku Soul not being able to perform that well, but still those elimination points were definitely there. Now, considering the fact that they were there in the final 5 or 6, so you can't say for Aiku Soul definitely a decent outing, but considering we saw them barely on the edge, those points are not going to be helping them too much.
I think everything was stacked up against them. Aiku Soul this time, like I said, right, they was feeling the pressure. They decided to barge in, lost 2 of their players pretty early on. S-Power was just surviving with Ronnie, and I think they still managed to salvage a lot. I mean, taking down the entirety of 8-bit, getting those 4 finish points, still those position points that they could get. In fact, they were the ones who survived the slaughterhouse inside of those compounds, right?
Oh, yeah.
The only team to have made it alive. And still a top 4 finish with around 5 to 6 finishes. In fact, they also wiped out Rivalry, if I'm not wrong. So, I think they really made a comeback towards the end. Not the best of Aiku Soul's performance, but still, they kept the boat afloat.
And what exactly happened in Global Esports? We just did not even see them inside of the game, right?
I think they got a couple of knocks, but initially they were picked off by one of the players of Inferno Squad. I think Xin took down one of the players, and then Global Esports eventually, I think their numbers kept on dwindling down one after the other, and then they just decided to go in for that mad push. And that is where Lifecraft and so many of the others were also there, even Reckoning. For a moment, I felt like Rivalry Jord could have clutched it out, but even if you look at this being the last game for Lifecraft, at least for the evening, they could have done much better, man. They had so many man numbers, and suddenly in the blink of an eye, they just lost out on everything.
I mean, for Lifecraft, I'm not even sure what's going on. I guess it's just the week one of semifinals hitting them hard, and that's why the performance is not there. But moving forward towards the winning moment, Vassista Esports definitely capitalizing when it matters the most, and also in the final few Medstrap moments, right? Toxic, unfortunately, missing out on that timing. That's why he got ticked off. And luckily enough for the man as well from the side of Vassista Esports, he had enough meds to keep up with Toxic.
You know, no. This is where I really wanted to discuss about, because last we saw Toxic had around 5 first aids, and when we looked at RageGod, he had around 2 to work around with. He lost out on his first aids, and Toxic still had a couple more. But I really felt like the moment the push was coming in, I think a little sense of discomfort. Maybe I should take that fight, and him not really triggering that heal revive. What could you think would have been the case?
I think so. It's just the damage output was too much at that point.
But still, it was enough to, go for that healing battle. There was
It's all about the timing at that point in time, right? I mean, especially when the zone's completely closed in.
Yeah.
At that point, the damage is so much that a first aid can't patch it.
But still, I mean, if RageGod could survive, I think he did go down to the last 2 final first hits he had, and the only time he moved around was when he had no meds.
He was out, yeah.
Yeah, but Toxic still had those extra first hits. I'm really starting to speculate that maybe, the call must have been given, the push is coming, and at that point, that maybe 1 second of delay or that hesitation, maybe I should take that fight or something. I think this could have been gone down to the wire. It could have been anybody's game. It was a 50-50, yeah.
Let's speak about the realistic point of view here, right?
All right.
8-Bit should have been the one to come out on top, in my opinion. They should have been the
think
one to come
Rivalry
through
should have
swinging. Even Rivalry, yes, the zone shifted on top of them, but in my opinion, 8-Bit, considering they were racking up so many points, and considering they started things off on such a great note yesterday, are moving on forward today itself, they had to win in the sales. In my opinion, 8-Bit should have been the one to close things off much better. But then that rotation came through where IQ Soul, they tossed in those nades to perfection. But in general, 8-Bit, they're just playing too pinned down. They should have been a little bit more confident in that approach towards IQ Soul.
I think they really weren't aware that IQ Soul were present inside. I think that's the only answer I could take, or the only explanation I get, because for a moment IQ Soul just went lull, because initially they started that fight against Lifecraft, and the moment so many of the others also came barging in, IQ Soul were very patient, and 8-Bit did not see this coming from miles afar. But still, on the brighter side of things, I think a decent start for 8-Bit, considering they had a lot of finishes to their names as well.
Yeah, I mean, 8-Bit definitely a decent start. IQ Soul still sort of keeping themselves in that race with a consistent finish, in my opinion. S-Power with 4 elimination points and the damage number of 645, so he's doing quite good with the survival time of 28-9. So S-Power, of course, they're on the board. IQ Soul doing decent. Top 5 players in front of us. Bijali's going to be there too from Rivalry Esports with 3 points. You've got RageGod as well from Vassista Esports. Inferno Squad Zen, the man who managed to take down Slug early off in the game, is also there.
I'm really surprised to see Spy over here. And
Yeah.
insane. Looking at them, really have been missing those solid performances, especially when you talk about what's in their DNA. It's in their gene that they tend to play for the center and have been really unlucky with the circles. But still, this young lad has got a lot of power and has managed to get 3 finishes at least. But when you look at the match summary, I'm pretty sure the healing numbers would have been off the roof, but wasn't really the case, because just 2 players were engaged in a healing battle, and it was pretty much lull in the first 3 halves of the game, in the 3 quarters of the game, and then in that final one, it was hell breaking loose.
65 knocks, and you usually have 64 players in the lobby, so yeah, I mean, that in itself should just showcase the amount of damage that was just moving around. Then you've also got 4 grenade finishes, 31 rescues. You've also got 212 longest finish, considering it is the map of Vikendi. It is a little bit of that smaller map, so yes, it is understandable why the distance isn't too much. But the point standings in front of us. Vassista Esports, 17 points. A nice game in the hand. Now the consistency is going to be speaking for itself. Moving forward, IQ Soul with 11 points. A good game. 8-Bit as well with 11 points. Moving in with the consistent note.
It was almost around the 5th or the 6th circle where IQ Soul did not even have a single finish to their name. They took down 8-Bit, they took down the remaining survivors of Rivalry, and suddenly had 6 and 5 position points. So I think kudos to the players. I think that was a really nice recovery. But like you said, 8-Bit, they could have certainly done so much more. At least had one of those players, watching around their backlines. Or maybe there was just 2 tunnel vision. But for 7 sure, it was a really good day in the office, at least in this particular game. I mean, getting 8 points, something to latch onto. Reckoning, not really a good start. We expected Voltex Gaming to make a comeback. THW, all the favorites. this time somehow did not flourish.
I mean, the latter half of the board, yeah, as you mentioned, all the favorites not able to perform. Reckoning Esports, we expected them to start things off with a fiery note, but instead that was not the case. Voltix Gaming, a team that was way too close inside of the top 8, especially when the day started off. They were there in the top 8, and now there's just nowhere to be seen. You've also got THW Esport. I personally thought this first game can be a great start for them, considering the zone was shifting on top of them as well, but then later on it shifted away from them, and that's when THW, they were not able to adapt quickly enough, and that's where the waves were just not there. Global Esports off the rip, but do they even care? No.
Yeah, not for Global Esports. But when you talk about Hyderabad, considering the fact that they just won a chicken dinner in Miramar, that one game of break, and suddenly in the next game they come in and they look lost. Just at one point, I'm pretty sure they're going to be slipping a lot of spots, because before I think Sanhok started, they were sitting at the 5th spot, and now since all their games are done, I think they're going to lose quite a lot.
Hey, but you know what? Still, one more thing we need to look at. That's going to be clearing a lot of that ice that we finally got, considering it will be the icebreaker. The overall standings, 87.5 points, of course, from Team X Park. They are at the top, the king of the hills. Global Esports not that far away with 73 points on the second. And look at that catapult from Aiku Seoul, instantly placing themselves in that top 3 with that one single good performance.
I really think that Team X Park could be eyeing out for that 100 today. Still one more game left to play, and they could go swinging. Even for Mogo Esports, I think one more good game, and they also could get a lot of points to themselves. Hyderabad Hydras, they're pretty much done. But Vasista, this is what I was talking about. Right back into the race. 51.5 points and still have 2 more matches remaining. Reckoning Esports, they need to wake up. 7 short, their matches have been done, but quite a decent climb. I mean, 50 points, I think should have been their target. They achieved that.
Vasista and Reckoning. This is now going to be an interesting fight, considering both those teams, there's a high chance they can move inside of the overall standings. And for Group A, the game's already done. Global Esports, I think so they're still going to be in that comfort zone, so it's all good in the hood for those guys. Aiku Seoul as well, it's all going to be good in the hood. So for Group A, no one's going to be kicked out of the first top 8. Moving forward towards the latter half of the board, this is where the real concerns now start to begin. 8-Bit still looking to find that one single solid game, which they haven't, which of course yesterday was there, but then so far the consistency, it was there in the first game, but I'm not sure how that's going to look like in the future. Prime Esports right there too on the 18th. You've also got Voltix with 45.5.
For 8-Bit, I really feel the objective has to be breaking through 50 points by the end of the evening. Still have 2 more games to work around with. Still quite a realistic objective for them. They can achieve this, and if they do break that mark, I think we can still put them in the race for tomorrow. Because in the next 3 games, anything could happen. We have seen so many of those surprises, and 8-Bit is one of those teams that we have been talking about like broken records. They are known for their comebacks. In those latter halves, in those late matches, they seem to step up. You still have one more Vikendi for 8-Bit tomorrow also, so who knows, right? They could get some more few points here and there. But with what's remaining in front of us, Miramar and Erangel, this is where I would really love to see the others. In fact, X-Park coming in, what lies ahead, it's going to be exciting.
And as you mentioned, right, the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, after this short promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
Let's get spinning.
You know what the Mercury Soul just said? I just tried my luck and it was miserable. I don't even want to talk about it, what I got. But if you're lucky, who knows? You might end up with that beautiful skin, or maybe that gun skin also, the QBZ on the line, which is upgradable. But now back to business, Necro. Vikendi done and dusted. The off maps are finally over. Next up is going to be Miramar. Any pre-thoughts?
Back to the classic grounds, right? And for the pre-thoughts, I genuinely think so Reckoning Esports is now going to start a hit back. You remember the previous game of Miramar, Reckoning Esports played yesterday? They were doing quite good for themselves, and I think so once again the same thing can happen. Reckoning Esports, they definitely do need this game, and this one single solid game can actually seal the deal in the top 8 as well for them.
I think this is what I was also hoping for, that to happen in Vikendi. This did not happen. I think Reckoning, they've had quite a rough start, and let's not forget, Group B is coming into play. So you've got X-Park also coming in, and X-Park, they are eyeing out for that 100. And I'm pretty sure that is the next benchmark they've set for themselves. And who knows? Who knows? They might be out on a hunt.
I don't think so they're going to be eyeing out for the 100, man. At this point, X-Park just going to try to pull off some weird shenanigans. They know they've already made it. No one's going to be even coming close to that point marker that they've put up other than Global Esports. But X-Park, they pretty much have the cushion knowing the fact that they're not going to be kicked out of that top 8. So X-Park, they can definitely bring in those testing waters once again.
And they certainly can, and this is exactly what I've been trying to tell you, that, you know, X-Park eyeing out for that 100, they will be out on the hunt and could cause some massive, massive damage to the opposition, whilst there's going to be a little bit of that switcheroo. We've got one neck bro out, another one coming in, and this time we also do have Group B making their way. So Carnival Gaming comes into play, Team Limra, they've been flying high, especially after that chicken dinner in Sanhok. Entity, a decent game so far, but godlike. I think they still managed to squeeze in a couple of points in the previous one.
Yeah, exactly. And I really believe that, again, it's a final match for Godlike right now in this day, the second last day of week number 1. Still trying to clinch a lot more points, right? It is not the typical Godlike that we want to see, actually, in the semi-finals. They need to go a little bit aggressive. I still believe that they have a kind of almost a similar play style of what Global Esports is doing. The difference that is in the making is, like, Global Esports, they're involving themselves so much in those third parties that is granting them the chance of getting a lot more finishes for themselves.
On pen and paper, sure. When you look at the players and the caliber, definitely this team can go on all out. But when you talk about stats and figures, that hasn't been reciprocated that way. I think Godlike at this point, you know, the biggest hurdle for them is even Jelly might be in two minds, right? Does he go experimenting around? Does he try to go aggressive? Because if he somehow messes up this one, then for tomorrow, I think so many of the other teams are going to try and close in, because for Group D, they still have 2 more games to play. I mean, including this matchup, of course. So, Godlike, they need to deliver. And Miramar hasn't really been one of their strongest suits up until, you know, that wildcard match we saw. They made that top 2 finish. They need a circle like that. But really, fingers crossed for Godlike. But now I really want to talk about the others. I think let's talk about Group D, Vasista Esports. How did you like that comeback?
I loved it. I really loved it because, you know what? Kind of I was rooting for Vasista Esports that, you know, I want this team to make a comeback, and surely even Rivalry Esports made their marks in the map of Vikendi. I'm really happy for those boys as well, because they might not qualify for the grand finals, at least in the first 8, but at least getting back the momentum is what they need before the week 2.
They certainly do. They certainly do. And at this point, you know, you do not want to be thinking that you're heading on into week number 2. You want to make your job done, sealed your fates right here, right now. As we charter through the skies, it is going to be a flight path trajectory all the way from Parthona towards El Pozo. And all those teams dropping out on towards that eastern, northeastern lines. That is going to be such a tough and a long stretch.
Surely fixes. Right now, as we just speak, I'm really concerned about the teams going towards the direction of Elazar, as you mentioned earlier. Those early collisions, the chances of facing those early casualties are really, really high. But you just don't want to mess around. But for the teams like Rivalry Esports, Vasista Esports, Reckoning, my god, the way they have stepped up their game, the way they have kind of delivered the performance that was needed in the map of Vikendi is really amazing. And in the overall standings we just saw, right? Vasista Esports and Reckoning Esports, they're going in hand. They're just like a 1-point difference or something like that just can make them get inside the top 8 category.
Yeah, that is what I was actually going to get at. Because for Reckoning, I think we've been too complacent. Because when we went out to say that, yeah, this team is going to easily qualify. And suddenly, I think they're chartering through some really deep waters. Because not having the best of start, I think that puts them in a situation where they even would be questioning how do they approach. Do they play according to their natural style where they kind of go all guns blazing, take those fights? Because one more bad game and a lot of the teams down below might step up. And this is where Reckoning really needs to hit the ball out of the park. And we've seen them getting all those finishes. But hold on. There is a drop collision over here. Carnival Gaming taking on Team Inspiration. Oh my god.
Every time, fixes, every time. Even Clutchet, like Akshat just kind of dropped down. And my name is like Clutchet going on because of the clutches that he has done previously. But once again, Inspiration Esports, it's a big task for these boys. If they can eradicate Carnival Gaming right here and now, they can also break the momentum and the confidence that these boys are like gaining slowly and steadily.
I mean, for Inspiration and Carnival Gaming, it's such an important game. And neither of them cannot back out. They have to see this through. Both of them quite desperate for those points. And for Carnival Gaming, really so much speculation, so much theory crafting done. And they've always been in these situations. And I think more often they've come out being the team winning. But overall, that has caused some severe losses in terms of the grand scheme of things. The timing absolutely gets messed up. But this time, Goblin and Neo do not want to waste any further time. Directly, just want to push in through.
Neo's got a sort of, yes, switch to the S686, but Akshat again has to do the bigger job. He's got a complete different angle, which I'm quite sure Inspiration Esports won't anticipate. And if he can get those breakthroughs, it would be really, really magical. And look at Starboy's position. He can just give the players of Carnival Gaming the biggest heart attack that they can ever anticipate of. But on the other counter, even Inspiration Esports has one of the players in a different direction. And that is Chico OP. And if he can just get one unorthodox angle, if he can just get the hold of it and can find one opening, that will give the boost for the other players to go all in.
For Inspiration, I really feel like the tension is even higher. Because for Carnival Gaming, I think they're moving in as a pack. Inspiration, they're playing their tactical game. They're trying to rely on the spreads. They're trying to catch the players of Carnival Gaming off guard. And for Inspiration, what are the victory conditions? Pretty simple. The individual players need to perform. They cannot afford to get knocked down. Because for Carnival Gaming, if they get that breach, if they get that one knock, at least two are falling down. And finally, push has come to shove. Carnival Gaming have had enough. They're checking every nooks and crannies. And now, this is where they go barging in.
Oh. Coming with those plays, with the flashbangs, trying to get, like, blinding those angles. Trying to push them away from the angles that they're holding. But as you mentioned earlier, Carnival Gaming, they're going all in as a pack. They have broken the silence. But still the positions are not kind of compromised. Starboy's position is literally unknown. It's not at all compromised, but two players on the top. Starboy again can be the X factor. He has got the M249 in his hand.
Look at this crossfire in your dreams in Starboy. Yeah, once he just breaks free, no stopping him. But for Carnival Gaming, really have to thread the needle. Really need that first opener, and it's so difficult to try and find some success with just grenades, right? Stun grenades would have been the way to go, but look at this. This is some development. Because Goblin, he spotted out Chico. And this grenade could set the trigger, could set the fire alarm. But no, Chico survives.
Lucky for him. The timing was really perfect for Chico. If it would have been like a few seconds delayed, Carnival Gaming would have got the first knockout, the first opening that they anticipate in this fight. Again, you see Akshat completely still in his position. He's cooking up a nade, but he has to wait. He's having all the intel in the world that you can ever imagine, conveying it to his teammates to make a proper push. But I guess the Cold War is going to continue for some more time.
Yeah, and that's kind of quite deterrent, at least for both these teams. But the only good thing is that they're still inside the circle. They do not have to move around. But ideally, this is when Team Carnival Gaming love to take that Southern Picardo Hills. And just to make matters worse, Team X-Park, they're on the prowl. They've already come across that Northern Picardo Hills. And they're just waiting with bated breath for the fight to be breaking out. And finally, seems like Carnival Gaming, they've got some util to work around with. Aryan, not having the best of HP, but Inspiration, they've got such a solid crossfire still set up.
Akshat's nade definitely did a little bit of damage, but Starboy, 74 by 35 in his M249. He has to do the bigger job. He's got plenty of ammos to spray down on the players of Carnival Gaming. But Carnival Gaming has to be a little bit efficient with those utils. Not much to waste. And look at that. One stun grenade on Goblin. One smoke. Uzi 25 by 110. Ammunition is enough, but as we mentioned earlier, X-Park around the corners. Shadow is there. above the hills, can just get any unorthodox pick if possible. But oh, Akshat,
No way.
he misses the chance.
Really ruins the timing, and now it's just given his position away. Really felt like Chico. He had that angle to play around with, but Akshat. Oh my goodness. What has happened to him? How could he let him pass by? But still, now Inspiration, they feel like they've got the upper hand in this fight. Akshat cannot afford to get knocked down over here. But for Chico, this man has been doing a lot. But like you said, that threat looming over Inspiration's head, the threat about which they're unaware of. Oh my god, Ninja, he's just toying with his prey. The moment Chico looks upstairs, looks over the hills, he knows he's done for.
This is the moment. Carnival Gaming, they're already in the top floor, but the crossfire setup is being done pretty good. But Starboy goes down in your dreams. He has done a lot of pre-fire, but that hasn't been quite helpful for the side of Inspiration Esports. Aryan trying to go all in, but that's knock. Another one. Goblin gets another one in his control. Aryan, he's just trying to escape, but no room for it. This Carnival Gaming, they will be taking all those 3 finishes, but Goblin getting taken down. Chico is trying to make a play out of it, but finally, the moment that we all were waiting for, Ninja Jod above the hills, being the gods of Miramar.
Yeah. A case that Chico did not want. That was a case. Really. Case that sent him to a deep, deep sleep. And this is what we were talking about. But I loved how Carnival Gaming approached that fight. Really screening out the players, isolating that one man over there, just dropping those smoke grenades, and then instantly going in for the push. The moment they got that first knock, I think that is where Inspiration had to get those panic buttons hit. And Chico had no idea of what was coming his way, because even when Goblin got knocked out, it was nothing too worrisome because they had already dealt with 3 of their players, and there was no chance on earth that Chico could have pushed in closer. But for 8-Bit, now again 8-Bit is known for their success in Miramar. This time also having a really good circle, but look at this shift. Now this is where Team X-Park also needs to make a move. Reckoning Esports far from home, but Raven, do they know what they're walking into?
Not quite sure, if you ask me, but it's again the pack of wolves. Reckoning, the boys, they have been so much dominant with all the game plans that they've made up so far. But Rivalry Esports and Vasista Esports, they will be thanking their stars so much by the circle that the BGMI gods have given them. But there's a big chance that Vasista Esports and Rivalry might collide during this rotation phase.
I really want to see Vasista at least in the top 5 by the end of today's matches.
+1.
Really, because these boys, I think you were sitting on the sidelines. You saw how Necro was bashing them. You saw how he'd just given up on them. And I love it when he has his mouth shut. But Reckoning, this is what we were talking about. Viper should not really use those sprays, not any given day. Nothing really seeming to connect, but certainly Raven, they're getting those trims, but nothing too disastrous yet.
I am disappointed, Fixes. I mean, Viper should have connected at least. He should have got 1 knockout. They literally walked out in front of him, and yes, the vehicle has been damaged brutally, but not quite a lot of damage on the players, right? So the majority of the damage has been tanked up by the vehicles, and I really do feel like they need to change it as quickly as possible if they find a new one quite close. This rotation is really good because if you talk about the kind of path in which Raven Esports is heading towards, they don't have any other teams to take care of. They can just go all in if they want, but as of what Raven Esports have done so far, I don't think they will go directly inside the circle. They will wait outside and wait for the right moment, maybe take an lead entry inside the circle to find a sweet spot for themselves.
Yeah, for Raven Esports, I think we could also talk about them a little bit, because the way they started off their semi-final journey, were inside the top 3. They were the beacon of consistency. Even day number 2, yeah, they slipped a couple of points, but were still in the race. The way they've played in today's matches kind of forces me to think if they have really gassed out. And they can still redeem themselves, don't get me wrong. They can still make it inside the grand finals by securing a top 8 position over here. For that, they need to have a really good time in this matchup.
I agree with your statement. Like, this has been a bad day at office for them. But once again, if you are consistent, I really believe that even Godlike getting 7-8 points for themselves, still trying to make it up inside the top 8 by the end of the day, Raven Esports can just get one good match, this one, to be precise. If they can get like 8-9 points, I think it should be enough for them to be in a spot where they can think like, okay, it's okay. We had a bad day, but we have got 3 more games and we can back up as quickly as possible as what we did on day number 1. But talking about THW fixes,
Yeah.
I am a little bit concerned about them.
Me too. Me too, for sure. Because not the best of starts in Vikendi. And this is also one of those teams that is still in the mix, right? Kind of having that little bit of that Raven storyline. Similar thoughts. Yesterday we still do remember though, the way they clobbered down Carnival Gaming. I think nobody forgets that. That one grenade, 3 of them. Poof, into thin air. But for now, Galaxy. Let's see. They've got an MG3. That's quite alluring, for sure. I love that weapon. And I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers watching this broadcast would agree with me. That is an absolute shredder. But in those close ranges, I think even Necros, you would agree. Switching the RPM to 990 really messes things up. I mean, I cannot control the spray. It's just too hot to handle.
Even the fear in front of, on the audit, like, kind of opponents, it's surreal, right?
Yeah, the MG3.
The sound is enough to kind of crack your heads. It's like, oh my god, I am not going up front to take a 1v1 battle against him. But for the reasons like we are not seeing players picking up the MG3, it's like more importantly they're carrying the DBS and the M4s. So not a lot more 7.62 ammunition to carry for themselves, and that's why they're not opting for those drop weapons. But again, coming back to the conversation, Rivalry Esports on our screen, they had a really great comeback match for themselves in Vikendi, and I really hope that they have found the momentum back of what they did earlier in round number 4.
Yeah, for Rivalry, at a certain point, you feel kind of bad, right? Especially them having the center of the circle, and then so many teams just charge in on them, and eventually just to be picked off by the players of Aiku's Soul. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Rivalry, don't get me wrong, they still had a good start. Still had a decent number of points, but at that point they would be hoping, yeah, that chicken dinner could have been theirs, because they were the ones who made it to the trench first, but were unable to defend it. But for Team Entity, again, their favorite map, they're known for Miramar success, and this exactly looks like a circle that we saw in which Entity got a big chicken dinner. I think it was 18 finishes?
Yeah,
they got a lot of
18,
points. Yeah.
They got a lot of points, but oh my god, look at this circle shift. Entity, once again, the king of Miramar, and we just don't say it in the air, right? They have done the deeds to get that title on their name, but right now, talking about the circle, so many teams swarming inside from the northeastern corridor, even reckoning they had a late rotation for sure, but if they have to breach inside this circle, they have to face teams like Raven Esports, Team Limra, and so. But right now, in front of us, we see Godlike trying to cut down the rotations of a lot more teams.
Whoa, what was that, Juicy? Nobody saw that one coming. Godlike, now in a whole world of trouble once again. Jelly, Admino, Jonathan, 3 players surviving, and look at that Inferno squad also instilling that herd, and they've heard all that commotion. They want to pick up that fight, and look at Zin inching in. Godlike now suddenly surrounded by a lot of foes, and how do they get out of this mess?
The confidence has already shattered, and Godlike is definitely under a lot of pressure, and it is quite justified by their gameplay and the game styles that they are just coming up with. So have to look forward what they can just do. But 8-bit, finally they've got the one opening that they were looking forward, but it's not just all about 8-bit fixers. It's Inferno squad also knocking at the back doors of Godlike.
And this is one of those teams that never really backs off. And Inferno squad, they pack a lot of punch, but Omega, he cannot be oblivious like that, making that mistake in Jonathan. You cannot do that in front of him. He is gonna punish you. He is gonna turn you into ash. It's all about Godlike suddenly starting to flip things over, but Jelly cannot afford to be in the open like that. One wrong move, one misstep, and Inferno squad, they were overzealous, They were getting too excited. They wanted to pick up this fight. But the next moment, they decide to back off. And this indecisiveness has cost them the life of one of their players. Even for the likes of Godlike, I really felt like they would fight their way through. But suddenly, this was a mad dash in which 8-Bit were already prepared. And now, since they're in a little bit of a pickle, they're somehow finding a remedy to the hemorrhage.
A lot of noise is being made in this particular area. I mean, you've got 8-Bit, you've got Godlike, Inferno Squad were there just a few moments ago, but right now even Galaxy Esports looks interested in taking a head-on fight with 8-Bit. They're just waiting for that one knock to come in, right? If they get one, I really hope that they're going to push in, but when it comes down to primes, they never back off. The nades are being tossed in. SprayGod is knocked out and he's down for good. X-Spark down to 3-man right now.
Yeah, Entity does get that finish though. And Prime, they're not going to be happy about it. As Troy, he gets one more. And this could be such a crucial knock, but hold on. Vasista Esports, they've also tossed their hat into the ring. And so much happening whilst Prime Esports still being a little bit hesitant in trying to go in for that push. Because for Team X-Spark, let's be honest, they've got really nothing to lose over there. They can still, falter down. They can still get eradicated from this map. But you know what? You're still going to see them in the grand finals. You're going to see them in the Hightex Exhibition Center. But with Sarang still alive, Ninja still in the picture, you can't really rule them out, can you?
For now, X-Spark has just one aim. To have the century, to have the 100 points on the board. You know that you go in semis, but with a style, with a swag. And that's what X-Spark are all looking forward to, because they know they have made it. They don't have to kind of be under pressure. They can just do some experiments. They can go a little bit more aggressive if they want. So yeah, it's kind of a comfortable spot. But this next circle shift, my god, it goes all northeastern, favoring and keeping Godlike almost in the dead center.
Yeah, Godlike an 8-Bit. Too comfortable, yet too restless. Imagine, you've got a neighbor who at any given time could just pounce in on you and could just take your life away. That's anxiety at its peak. Can't really sleep over there. You're going to get caught napping. So for 8-Bit and Godlike, they will have to settle their differences. Somebody needs to walk out of that situation alive. 8-Bit could have been a really good first game in Vikendi. Yeah, it was not too bad though. But still, they were also hoping for a chicken dinner. Galaxy Esports, they also have a little bit of a room, breathing space. But for Prime Esports, they have to get inside the circle. And Vasista Esports, they're going to embrace them with open arms.
The kind of form that Vasista Esports is carrying forward for themselves, it's really impeccable. When you look down, Austin is back in the lineup. The experienced players are on a roll. But it seems like a head-on fight that Prime Esports they have to take on. The nade's being cooked up. It can be very vital. But MJ goes down. The nade in mind just gave a lot more damage to all the three players in that compound. But MJ being picked off can be really, really problematic for the side of Vasista Esports. The upper ground advantage will be favoring Prime Esports for sure. They also have an intel about the other players. Austin's position has been completely compromised. Prime Esports, if they have to push, they have to find another knock.
Wait a second.
What?
Did he actually just do that?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what is this?
In front of the players, right?
In front of your enemy. And he's got away with it. And he's going to have that revive. And that was such a close call. For Vasista Esports, I think they should be really happy about it. Everybody needs a teammate like that. In front of adversity, he takes you and he revives you. But for now, Galaxy Esports, oh my god, sort of. He's got a Lynx AMR to work around with. No, you're not supposed to do that. That weapon could cause some massive damage. Last I checked, one bullet from the Lynx gets a knock on you. And I don't know how is he still standing.
4 bullets left on that weapon. And he wants to invest Destiny getting taken down. Galaxy Esports coming into the picture from a distant area. Definitely the upper ground advantage is favoring them. But I don't quite think that they're going to push. But oh, that's a good decision coming up from Galaxy Esports. I mean, you can see Evil going for a flank. And if it works out, then THW can be doomed. Destiny again gets knocked out.
Oh.
The infantry is working so brilliant as Destiny. He's confirmed as well. Galaxy Esports, what a role.
They certainly are. And look at them. This is where they might overextend. Because at this point, Inze, his position compromised. Oh no. Really thought that he's going to deliver. But sadly failed as Evil this time. He's not going to spare Ninja. He's not going to show any mercy as THW. The numbers are starting to fall. The bodies lying down on the floor. And so many teams clumped up around that western area. And Galaxy Esports, we know they love to go on the aggressive. What is wrong with Sam? Where does he have his eyes at? Is it another team that's pushing at them? No, it is Galaxy. And THW really on the verge of extinction. The last player surviving is going to be Kyolamau, who's got to make a run for his life.
Not a long way that he can back off, but instantly Galaxy Esports switching their aims on Vasista Esports, it seems, as they're again having a fight with Prime Esports. So the first target for Galaxy will be Prime because they are up front. Brook seems to be changing his position for now because now they know there is a team in their backlines that they need to clear off. Some knocks have been taken out, but even it seems like 8-bit, they are annoying the players of Carnival Gaming around the corner.
Oh, that had to hurt. Goblin did not see that coming. I'm pretty sure with knock with a shotgun. And now, oh, he's going to be burnt alive. There you go. The rights performed. But for 8-bit, they're looking quite dandy. 2 finishes already on the board. Godlike still surviving. And they know that 8-bit just cannot push out in the open. It's all about somebody rolling the dice, somebody pushing in on Godlike, and then maybe 8-bit have the chances. But for Juicy, he's getting a lot done. Carnival Gaming, especially after how they survived that first fight against Inspiration, this again has to be a nasty fall.
It even seems like 8-bit and Godlike, they have signed a treaty because it doesn't seem like both of them are interested in taking the fight. They are kind of happy with the compounds that they're holding, but from the backlines, Raven Esports are also making the rotation. But right now, Inferno Squad, the one team who backed up from that particular area, engaging against Voltex. Oh, Owen, he goes down and now there is literally no mercy coming up from Voltex Gaming.
And look at Cyrex. Oh my god, he spotted out Zin, but Zin is inside of that buggy. Hence, he does not get taken down. Vishu still understanding both these players inside of the vehicle. Still goes out swinging. Yes, he gets that first knock, but instantly needs to patch himself up. But Vishu has really nothing to work around with. He's got barely a sliver of HP, and he gets away with murder.
Oh, look at Voltex Gaming instantly switching on to the aim over the areas where Reckoning is holding. Inferno Squad definitely get taken down. Even Galaxy Esports are facing the backlash as 8-bit, getting so many finishes in their name, and it's Raven Esports coming into the equation. It was just a fight few moments ago that Voltex finished, but now they have to engage once again. So many nades being tossed up onto that direction. Aryan just being the lucky man.
An artificial red zone set up by both these teams, but Raven Esports on the right side of things. Cyrex still knocked out. Vishu does not have a lot of HP to work things around. It has to be Aryan who delivers, who creates that space for his team. But seems like Raven Esports want to shut the lights on the faces of Voltex Gaming. But Raven Esports also, they're being clobbered down with a lot of grenades coming in from the players of Godlike as finally the March comes in. And there you have it, Jonathan, this time leading the charge. He does not miss those grenades. He surely needs to strike once more.
Godlike needs to clear this area if they want to go further inside the circle, and Godlike Jonathan makes the opening for his side. Look at those nades coming in. How the hell is he surviving? Aim God finally goes down. Raven Esports trying to kind of get the momentum back, but Jonathan, he's got 3 in his name. That's the final player, Hulk, trying to escape from the situation, but all these 3 finishes will be registered in the name of Godlike as they're marching towards the players of Reckoning, it seems.
This is what I wanted. This is what I love about Godlike. And Jonathan, this was much needed. When the situations are dire, when everything is against you, this man comes in swinging. All those grenades landing into perfection. And Godlike suddenly have 4 finishes to work around with. But still in front of them, they've got a lot of foes to deal with. So many players still alive in such a tiny little circle. Godlike still have found a circle. still have found some space to breathe in, but Reckoning right in front of them. Jelly is taking quite some damage, but how is he going to survive? Admino on real low HP, he has to walk through fire, still manages to take a couple of shots though, but instantly gets taken down as Hunter, he wants to look at Jonathan, as Jonathan, he also falls down, as Jelly, he's also looking at the players of Voltex Gaming. What is happening? It is carnage everywhere.
Look at those nades coming on his direction. Jelly, I don't know, he will be thanking his stars for sure. Even Carnival Gaming's Akshat, he's surviving all alone till this stage. Rivalry Esports onto the radar, 6 finishes in the name of 8-bit. But right now, the dices have to roll. Voltex Gaming takes an exit in the 6th spot. Rivalry Arthur, Lucifer, both being taken down. It's Basista Esports coming into the equation as 8-bit. They're trying to make a full stop on their run.
Third parties after third parties, this is what we've all signed for. This is what we've all wanted, the comeback storyline. Look at the teams that are still alive. 8-bit with 7 finishes, all 4 of their players alive. Rivalry with 7 finishes with 3 of their players alive. Carnival Gaming, they're latching onto some hope. Godlike still have their final player surviving. And Basista Esports, still 3 finishes strong. Last player MJ might be breathing his final moments, but still not out yet.
Not a lot of healings to play along with as well, Fixes. But it seems like 8-bit, the numbers advantage is literally favoring them. This match can be theirs and they know it. But the only one kind of trouble, it is going to be in the name of Rivalry Esports, who can stop their run. But they need to enter the circle in order to do so. Even Akshat completely intact to his position. But MJ, he has one nade, he has one Molotov. If the utils go in the right direction, 8-bit can crumble down.
Just waiting for the right moment. Still has 3 first states to work around with. And 8-bit absolutely oblivious of his position. Jelly, he's got 9 first states to work around with. Little decent this time, at least for Godlike, considering the kerfuffle they found themselves in as Beast. Opening things up against Juicy Mac, taking some hefty amount of damage from the backlines. Does realize what is coming on his way, but Akshat, he is still aliving and he's still clutching things left, right and center. Akshat, his position still uncompromised, and 8-bit almost on the brinks of a fall.
This is the final moment. Again, the strikes coming in. Aditya, he's going up close and personal and getting all those finishes. Bijlu, he has to back off. He has to wait for the right moment because he knows there is one player surviving on the right hand side, Akshat. If he can clutch it out, this will be historical for the side of Carnival Gaming, as all the players of 8-bit, they have got the revivals and they are patching themselves up. Mac still needs a revival. Juicy still needs a revival. But right now, the kind of crumbling down the side of 8-bit has patched themselves up. But Bijlu going up close, he has to take the fight. Akshat has got the upper ground and Carnival Gaming still in the contention, still in the top 3.
This man was built different, but that was all she wrote for Akshat and Carnival Gaming. Yeah, really a good, valiant effort coming in. But now, it's all about 8-bit. And what a comeback and a half has it been. A good start in Vikendi, now a resounding chicken dinner. 8-bit, they're throttling their way up top. I'm pretty sure by the end of this game, they might have entered the top 8. But for Godlike, what a fight that was. Jonathan really getting those couple of finishes there. Those grenades, but yeah, these position points will be really helpful for Godlike, and their dreams of making it inside the top 8, they're also bouncing back.
10 points is what Godlike will be walking away with from this particular match of Miramar. But 8-bit, my god. Look at the desperation. Juicy went all outside of the blue zone just trying to find that final player. But it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8-bit walking away with this winner chicken dinner of this match number 5. The Miramar is in their names.
This was a mad game. I have to be honest with you. Really. I mean, everything that happened around that little ditch, right? You had so many teams here. 8-bit, Reckoning, Godlike, even Carnival Gaming's Akshat was alive. And only Jelly survived that onslaught. Yeah, of course, 8-bit also had a different angle to play around with. But let's not forget, for a moment, there was that golden window. MJ dished out massive damage towards Mac, but barely just slipped out. Because Had Mac been knocked out over there, I think 3 of the players of 8-bit would have been taken down. And again, that is where Rivalry could have really pushed in. But Rivalry decided to take another course. They decided to go after Akshat. But since Akshat had that high ground, and it was also that momentum building up, he managed to take them down. And in the midst of all of that, 8-bit got all their players alive. And Jelly, yeah, he was pretty much chilling, getting that healing battle done. But what a game of Miramar.
I mean, I have to give all the credits to Akshat as well for surviving so
sure.
long after so many disappointing fights that Carnival Gaming got involved in. Got a lot more finishes, like 5 or 6 finishes if I'm not wrong for Carnival Gaming, and walking away like with what, 5 placement points at least. So it's like a good game for Carnival Gaming, almost like 10-11 points. It is fine, right? It is good that you are walking away with points, and finally getting up the momentum is what Carnival Gaming is at least craving for from this very week 1, because I don't see them, again, qualifying for the top 8. It seems a little bit dicey, but Rivalry Esports, again, coming up with a consistent performance, back-to-back matches.
Yeah, Rivalry Esports also, 8-bit also. I think few of the names from even Vasista Esports, they've also been quite consistent. So this is what we've been talking about, right? This is exactly the volatility that I was mentioning, because Group D, they had not played their matches, and they come in and most of their teams are starting to perform. This is where, I mean, they're going to replace so many of those names, and I do not know how this top 8 would be looking at this point. Suddenly, even Hyderabad Hydras, I think they are going to be pushed over from the top 8, since I think their matches are pretty much over. But, you know, what I wanted to really discuss about at this point is the fact that, alright, Team X Park, nothing to worry about them. They're fine. 8-bit, I think they might be inside the top 8. That's for there. But what about the others? What about the rest?
It's really concerning. Once again,
what about Reckoning? They got 6 finishes.
Yeah, they got finishes. They were in a good spot, but as for what Reckoning were, they were in the 9th spot, right, before this match started. So, good amount of finishes, and I really believe they also got some, like, 1 or 2 placement points, maybe, as I really think they got taken down at the 9th or the 8th spot, if I'm not wrong. So, if they got eliminated with, like, 1 or 2 points, it is also fine for them. Walking with, like, 7-8 points, it's still decent from a match and from the position that they were in. But for Vasista Esports, this match can just turn their tides. They might be crossing that marker and getting themselves inside the top 8.
I think last we saw they were around 52 points.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they've gotten more than 8. So they've crossed over 60.
I also feel like that.
And at this point, you know, I have to bring this discussion up. Before the day started, in fact, right from the day 1 of the semis, we were talking about the cutoff going around 70 plus. You stuck onto that golden number 68, and nothing else. I just wanted to add maybe one more point to the 68, but still, that would have been different. But I really feel like now we need to start speculating of the graph going a little higher, considering so many teams have made the comeback. Who knows, it might go beyond 75 also.
Yeah, 75 can be that one number that I will be looking for. Once again, one number. I don't like to go with those ranges, what the certain numbers.
From 68 to 75?
Yeah.
Alright.
Either 68 or 75.
What is this? I mean, we're not going to be wagering though, but still, your word against mine. But I think now the possibilities are there.
Yep.
Like, with so many of those teams making a comeback, because today, I think, has been historic.
Yeah.
Today has been pretty much the day of comeback. So many teams that we were hoping for. Even Carnival Gaming, let's be honest. Yes, before all these matches, they were struggling. And yeah, they won that fight against Inspiration. Yes, they lost out on literally every other player whilst they were rotating. But Akshat, take a bow, man. I don't know what the stats and figures say, but he is pretty much my MVP this game.
For sure. I mean, one player kind of boosting the motivation or the kind of momentum for the team, it's really important, right? And we were talking about it so many times that at least one player needs to step in from the side of Carnival Gaming. It can be Omega, it can be Goblin. I was really rooting for Goblin or Akshat to step in, because they are the main 2 turrets that can work out for Carnival Gaming's like getting those finishes and all. So Akshat stepped in. I'm really happy for him, and I really hope, you know, that if not this week, at least in the week 2, I want Carnival Gaming to be back in their domination form, going all in, taking those fights, finding the values, and getting the finishes for themselves.
Yeah, this was sort of a pleasant reminder to all the fans that had forgotten who Akshat is, right? And in fact, Necro gave a slight glimpse. Clutch shot is what we love to call him, and he delivered a performance like that. But let's see if you know, his heroics have gotten him the MVP according to the stats and figures as we take a look at it. But like we said, right, I think this is exactly that morale booster that Akshat had given to the entirety. But yes, the gods of BGMI, the stats and figures speak otherwise. I mean, Arto, he also made a comeback over there. 5 finishes, 861 points of damage. He's been low-key gunning down everybody in the lobby.
Yep. And you know what? I somehow feel like if the next match, in which rivalry again, they have a match next one on the map of Erangel, if they can again get at least the chicken dinner, if they can end on that note, do you think they have a chance in qualifying for the top 8? I mean, it's a big gamble though, but I do think that the consistent performance that rivalry has put in today's day can be fruitful for them.
I think at this point, you and I will both agree, even Necro combined, that anything can happen. What we have witnessed so far, expect the unexpected. So far, the tell-to-tell in the BGIS and in the semi-finals also, that's happening, making things a lot more exciting. This is where, you know, Team X-Pac would be thanking their stars. Thank God we made it through in those first few games. But, yeah, taking a look at the top 5 performance, you've got Juicy also. 4 finishes to his name. Jonathan, though, that heroic with those grenades over there, I'm pretty sure he must be feeling quite happy about himself.
Yep. I got to feel like Jonathan needed this kind of performance, but also the other players needs to step in. Jelly has been doing the work in terms of frag department very nicely, but Admino and Sim stepping up would be very much necessary for Godlike to make a big comeback in the overall standings. But having a look on the points table, like it can be something that we'll be looking forward to. But before that, match summary is coming up in front of our eyes as we see. There are 6 grenade finishes and 2 vehicle finishes.
Alright, so I think this time a little bit of a... I really expected the longest finish distance to be a little high. But grenade finishes, yeah, pretty much there. Nox will be there in Miramar, but revives will be also there. But not a lot of revives. That is what I'm surprised with, and a lot of healing done. And I think last we saw, it was just Jelly who was trying to patch himself up. So, yeah, I mean, this match summary quite interesting. And 2 airdrops looted. I think we saw both the MG3 and the Lynx AMR in action. But when you talk about the other teams that really came into play in this matchup, I think I had my eyes on a couple of them. We'll talk about them while we're speaking, because now it's time to find out who has scored how many points. In the point standings, you've got 8-bit. These 20 points, oh my god, has set them up for success. Even for the likes of Rivalry, 12 points. Carnival Gaming, I think considering how the first 2 days went, this has been a really good comeback.
They want some more matches like this.
Yes.
11 points. Godlike also got 10. So I do feel like they were in like 49 or 48 something, and as far as I remember. So like it makes them up to go to 58 points. It should be helpful for them. But even Reckoning got 7 points from this match. Versista got 6 points. So they're going hand in hand, like being the brothers inside the overall standings, trying to make it inside the top 8 altogether. But even Prime Esports coming with 4 points. It's a little concerning because even Prime Esports made a good comeback. So I really anticipate for them that they will make a good comeback and kind of make a lot more points.
Yeah, I think Prime Esports was causing so much trouble for Team X-Pac, and eventually X-Pac also got third-partied. Yeah, just 1 point. It's not going to be bothersome. Yeah, Team Entity were the ones who third-partied X-Pac. But for Entity, I think would have been a really interesting game. Limra Esports, especially considering just in Sanhok, they got a chicken dinner. This performance, we were all hoping. In fact, Necro was quite happy that, yeah, they finally got a chicken. They're finally back into the mix. They were at the 9th spot, I think. That was quite a big bounce back. But again, these inconsistency, that has been quite the concern. Same goes for THW Esports also.
Walking away with only 0 points will definitely kind of put a lot more pressure on them. But that being said, the overall standings is in front of our screens as we see Godlike going in the top 8 spot, being in the 7th spot for now with 58.5 points. Entity still there in the 6th spot with 59.5. So there's 1 point difference as we see. But on the top charts, even Mogo is there. A lot of changes being done in the second chart, it seems. Versista Esports still on the 10th spot, but Reckoning, they have dropped down thanks to the kind of comeback of 8-bit that we see.
Yes, this is what I was talking about. 8-bit, this is massive. And the way they are playing, I think by the next game, they're going to cross over Hyderabad Hydras also. And let's not forget, Mogo is still going to come into play. I think FS still have that final game for themselves along with Team Tamilas. So they're going to push in through. Maybe we're just hoping they might get a couple of more points. But for Reckoning, Voltex, I think it'll be a really interesting game. Limra, there you go. Again, top 16. That is where they find. But Prime Esports, they've taken quite a climb. As we move on ahead into the next page, I'm pretty sure we will have a couple of upsets. And yes, the biggest has to be Raven, Insane and THW along with Aru.
Yep. You don't expect the teams or like Aru or kind of THW to drop down to the third chart, but specifically I would talk about Team Aru. But it is what it is, right? They haven't performed that well as what we saw in the wildcard phase, but for Rivalry, it's a really great comeback. From the fourth chart, coming up to the 23rd spot, still keeping up the pace. They have got 35 points, 120 bomber game fixes, can completely change the overall standings from their side.
Yeah, Rivalry, I think they're literally in the groove. And considering how miserable they were up until yesterday and today's matches started, I think they're on the right track. Carnival Gaming ending the day on a good note. I think a lot of points accumulated. But the next game of Erangel is going to be so important when you're THW, when you're Team Aru, and even for the likes of LOC. This is where you have to throw that final punch. Ensure that you end the day on a good note, because tomorrow you will have something to fight for.
Exactly, and I still believe the fire is lit.
Yeah.
A lot of teams are in the contention. It's still very uncertain to tell that, you know, these 8 teams are going to make it to the grand finals. It's not that easy to tell because so many teams in the contention. Every match is changing the overall standing so much drastically that, you know, one match we see that, yeah, this team has made a comeback. Suddenly the overall standing changes and we see new set of teams in the top 8.
Yeah, everybody as brittle as coal at this point, and anything could possibly happen. Still one more game remaining, Necros, and again, we are going to be expecting that flip to be happening across the point standings. But before we head into the final game, here's a quick short look at one of the beautiful promos.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले, थोड़ा BGMI।
Yeah. Stop watching reels, play some BGMI. You're just going to get better at the game. That is my message for you. And I really hope that I get to see you in the battleground sometimes in the classic lobbies during the night. But coming back to much more interesting things at hand over here, I think the final game of Erangel, we certainly do have a game on our hand.
Exactly. Rivalry already on a good form. I have my eyes on them. There is no other team that I'm looking forward. Yes, there are FS Esports. There is Team Tamilas as well. But for a team who is making a comeback, it's more important to put limelight on him.
Yeah, an underdog does understand what it feels to make a comeback there. And he's made his way on the desk. I'm pretty sure, I really hope that Rivalry also does, right?
Yeah.
And we will have so much to talk about tomorrow. Considering now, for 8-bit, they have been playing quite exceptionally. Vasista Esports, they have also been good. Rivalry, 2 consistent games so far. And really would also want THW to be back into the mix.
I completely agree with you. I mean, THW, the team that they have is like very nice.
And also Team Aru.
Yeah. Like Dionysus, even Veron. Team Aru is like Aru as an IGL. He has done a very brilliant job in the wildcard phase, and we want that kind of Team Aru's performance to again replicate in this semi-finals. But we'll have to see how they actually turn up the tides, because it's quite difficult. But still, if they don't make it in the first week, there is another safety cushion for themselves to go down in the second week again, as what they did in wildcard. They can replicate the same on the other end. But what are your thoughts about the next match?
Next match will be filled with all sorts of atrocities. It will be devastating. Everybody is going after everybody. But I really want, if you want me to pick up a winner, has to be Kemin X Venom.
Kemin X Venom, interesting choice, as we see the teams of Group C and D. They will be playing this match for sure. FS Esports, Team Tamilas, Aru, NIY, Mogo Esports, LOC, Kemin X Venom, and Magnet Esports. I mean, Magnet Esports and Kemin X Venom, again, they're trying to make their mark in the overall standings, trying to put up some great show for their side. I also look forward to see LOC Esports bouncing back once again in the overall standings as well, because they had a kind of ups and downs, a lot of ups and downs, uncertain performance. But we also have a kind of change on the desk. I have got my big bro back by my side. So Necro, what are your thoughts about this one?
Man, I mean, the overall standings, once again, looking really fragile, right? 8-Bit looking to breach in, Reckoning Esports looking to breach in, Godlike, they have finally made it inside of the top 8. But man, if Reckoning and 8-Bit do manage to breach in, then Godlike will be kicked out. So, a big sign of concern, once again, for the fans. Godlike, they do not have their seat secured just yet.
It was just like some sort of happy moments as Godlike, they made it to the top 7 and top 8. It's good, but as their matches are done, so it's quite uncertain for them to hold the spot by the end of the day, because there is Reckoning, there is Vasista Esports just tailing them behind. So I'm really looking forward. Vasista Esports, can they do something more? Can they just bag a chicken dinner to just clinch the spot?
Now, let's speak about the teams that are way too desperate to perform in this game, right? You've got teams like Team Aru, of course, in the mix. You've got NIY Esports as well, considering today was supposed to be the last day to make the comeback. NIY, they pretty much have given up their hopes and dreams to directly move in forward from this top 8. So now NIY, they will need to try and focus on the week 2, just like what CG is going to be doing soon.
4 matches left for NIY. One advice from my side would be just go all in. Go all aggressive. Try to get a lot more finishes, because you know what? Taking the finishes boosts up your confidence. When it comes down to the semifinals week 2, I really want NIY to be in their top-notch form with the top-notch confidence within themselves. It will help them to maybe make a comeback, and we might see them in the bottom 8.
Even THW can be on the same page, right? THW, they just need one solid game to bring themselves back in the race as well. So this last game can actually be such a big hope for so many more teams. Some teams can be kicked out, so the dreams can be shattered. For some of the teams, their dreams can be made as well. It all comes down to this last game of Erangel, and soon enough, we're going to move on forward towards that. Which team do you think is going to be the one to come through, though?
Rivalry Esports. My pick.
I mean, in the recent games, Rivalry Esports, they've been super consistent, right? But then you've also got teams like THW chiming in, Voltex Gaming that is super close as well to breach inside of that top 16. Now, one thing, I don't know if you guys missed out or you guys didn't notice, but one thing is that Team Insane is the only team with a chicken dinner on the latter half of the board.
Yeah, that is one point to be made, right? Insane Esports. It is like not a great sight to see, because when you see Team Insane, a kind of lineup that they have, to see them going down with even after having one chicken in it, it's really, really hurtful. I'm really disheartened to see them, because I really wanted them to qualify for the finals, maybe in the top 8, the first 8, but it is not going to be the case. At least I would like them to make the kind of comeback and be stronger in the second week.
And speak of Rivalry Esports, man, the previous couple of games, they've been really consistent. Vikendi was consistent. The previous game of Miramar was super good. And now moving forward towards this last game of the day, Rivalry, they need a strike once again if they do want to secure that top 8 spot now. And once again, as I mentioned, there's 4 teams from this one single group looking for to breach in. You've got Reckoning, you've got 8-Bit, Vasista, Rivalry as well on the same fray. THW, one single good game, and they will catapult themselves to that closer spot. This group is way too tough to move on forward with.
Group D, group domination. That's what name I want to give this group. I mean, why not, right? Out of 8 teams, 4 teams are there in the contendership to be in the first 8 spot. So you have to kind of give them the kind of title or something like that. And the way the boys are playing, Rivalry Esports, they're doing good, right? But if we talk about Reckoning Esports, again, falling short of the position points, falling short of those final fights as they want to reach in the end circle and get a chicken dinner for themselves. Similar things happen in the map of Miramar as we saw earlier. But Rivalry Esports, this is the chance. Back-to-back 2 matches, Vikendi went good, Miramar went good. If Erangel gets a chicken dinner, it's like a cherry on the cake.
Now, understand this. Inferno Squad is another one of these undergod names, right? So far, they haven't been able to find that footing. They haven't been able to find that win in the sales. And now we just saw them make a little bit of a switcheroo in the playing for. Jutton is now going to be in. So Inferno Squad, at this point in time, even they themselves know that they're done for. They cannot make it inside of the top 8. Now it's time to test the waters. You've got 4 more games to go, from which one of those games will be played today itself, which will be right now starting soon.
Exactly. The eyes are on them. The kind of supporters that they have, a lot of underdog teams have made new supporters or new fans by showcasing their gameplay. One of them is Inferno Squad. Another, I would say LOC for sure, because these boys, you can just imagine, playing from the very starting round, playing a lot more matches than compared to a lot of big names, because some of the teams came from grind to round 3, from round 4, but a lot of teams from round 1, they have played all together to make it up to this far. So a lot of efforts being done, a lot of practice sessions have been invested, so they just don't want to let it slip away like that.
And now Magnet Esports too, right? We need to speak of them as well. Because for Magnet Esports, things have been way too dicey, but at the same time, they've been good. Magnet Esports, they're getting that constant point flow in the account, but they're just not able to find that one solid game that's needed. They're way too close to reaching inside of the top 8 as well. There's not a lot of points separating them from moving in towards that 8th spot. And right now, Mogo is on that brink.
Yep, Mogo, they are already on a roll, and they will be again looking forward to get a lot more points. Because Mogo, we saw them in the top 8, right? They were kind of comfortable by the end of yesterday. We saw them like, okay, fine, they're in a good spot, they can easily qualify, but now it seems a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I mean, for Mogo, they need to do something, man. In my opinion, they need to start booking it. They need to start taking these fights, considering the fact that they've got a couple of more games to play with. And if Mogo Esports, they do not hit back right now, then Group D's teams will definitely move up. Reckoning Esports on that trail, Vasista Esports on that trail, Idbit as well. They have finally found that groove inside of the game. So for Mogo Esports, this game matters a lot. These guys are supposed to be the defending champions. And if this lineup is not able to perform, then you can understand so many fans will be upset.
From the performance that was going on from their end for the past couple of months before the BGIS started, I was really concerned that they might not even make it to the semi-finals. But hey, it's Destro, right? He always proves you wrong. The predictions that you always have, he is quite happy to always prove you wrong, prove the casters wrong, and he has done it so many times. From the grind, even the grind's performance was not like kind of a little bit of dicey, but coming down to the semi-finals, from the wildcard phase, what the kind of comeback they have made, it's really certain that Destro is up for something.
That is true. I mean, especially for teams that have pretty much given up on the hope of qualifying, there's a high chance they can also play the spoiler early off, go on the hunt. I mean, in the previous game of Miramar, we saw what the players try to do with that drop collision against CG, right?
Oh, Carnival Gaming has been like, this drop clash was really, really incredible. I mean, if you just look and kind of analyze that situation, it was almost like Inspiration Esports. They had a good position for themselves. All the crossfire setup was done. But Chico going above the arena, trying to find some unorthodox angles to get one of the openings. Goblin got taken down. But nobody anticipated where Ninja Jord was sitting right on the hilltop trying to get those finishes. And Iron Fixes, we both were like, our anxiety level was hitting hard that when is Ninja Jord going to take the shot? When is he going to get that finish for himself?
Well, I mean, Team X Park, they finally strike down the player, right? The last man who was standing. But in general, for CG, they have been pretty confident in all the fights that we've been witnessing so far. It's not the first time we've seen CG in that drop collision towards Picado. It's been multiple times in the past as well. Alpha 6 was also one of those teams, and there was another one of those teams that used to move in towards that Picado area. So CG, they have faced these type of foes in the past.
Alpha 6 brings back memories, but well, you know what? Yeah. Carnival Gaming, they have faced a lot more drop collisions before as well. So they're kind of used to with this, that their Picado is a very vivid spot. It's like a very volatile space in which any team can come because you get a lot more loot there. There is also breathing space for two teams. If one team drops around the areas of that red building in the arena, other one goes towards the big building and those smaller compounds, you get a chance to loot for both the sides. And if you have signed a good treaty with your neighbors, you can just back off. But sometimes, like most of the times, we see the teams engaging against each other.
And now talk about LOC Esports. You had so many expectations from this lineup, right? I remember you always speaking of this team. And LOC Esports, for them, the dreams are slowly and steadily being shattered.
I'm quite unhappy. As you mentioned, I was rooting for them because of the hard work that they've done so far. But I really think, you know what, that the pressure is over their heads. So they're feeling the pressure of the semi-finals. They know the stakes are high to qualify for the grand finals. And for any underdog team who has dreamt of being in the LAN venue, playing in front of their stars, the idols that they have like seen and started playing the game, it is like the pressure is like, this is the final stage. If we win it, we achieve our dream.
I mean, for LOC, as you mentioned, it's a complete new lineup coming through, right? And the fact that they have made it so far, it is definitely quite incredible. And LOC, they've got a really good scouting program. They've given so many great players to this entire community, right? And the fact that LOC, this new lineup is over here, and there's a high chance they're going to be moved on towards that Week 2, that means now the backs are going to be against the wall. the room for error is going to be next to none right here, right now. So LOC, this last game can actually be the lifesaver. The same thing can be said for the likes of Cheminix Venom too.
Cheminix, Venom, Rivalry Esports, as well as LOC. I would like to pick these three teams because they're again in the third and fourth chart respectively. So even if Rivalry has a chance to make a comeback in the next 3 or like 4 games, including this one, I really believe that LOC as well as Cheminix Venom, they do have a chance for themselves as well. You need at least 2 big games. 20-pointer, 2 games, you are good to go for the top 8.
I mean, specifically speaking of Cheminix Venom, right? This is one of those teams that I genuinely thought would not even struggle to make it inside of the grand finals.
Exactly.
This was supposed to be the champions lineup. We witnessed this team in the past stages as well, and the performance that they showcased was phenomenal. They were supposed to be the burning torch of consistency, just like CG. And now look at them. They're struggling so much. But I genuinely feel like a lot of these teams are going to bounce back really hard from that week 2. They're just playing a massive prank.
We saw the wild card, right?
Yep.
We also anticipated that the wild card might be a little easy. A lot of teams will be bouncing back, but the intensity that was there in the wild card phase was immatchable to any other rounds we have witnessed so far. And so many kind of climaxes that we saw. Godlike coming in, Mogo qualifying in the end moment, making it to the top 16. But a lot of climaxes that I do think we will be witnessing in the second week as well. We will be getting our first 8 grand finalists, but the next set of 8 grand finalists that we'll be getting from the next week, the second week, will also match or maybe cross the impacts of what we saw in wildcard.
Maybe, man. It's all about breaking the records, right? And maybe something can happen over here because the wildcard storyline that was created, it was emotional. A lot of the fans, they pretty much had tears in their eyes knowing the fact that their favorite team can be kicked out. But then in the final few moments, Jelly managed to clutch that spot towards the semifinals week 1. And now Godlike is over here. They're inside of the top 7 in the overall standing on the 7th spot. And if Godlike do miss out on that top 8 once again in the week 1, you can't say the same storyline can repeat itself, but from the week 2 that would directly bounce back in the grand finals. Anything can happen, man. There's so many speculations that we can do. There's so much more theory crafting that can be done. But I'm pretty sure the game's going to be starting as well within 20 seconds. I'm going to ask you a prediction once again. Which team do you think is going to be the one to come out on top?
Hands down, Rivalry Esports. I'm going to stick to it.
Any reason behind that?
Consistent performance, and I like consistent performers as well.
Okay, I mean, Rivalry, they've been consistent, but even Team 8-Bit, they've been on the consistent freak, right?
Yes, for sure, but hey, you can go with 8-Bit, I can go with Rivalry.
I'm going to go with Reckoning Esports. I think so this last game is definitely going to be the wake-up call Reckoning Esports needs. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day, Erangel's going to be on the way. As Erangel boots up on the screens, the played flat path starts all the way from one part of the map, which is going to be Milta Power towards Zarki.
Interesting flight path, if you ask me. Northeastern side completely being favored. It will grant the wish of the players going towards the areas of Nova Ripnoi, maybe the military base as well, because Mogo Esports, they will have the opportunity to glide down and maybe secure the vehicles on an early note. But for the teams going towards the area of Gatka, Quarry, they might just face some problems because they have to get the vehicles on an early note. Otherwise, they might face some consequences and lose the players on an early basis.
I mean, you've got Inferno Squad taking an exit from that playing fly path, even Voltex Gaming doing so. Team Aro as well moving in towards the Lupovka area, and even Milta Power, Reckoning Esports as well taking that early exit from the plane. FS Esports, this can be another interesting prospect. FS Esports, all they need is 5 to 6 points to keep them inside of that spot that it will be pinned down soon. And then for teams like Team Aru, VG, they need to perform right now. Magnet Esports as well. If they do want to have a chance to make it inside of the top 8, this last game is going to matter a lot.
You get 10 points for Magnet, Vasista, Rivalry. I would say you're good to go for the next 3 matches. You get 10 points average in the rest of the matches in the entire semifinals week 1. Rivalry Esports might make it in the top 8. But if we talk about FS Esports, I have one thought in my mind that this time, they might play a little bit defensive to gather a lot more points and confirm their spot in the top 8. But look at this, NIY, the aggression that I was asking for, they have finally delivered. But Galaxy Esports, they're just too good.
Yeah, the man's surrounded. Can't even move out. Galaxy Esports, instant capitalization on the phone in the front, so you can't say they've got things sealed down for now. But even Galaxy Esports, they're surrounded by the entirety of NIY. This will be an interesting fight. Both the teams striving for the points, struggling as well at the same time. And now Galaxy Esports, I mean, they did have quite a decent performance in the past ones, but that's all they could find. NIY Esports, they haven't been able to find even one decent performance so far. But look at these parkour moves from the side of Sam. He gets caught from the open.
He wanted to be the next Spider-Man, but it seems it didn't work out. NIY, they kind of dropped in some different locations, and that is why Galaxy Esports are taking players one after another. But Inferno Squad, being another neighbors, an uninvited guest to the party, Dugger Devil completely being confined in a 1v3 situation. And look at the guns that they have, UMP, M762 and the M249, but Dugger Devil trying to fight it out against Inferno Squad. A lot of pre-fires being done. He's barely dropping down to a very low HP. He has got the Honey Badger and switches to a S1897, trying to make a connection, and Inferno Squad easily wipes them down, getting one finish in their pocket.
Inferno Squad saving the day for his team. I mean, one of the men was knocked out. Even if one single blow would have been there, Inferno Squad's game would have been spoiled. But once again, Inferno Squad realizing the fact that they're done for anyway, so that's why they're moving on forward with such an aggressive note. But I'm actually loving this capitalization too, right? Being on the realistic side of things. If Inferno Squad was still hoping to crack inside of that top 8, then that will be an unrealistic expectation considering all 3 of the games will need to be a chicken dinner.
Hey, that's a big responsibility, isn't it? So if Inferno Squad can make it happen, that can be historic. I mean, so far in semifinals, we didn't have any chicken dinners like in a back-to-back basis, like a hat trick or doubles. If they can make it happen, I really want to see those things. But talking about the circle, it's a more centralized one favoring a lot of teams. But Team Tamilas, it's really, really surprising that they have taken the drop of Pochinki.
Team Tamilas, knowing the fact that Entity's not in this lobby, so that will be up for grabs. Moving in towards that spot. 8-Bit's quite close as well. Look at that instant capitalization from the side of 8-Bit. I'm loving that. 8-Bit moving in towards that comfort zone for now. And I think they're still trying to move in towards Fairy Pier, right? That is their comfort spot. Vasista Esports towards Zarki. It's always been one of those drop locations that I'm quite skeptical about. But Vasista Esports, so far they've been doing decent for themselves, so you can't even complain about that. Galaxy Esports making that rotate away from the foes. There was a man quite close, actually. And that, too, from the side of Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports, they're the opportunistic bunch. They're not going to let that man go just like that.
Always trying to find out those opportunities where they can get a lot of finishes. But Rivalry Esports Artho, he has been the MVP in the map of Miramar. But now he has got an entire squad in front of him. He needs reinforcements. He needs the covers. I am quite sure that his position has not been compromised yet. But with one DBS not having a single helmet even also, can cause a lot more trouble.
I mean, with this substitute coming in, Jathin, right? Inferno Squad is looking a little bit more confident. And now the fact that the man's position's compromised, yeah, Arto's taking too many shots upon himself. Arto is now taken down to barely any sliver of HP, and he's also getting pounced on at the same time. He will be taken down. Rivalry Esports losing out on Arto. That was your team, right?
Hey, are you trying to attack me with those things?
Yeah, you just cursed him.
I mean, I did not, but it was completely unfortunate by Arto. Inferno Squad, they're just getting finishes like that. Pushing towards on those players, luckily, who are just confined all alone in a single compound. It was NIY before, now it's Arto. Just like that, they're getting the finishes. It's good for them, though. But if you ask me, Rivalry Esports, not in a great spot. At least we'll be trying to find some vehicles for them. And if I'm not wrong, Lucifer's buggy is stuck.
Rivalry Esports, at this point in time, they would just want to avoid all the kerfuffle, all the fights. Look at NIY. This is how the entire action kicked off. NIY losing out on a lot of those players. Pretty much on the verge of being eliminated from this entire game as well. Dogger Devil got capitalized too with these. Unfortunately for NIY, they couldn't even do a lot. And for Galaxy Esports, it was icing on top of the cake. Then later on, you also saw Rivalry Esports take a bit of a piece of another team. So these individual blows, they really do start to sting after a certain point.
You always need all the 4 players in the final circle, which benefits you to have an intel over some different directions. You can play on a 2-2 split. But playing on a 2-1, it's not always valuable, right? But if you talk about Rivalry Esports, they're in a good spot around the areas of Pancake, having a farm split for themselves. Still will be there inside the circle, so not much to worry about. But teams like Team Aru, a drastic dip in the performance from the wildcard phase to the semi-finals as we have seen so far. Still looking forward to make a comeback for themselves, but not quite in a position to.
Team Aru, especially for them, I mean, this game is, yeah, it's a make or break, pretty much. If they do get a chicken dinner in this, then they can definitely eye out for that top 8. If they don't, well then, it's better to just move in towards that week 2 and try and make that comeback. That's what they did in wildcard as well, right?
Do you even think that if anyhow Aru manages to get a chicken in this match, the next 3 games, they can be consistent enough to grab this spot?
Definitely they can. They have proven it time and time in the past. Every single team in the semifinals week 1. Now you need to understand, you're in the semifinals of a tournament. Every single team, they're capable of a lot. So the competition is on next level. They're capable of pulling off the impossible as well. That's why they're over here in the semifinals in the first place, right? Team Aru, they can definitely make it happen.
You're one of the best teams, right? Top 32 teams in the entire India circuit. Out of those thousands and thousands of teams, you've made it this far. So it also brings a lot more responsibility on your shoulder that you're carrying your own banner, your own name, and a lot of people are watching over you. In front of such a big audience, if you make a mark for yourself or your team, that creates a lot of impact.
Trey Scott, there we go. Kickstarts things. And Galaxy Esports, man, they're really getting Trace down. What a good spray that was. Trey Scott finding both those eliminations instantly. Galaxy Esports crumble down. They crack under that pressure.
Living up to the name. Trace God tracing the players down. 2 finishes in the name of FS Esports. A good start. But now the last and the final player, Galaxy Esports, trying to fight it out, but the position has been compromised. You see all the players closing in. The nades have been pulled out. Not a lot of space for Saurav to play around though.
Man's got a shotgun in his hands. And now Saurav misses the initial shot. That could have been the lifesaver, but no, yep. Misses the second one as well. It's done for. Saurav kicked out of the lobby. Galaxy Esports as well. Same thing will happen to them. As I mentioned, right, Saurav missing out on that initial shot just gave his lifeline away to the gods, and now the zone's going to be shifting up north. LOC, they spring back to life for this circle shift.
Even Vasista Esports will be pretty happy. They were in the northwestern corner, rotating around the corners of shooting range. They will have good compounds in their name to hold. Magnet Esports, you also see them rotating towards the northern island, who almost like what, 80% of the times we see the circle shifting towards the northern side, and somehow like 1 or 2 times we have seen them coming down to the side of Rozhok. So it's quite a questionable spot or a big decision-making situation for the IGLs to call out whether we go north or we stay this side.
FS Esports on the screen. Team Tamila's taking shots against Inferno Squad too. Inferno Squad trying to bite on the flesh that they can't even chew. That's where Team Tamila's, they do gain the advantage. The amount of shots that are being taken against that player from Inferno Squads, it's a little bit too much to try and withstand. The man's now starting to get overwhelmed. Team Tamila's looking forward to end things on a consistent note, considering they know they're doing quite good in the overall standings.
One of the things I really like about Team Tamila is that they never leave their composure. If they are playing consistent, they tend to be consistent till the end of the tournament. And that is really important. As a team, this team has almost like qualified for a lot of major events, for the major finals, even in the official ones as we speak. Every time, one of the most consistent teams that you can ever ask for.
It was not the same thing with TT in 2023 though. They were struggling really hard. And if I'm not wrong, they also got kicked out of the tournament quite in the early stage. in 2023, but this shift in 2024, I'm loving that. LOC Esports just waiting for this team to try and chime inside of the action. They have been deactivated. They need to activate themselves. They need to do something out of the box. And right now, the zone is right on top of them as well, right? They're in the prime spot in the smack center. So LOC, all they need to do is just pray for the gods and hope that the circle's going to be shifting right on top of them.
If it happens, then LOC, they will be getting so many opportunities to grab finishes. I mean, so many teams rotating around the corners. For the first, it will be Kevin X Venom. Then you see Vasista from behind, Reckoning, Inferno Squad. So many teams will be trying to cross those bridge and go towards the northern side. And when you get the opportunities, you need to utilize it. That's what Rivalry Esports did in the previous matches, but right now, have to see how they are going to approach this match because they have already lost one of their players on an early note.
Mogo Esports on the screen. As usual, they like to tank a bit of that blue. They like to move a little bit later inside of the zone. Mogo Esports executing that same play style. Same gameplay. And looking forward at THW Esports. This team, they always like to move in from edge to edge as well. Or sometimes they like to play it from the off-centric spots. And right now, THW, they need to realize one thing. Their defensive gameplay is really good. But when it comes to asserting dominance, they do lack.
They have to focus on getting finishes, but also to find a good spot. In the past couple of matches, if you remember, THW, they went inside the circle and they grabbed a spot where they are confined from all three sides. They were in a sandwich situation one or the other matches. So that has costed them for not surviving for too long. They have to decide, scout the areas properly in order to hold it. Even a team I was looking forward to was Voltex Gaming. They had a good performance in the wildcards as well, but so far it has been a roller coaster ride for them.
It indeed has been. For Voltex, I mean, right now, being the late breachers inside of the zone, Timar is right next to them. And I'm pretty sure, I think he spotted all the players. He can hear all the vehicles revving. I think interesting maneuver. Luckily enough, he wasn't capitalized right there. If he was, then this could have been a really bad knockout. Timaru looking comfy as well. Off the rip, we saw two teams take an exit from the lobby. And now Timaru, I'm not even sure what the game plan's going to look like for them. But one thing they need to do is that moving forward, Timaru, they just need a win. Simple.
The next circle shift. I'm holding my nerves, Necro. But oh my god! It has shifted all to the western side. THW, they will be the happy guys out there.
Oh, they will be. They're pretty much going to be contesting the high grounds of the ruins. That's what they'll try to take. THW, they will be having smiles on their faces. Exactly what they were waiting for. Circle shifting close to them. THW moving in slowly and steadily inside of the zones too. They're going to find so much of that real estate to play with. And THW, imagine the amount of intel they can try and wrap up. And they will also be in the prime spot on the high ground.
The entire ruins will be in their names. But look at this. This circle is a pure testament to all the teams playing out there. They have to really rack up. They have to really buckle up to find a lot more finishes. The teams those have kind of found out good shelters for them. It's good. But look at this commotion. Kevin X Venom, LOC still trying to rotate as quickly as possible, find a good spot. But now out in the open, they are engaging the fights. Kevin X Venom not in a great spot, to be honest, as Fury goes down. LOC opening up their accounts.
BG, Fury knocked out and dusted. LOC, all the forward players up alive for now. And LOC, they're taking too much damage upon themselves. LOC Esports, considering they've got too many foes around them, they just need to be a little bit more wary of the fact that they cannot be taking this fight out in the open like this. Let the players of EG have their own personal space. And that's what LOC are doing, respecting the opponents, which is good for now.
Contesting for this compound. LOC doesn't want to give the players of VG the control of it. That's why they're pushing them away from this compound. That's a really good strat, to be honest. Playing through the edges, guarding their territory that they want to acquire. But Gaminix Venom, look at the kind of playing area that they have, Necro. Northwestern corner completely cleared off. Visista Esports, they also have a good compound for themselves as they rotated quickly enough. But the southern corridor, the main island around the areas of ruins is so much clustered.
Look at Clutch. FS Esports, they kickstart things for themselves. Voltex, unfortunately, losing out on that crucial man. And yeah, the confirmation as well instantly follows up as Orange is now going to be confirmed. Voltex, rough start to the game. As we know, they really do need this game desperately in their hands, and that's why Voltex, they're just trying to back away from this entire fight because they know the alphas, they've entered the ring.
FS Esports will be looking forward for something better, as there's a lot of teams around the corners of Rozhok. The urban compounds is completely confined with Inferno Squad and Reckoning, but in front of our screens, we've got Voltex Gaming up against Team Tamilas. This is going to be crucial because the Water City fight, it's really hard to take because you've got so much water areas. It slows down your movement. Not easy to push the compounds. The split, even Rivalry Esports, they're around the corners as well.
They indeed are. Rivalry, unfortunately, taking some blows early inside of the game. It has really kept them on the edge of things. Rivalry Esports right now in a decent spot inside of the zone. They cannot even make a lot of those moves. If they lose out on one more player, it will be really bad. But Lucifer separated from the pack. I'm not sure how well this split's going to work out, but I do understand the thinking behind it.
As they're holding the compound, right, there are probabilities that any other team can try to chime in and push towards that compound to acquire it. So playing on a 2-1 might be some of a strategy that Lucifer can go for the heal battles and survive alone if he wants to. But again, this circle shift, where is it going to head to? Oh my god, THW.
Mogo.
They are going to kiss their stars right now.
That's what they exactly needed. Mogo Esports as well. Look at them instantly springing back to life. That late game rotation working out perfectly for the entirety of Mogo. And now it's all going to come down to being able to defend that spot that they've got so far. Mogo Esports, stars aligned. THW, stars aligned. Now it's time for them to hit back and gather as many eliminations as possible.
This is a vital spot. Visista Esports having the privilege to rotate quickly. There was the northern side getting a good hold of those small compounds in the areas of ruins, but the fight has already broken out. Kyolamao finding the first opener against Team Tamilas. Fox has nothing to do with it. He will be confirmed. I don't think he has a chance of getting the revival done, as Team Tamilas, they won't be taking any risk.
He can be saved. All it takes is one smoke grenade to try and save the day for that man. Team Aru taking shots against FS. Hitman gets caught out in the open. Unfortunate stuff. The man got caught while he was taking that rotation. And now FS Esports, they find themselves in the grips of Mogo Esports. Look at this 2-2 split Mogo has got. 2 players at the top, 2 players right here. And Destro is ready to welcome the man with the open arms. And wow, what a play that was. But from the back as well, an instant capitalization comes through. Mogo Esports quick to react. They move away from that. Destro is definitely quite quick on the feet, but I'm not sure about his teammate. Even he makes it out alive.
Beautiful reflexes coming up from Mogo Esports. That's the kind of quick decision making that you need to do, but FS Esports, they will be struggling. Dealing the damage to the blue zone. Sarvar, he's trying to get those nades connected. Even Trace God deals a bit of splash damage. Now this is going to be really interesting.
LOC2 chiming in towards that Big Boy Mountain. Trifecta of death now starting to form as Mogo Esports will try to take the advantage of that as well. So you can't say 4 teams in that same spot. It's going to be a death cluster. Inferno Squad challenging a fight against Reckoning Esports as Viper, the nade just blasts right next to him. Another util being tossed. Inferno Squad, they do manage to tickle the players of Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning, they need to move away from this. The fight now starting to escalate as Sarvar's got his hands on the UMP. Shikari is taken down way too low, and Reckoning, they do realize the players are now collapsing on top of them, and eventually the entirety of Reckoning, they come crashing down.
Not a great match for them. No points being earned. It's going to hurt the boys. Not even a single finish for themselves. 6 finishes in the name of Inferno Squad. Still going good, but they have a long journey to cover if they want to reach the circle in time. But talking about the circle, so much cluster around the Ruins corner. Mogo Esports, another trouble coming in their way. It's LOC Esports.
I mentioned this. LOC as well looking to join this entire fray. Sketch is taking shots from somewhere else, and now Sketch looking forward to move away from this spot. Not a big fan of Delta's position, considering there are a lot of those teams on the Big Boy Mountain. Needs to be careful. LOC, they find themselves in the grips of Team Aru, as Team Aru is taking the constant shots, but Veron is unaware of the fact that the man just ejected behind him, and now it's all down to Dynasis. In the up-close and personal combats, I'm not sure how well Dynasis can do, but then Aru Gaming saves the day.
Erangel, the skipper, stepping up front, saving his team from getting eliminated. LOC, their run ends here and now, but FS Esports even surviving as a single player. Wizard trying to make it, chime in inside the circle, won't be allowed by Magnet Esports. Chandan gets the final frag, and FS Esports also takes an exit in the 12th spot. The circle has shifted towards the open lands, while Mogo Esports, they will still have some edge for themselves to hold, some hard compounds for them to get a hold of by the edges of the circle.
Mogo moving in. I mean, once again, Mogo, that edge-to-edge gameplay is working out perfect, considering the zone is sort of favoring them. It is shifting quite close for THW. This time, the zone takes his grace off of him. And now THW, they would need to start to dominate a little bit more, make their presence felt inside of the lobby. They've been quiet for a while. THW, so many points up for grabs inside of Ruins. As Voltex, Rivalry, if they do decide to move out THW, they can capitalize with ease. They can rack up these points. Team 8-Bit as well, they can be on the receiving end of things. But Team 8-Bit, considering they're going to be the Guardian Angels, they will try to block off Rivalry and Voltex. And there we go. Finally, Mag finds the striker. He strikes him down.
8-Bit won't let Rivalry get inside the circle. That's the majority of the point. Though I can still see some kind of hard covers for the side of Rivalry Esports, but Voltex coming up from behind is a really big concern for those boys. Surviving just with 2 players. Lucifer around the corners cooking up a nade. My bad, there are 3 players of Rivalry Esports though. The nade's being tossed up onto that direction of Rivalry Esports. Lucifer, Vishu gets taken down. Vasista Esports trying to make things work out through the areas of charge and trying to get all those finishes. Both of the players of Vortex has been taken down.
Vasista, as you mentioned, they chime inside of the action. And they've also got a solid cover to play with. Man, so many teams now is going to start to choke to death. As Vasista Esports, for them, this is going to be a feast being served on a silver platter. They're just spamming through the smoke, grabbing all the elimination points that they can. They're also finding some good finds through the smoke. Trying to thread the needle. One more man is knocked out in the open. If they're not able to claim that point, it will definitely be a bit of a stinger. But yeah, even TSW now starting to chime inside of the action. Inferno squad, they're done for. I don't think so they can make it.
Voltex have closed now. Bitch barely surviving. Has to get the knockout, Cyrus. Getting shots from behind. Not a great position if you ask me. With the nade being tossed up, he has got one good nade. If it makes the connection, then Bitch can be taken down. And it makes the connection. Voltex wipes out Rivalry Esports out of this equation in the 10th spot.
What a good wipe that was. Cyrax at least keeping his banner alive for a couple of more moments. There's going to be a lot of the shots being inflicted on him. The lead will be injected in his body. Team Tumlis for now. These 2 players looking okay. And these are the only 2 players left alive for this entire squad. They sit inside of the vehicle, realizing the fact that they're getting pushed on. And unfortunately for Team Aru, they're not able to capitalize on those 2 points, considering they had the man number.
Good roll for now. Team Tamilas trying to settle down in a dip, but the shots being taken. 8-Bit from one end, Vasista from other. Team Tamilas, they won't survive and gets eliminated in the 9th spot. 8-Bit capitalizing on not a lot of finishes, but now it's THW coming into the equation. They have to deal with it. Vasista Esports, if they survive right here, right now, they can be the big contenders. But what a nade coming up from Destiny.
Oh my god, the nade was perfect, but then the backline's cleared.
Whoa!
As another man gets knocked out, THW in a big world of trouble. Sidelines are exposed. VG's taking the shots. THW, they've got nowhere to go. Vasista Esports getting that help somehow from the side of VG. And THW, no matter where they go, VG's taking the shots against them. So for TG, there's a high chance this game is done and dusted. It's all down to that one last man, and I don't think so Sam can do a lot.
So many bullets being invested by Austin, but not a single connection. Just 5 more bullets left in the S12K. He has to make the connection for sure, and he gets it. It's done, but the nade coming in from Mac. 8-bit intervenes, and it seems like Vasista Esports, they had a great run so far, but for how long is it going to run?
8-bit, they do third party, but then instantly in return, they get knocked out themselves. And yeah, for Vasista Esports, this is done for. One last man surviving. I don't think he can do a lot. He's trying his best to keep his position anonymous.
Oh
Rage
my
got
God.
spotted out from the opposite side, and he will be incinerated to death.
So many finishes coming and walking in the ways of Aru. This can be the map of comebacks for them. This is going to make a historic moment with Mogo Esports. Up on the hills, has to enter the circle. 3 of the players are surviving through the smokes, but for how long? Kevin X Venom also coming into the picture. What a great comeback story it has been for them.
Remember what I said at the start of this game? Team Aru, they need a chicken dinner swing back to life. And I also went with Team Aru. So, right now the zone is also favoring them. They're pretty much going to be the kings of this entire ring. Kevin X Venom, they've got their own problems erupting. In general, all the teams that needed to perform, they're performing. Kevin X Venom, they were also choking when it comes to the overall standings. Now look at them, this game is so good. In the top 3 with decent amount of elimination points. 4 points wrapped up so far. Altu is the only man who's putting up the numbers. But Mogo Esports, they're also getting peppered from the left lines. The defending champions not able to keep up with the heat wave of this lobby.
It's all the finishes being served in front of Team Aru. Kevin X Venom, their run ends here. 11 finishes for the name of Team Aru as Mogo Esports comes in the top 2. It was a much needed game for them, but it's a 4v2 situation. It's a 4v1 to be precise, because Shogun, I don't think he's letting his finish go away in the hands of Team Aru, but they're all desperate. They will be looking forward to it. Shogun's position, I don't think it has been still compromised, but the kind of hunger that Team Aru has, no, the mission is not accomplished. As it seems like they're going to go with the heal battle. Shogun will continue it for a bit long.
Oh, he gives it up. He's not going for the med strat anymore. The only thing Mogo Esports wanted to do was secure that top 2, and they got it. They also have a lot of those elimination points, so you can't say a consistent finish. It was Mogo Esports was looking out for. Now there's a high chance Godlike will be kicked out of that top 8 as well, because this group did really good. Team Aru, they spring back to life. Now there's a chance that in the tomorrow's day, Team Aru as well can enter that top 8 and be the first grand finalists.
Exactly, it can be. Even Vasista Esports got so many points in their name. They were just stealing behind in the top 8. They were in like 10th spot, if I'm not wrong. By the points that they've acquired from this match, they should be in the top 8.
They should be in the top 8. The top 8 still is looking way too shaky, other than if you try to rule out the top 3. Of course, they've already secured that spot. Even Rivalry Esports needed this game desperately. Team Timilas, they just needed this game to keep that spot pinned down, and they were there in the final few moments.
Yeah. Completely agreed. And finally, the circle was so, I would say, unpredictable. I didn't expect to go in the areas of ruins. I'm being honest. I really thought it might just shift over the northern side, where LOC will have all the privilege to take a lot more finishes. But again, BGMI, the circle never goes in the way every time what we predict. Even LOC, they kind of crumbled up after the circle shifted towards that side, because it was quite evident from the rotations that they were taking. They were confused of where to go.
A drop in the consistency for Rivalry and 8-bit. What are your thoughts about that?
It was the position that made it happen. Rivalry were completely stuck and gatekeeped by 8-bit. They had no room, and a lot of shots, they grabbed a lot of attention of teams, specifically THW, Voltex also coming up from behind, and in between so much commotion, it was quite evident that Rivalry did not had a chance to check their 6, that Voltex were coming up. But you know what, we'll have a look on the winning moment as well, because this match was definitely a roller coaster ride for so many teams.
And Inferno Squad too, right? Just off the rip, just turning up the pace. And I love that heat amped up from them. Inferno Squad, they definitely do pack a lot of punch. And once again, they should try and rely on that a little bit more. They were playing it quite hunkered down so far, but now finally just letting loose on all those emotions that they had and realizing the fact that they cannot crack inside of the top 8. So that's why they're just taking all the fights that they can. They also put an end to Reckoning Esports' journey in this game. Unless Reckoning Esports could have been the one to come out on top, then things could have been even better inside of the top 8.
If Reckoning would have got some more points, like say even 5-6, then the contention for Mogo Esports would have been a little difficult, but I guess they finished in 2nd spot, right? So 6 points at least, and they also got plenty amount of finishes on their name. So Mogo Esports should be settling down in the top 5 by the end of today's day number 3. But again, as you mentioned, if Reckoning would have got a few more points, then again, Team HH, Godlike would have dropped down.
And that's why still the discontinuation is right there. They're just not there when it comes to the points flow. LOC Esports as well, just completely missing out on this entire game. Well, you really got to give it to the players of Mogo Esports, man. The late breaching strategies are working out perfectly for them. I expected a lot more from the side of THW, but then unfortunately they got third party by VG from the far away while they were trying to execute the fight against VE.
That was a very vital spot if you ask me, because coming down the hill when you don't have vehicles to run around with, they had only one, if I'm not wrong, THW. They did not have a lot more vehicles to go all in with. The 4 players pushing towards the church was really not an easy job. They did not even had smoke covers for themselves. That costed them because 8-bit also came into the picture. So even Vasista Expos, I'm really sad about them because they had all the positions that they needed to get this chicken dinner for their side.
Even this game was really important for, you can't say Cheminix Venom too, right? Considering it was supposed to be the second last day, and we had to talk about this. It is supposed to be the last chance for you to make the comeback in the top 8. Team Aru definitely making that comeback when it matters the most. Even you can't maybe say Cheminix Venom 2 doing the same thing. Rivalry Esports, they've definitely done so.
Rivalry Esports, they have been good with the first couple of matches that they have played. This match was not that great for sure, but they still earned some couple of points. I'm really looking forward to see whether they can be a little bit more consistent in the next 3 games tomorrow.
Enough talks about the teams, right? Let's move on towards the individual performers, the MVP of that previous game. And this time, it's going to be someone from the side of Team Aru. Yes, it will be Aru Gaming himself. Only 300 damage, but look at the conversion. This man was a thief.
Not being wrong, right? It's also an art where you get steal the finishes of the others, and he actually capitalized the opportunities that he got, right? That is really important as a player, and Aru as the IGL, the skipper stepping up, boosting the confidence of his teammates is really important, and he has done it so precisely. I'm really happy for this boy.
Of course, Aru Gaming, man, the IGL just stepping up when it matters the most. In general, Team Aru really needed this booster too. Now, finally, the momentum is with them, and this team is supposed to thrive on that momentum. Tomorrow's day will be incredible for Team Aru, considering so many eyes will be on top of them as well. As we move on towards the top 5 of that previous game, Altu with 4 elimination points will be there too. You've got Owen from Inferno Squad. You've also got Atanki from Team Aru, another man which will be Veron from Team Aru.
They have performed exceptionally well. 3 players being in the top 5 performers, it justifies the kind of performance they have put in this particular map of Erangel. And the results that they've got is really, really nice. Again, as we were discussing on an early note, 1 chicken dinner and 3 consistent games at least out of those top 3 finishes I expect from a couple of matches tomorrow. If they can do it so, then we might have another contender to be in the top 8.
Exactly, but now let's move on and look at the match summary. This is where things will be unraveled a little bit more. 9 grenade finishes from that game, and look at the longest finish, 347. The fact that we don't even have bolt action, still this is the longest finish. That is quite impressive, and that too from the side of MJ. Then you've also got healing with 6,801. Not a lot of healing done.
Not at all, because I don't think that all the teams went in the favor of going for the heal battle option. They were more into those getting those finishes because everybody wanted points. The teams, those who were surviving in the later stages, they were all craving for the points, and here we have it. Mogo Esports walking away with 13, Vasista with 12, but for Team Aru, my man, 22 bomber for their side.
Yeah, rough. I mean, for the other teams, that's what I'm saying, right? Now that Team Aru, they make the comeback, imagine the teams on the second page. Wow, this will be a force to be reckoned with. Team Aru moving in like the Alphas, directly in the overall standings, challenging a lot of those teams in the top 8 now. And a lot of these teams, they can start to feel their life flashing in front of their eyes if they do not buckle up tomorrow. Because today, all the games are done, as we know. And these are pretty much the point standings for the last game, right? Cheminix Venom 2 with 9 points, a good ending.
Sweats coming down the heads of all the teams. Those have already finished their games on an early note before this match. But talking about the second chart, Reckoning, 0 points for them. I do think after this match's result, it's a little bit dicey for them. But again, one good match. They're back on the track for the top 8 contendership. Rivalry Esports, again, not having a great run, only 1 point. Same goes for FS Esports with 4, LOC again with 1. Not a lot of points, to be precise.
Exactly. I mean, the overall standings now on the screen, right? Look at this. Aru! They're on the 8th spot! They kick out Godel. Look at Godlike. They're way too below.
From
oh my
7
God.
to 12.
TT, they've entered inside of the top 8 as well. I mean, right there on the edge, TT. I mean, for them, I'm not even sure how the contention's going to look like. FS Esports, considering we haven't been seeing that consistent performance, they dropped down in the 6th. Look at the cutoff already reaching 64.
Fixes was right, Necro. 75 is what it can be, the cutoff for the top 8 spot. And it seems like Godlike dropping down, Entity even falling behind at the 11th spot. Voltex 8-bit, 8-bit they've climbed up. They have stepped up their game, 61.5. What a comeback that they have made. Just 3 more point difference.
But look at how fragile the overall standings are. Godlike, they've got 58.5 points. Hyderabad Hydras as well with 58, 57. In general, till the 14th spot, anyone can make the bounce back with just one decent game. All they need is double digits on one single game, and instantly they can propel themselves with a cushion too in the top 8. So there's so many possibilities. Tomorrow, Reckoning Esports, they need to buckle up. But Team Aro, this massive catapult, as I mentioned, they are going to be the alphas. They directly do enter inside of the point stable, and they're definitely going to be making a lot of these teams sweat tomorrow.
It has shaken the entire overall standings. THW still not making up to the expectations, dropping down to the 20th position. Even Prime Esports have dropped down. Reven Esports, I'm really unhappy for these guys because of the performance that they have showcased on the very first and the second day. I really expected them to be in the top 8, but it seems very dicey. Once again, a 20-pointer in tomorrow's 3 games, at least one 20-pointer in the next 2 games, consistently having like 10-digit points for themselves should help them to reach the top 8 spot, but again, it's still a big question mark.
Especially from Raven Esports, man. On the day 1, they were so consistent. And now look at them towards the day 3. Not even there, not even close. Pretty much on the latter half of the board. And Raven Esports, genuinely speaking, they seem like a well-knit unit. They seem like a nice pack that was packing a lot of punch on the day 1. They seem like a nice team that was able to play properly. The synergy was on point. It was not just a one-man show from Reaper this time. It was the entire team swinging back to life. But now, the entire team of Raven, they're on the latter half of the board. I just don't know what happened to them.
It feels like if they don't get at least like 40 points from the 3 matches, they won't qualify. That's quite sure about it. But if not, they have the safety cushion for going down to the second week, which definitely Reven Esports they wouldn't have thought of.
Let's speak of this way, right? If they do get 25 points and tomorrow's even one of the match, then Raven Esports, they can't swing back to life with ease.
Yeah, exactly. But even it looks so incredible. The Super Sunday, it's gonna be tomorrow. I'm so excited. Don't forget to get the popcorns.
Exactly. Get your popcorns ready because we know tomorrow we're going to be finding the first 8 grand finalists where things will be even more interesting. Just 6 games away from finding those grand finalists. And of course, things are going to be much more spicy tomorrow. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from my side, Necro. And of course, Necros too. We'll see you guys tomorrow in the final 6 games of the semifinals week 1.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते अब? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।